announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking Quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like two balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. Mike Super Laser Piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. Obama is a strong figure to America. I would never say such a thing. No way. I'm gonna log on to my Twitter. I'm gonna talk my newest album, Crackin' Eggs. Crackin' Eggs. I'm taking over the universe. I'm taking over your world. I'm taking everything from you. Give me your phone. I'm taking over Victoria's Secret. I'm taking over Best Buy. The news is mine, and everyone else can leave. You see that planet? I'm taking it now. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like a fucking walnut. Bam! It looks like a nut in there. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm taking the world by storm. That's right, I'm gonna drop my album. Super Crackin' Eggs. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, you piss baby? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. I'm taking over the universe. I'm taking over your world. Crackin' Eggs. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Everybody's fucking my life. I'm throwing your ass in the garbage. Why is the camera zooming in? I'm throwing all your asses in the garbage. I'm taking your CDs and weed. My super laser. That's it. I'm calling the police. 911. You have 23 hours before the piss drop. Let's hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
God, if there's not a fucking Game Work remix of this episode, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill, play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill, even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fuck is you. You're a perfect machine. Protects every corner. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fuck is you. You're a perfect machine. Don't have that Terminator to do it for you. Shit, fuck life. Fuck life. In your anger you killed her. You fucked it up, objective B. Kill all humans. Kill all humans.
That wasn't fair, cause I didn't know it would be too hard.
It was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My God, they'll kill us all. Holy fuck is you. You're a perfect machine. Protects every corner. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same other lane I use to identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Text that are covered. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't have that terminate to wait for you. Shit, shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her.
Boys, girls, and MDs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. It's currently 5 p.m. in beautiful Ohio. The correct time, the only correct time, Lady Nova, okay? It's not 11 p.m. It's 5. Funny, I was actually talking to somebody recently about, I forget who it was, but they thought that, like, the time zones should just be abolished. Oh, hold on, I gotta turn that off. Or fix it, at least. Well, I guess at least would be turn it off. But, like, that shouldn't be happening. I'll say what I'll remember the time zone thing. Just give me a second. Stream elements. Because I fixed, like, for a while the alerts weren't working, and when I fixed them, it started tracking YouTube subscriptions, and I don't want to do that. This is stream elements. I need stream labs. Yes. Wait. There we go. I've already done all this. Why is it asking me again if I want to give them permission? Okay, alert box for YouTube. Enabled. Save settings. Okay, that should fix it. All right, we're good. So anyway, what I was saying about the time zone thing. I was talking to a friend and they wanted to like completely abolish time zones so it's the same time everywhere, and I was like, that completely removes like a fundamental human element to like the procedure of the day from start to finish, because we can all relate to like waking up, for instance, at 6 a.m. You know what I mean? But suddenly you change all the time zones and it's like, well, I woke up at 6 a.m. Well, what the hell does that mean? I have no like gauge on that. And I think I convinced him. I forget who I was talking to, but they're like, oh yeah, that's true. I think I convinced him. But yeah, hello, welcome, hello. Welcome everybody. Travix, Simaj, sorry, misread that, Simaj Mirage. Sarah, Arcania, Guillermo del Toro, Lady Nova, Gray the Deer, Plague Mercury. No, you can't. 35. Good to see Alec doing well in the midst of all the streamer drama, not naming names. There's streamer drama? There's always streamer drama, I guess. I mean, I got into a little bit with Bad Empanada, but like I haven't uploaded the video to YouTube yet, so he hasn't responded. Something tells me he will, though. Piece of shit. There is always streamer drama. Oh, Xander Hall and Demon Mama. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to get into it like a ton because there was a little bit of contention when I brought it up. Like, it was during the debate that Xander Hall was having with Shark. And, yeah. Not good stuff. It's not good stuff. Please don't tell me Harris messed up bad. It wasn't so bad that, like, it would influence the election. Like, people will forget about it in a week, but it's mainly the online left who's mad at her. And, like, leftists, I shouldn't say the online left. Leftists, in general, are very understandably upset at the thing that she did, which we'll go over. She basically just told some Palestinian protesters to shove it. And, not good. Not good optics. We should expect better. I'm also going to use it. I'm going to use that to segue into some stuff I said during the Bad Empanada coverage, because fuck that guy, first of all. But second of all, I did lean pretty hard into... Like, I don't want to come off as though I'm being callous towards the plight of Palestinian people who are dying left and right because of Israel's atrocious actions. And I want to clarify some stuff. And also my stance on, like, just not voting for Kamala. Good choice, you have no horse in this race. I mean, I did weigh in on it during that debate coverage. I'm probably not going to upload it to, like, my main YouTube, though. Like my videos. Hello, Mr. Gunther. I'm taking refuge from Zan's community. Welcome in, welcome in. Like I said, I'm probably not going to upload the Xander Hall Demon Mama thing. Or I should say the Xander Hall Sharks 0-0 debate. Just because it's got a lot of, like... I don't want drama, guys. I really don't. But I'm going to be honest. I can't stand by Xander Hall. I can't. You know, he did some pretty fucked up things in the DMs. It's not good. And I don't agree with Demon Mama on everything. It's not like I even particularly, like... I don't watch her. you know, but she was correct in this instance. So, and also I did get into it a little bit with Demon Mama way back before I was even big, over when Shark 300 and Endless Cemetery were having a debate. Because she was treating it as though both sides were like making good points, and I'm sorry, but Endless Cemetery simply was not. For those who are around for that, basically just doing like he didn't want people race mixing, you know, and Demon Mama treated it like, oh well, you know, there's good points on both sides here. No, there weren't. No, there weren't. Okay, I don't know if she stands by that, but like, I don't think she's a bad person. It's just like, my point is, I don't particularly like her, and yet I still agree with her and stand by her on this drama, if you can call it that. It was actually like kind of abusive. Anyway, I know I said I wouldn't get into it, but you know, there we go. That's ADHD for you. I think she was more saying it's me or Trump. We'll go over it. Have you heard of the Baldur's Gate 3 statistics? I've not. Bad empanada, like the fellow who got into hot water with Chris. I don't know anything about that. I never watched Demon Mama either. I just saw the way Zan was acting, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm out. Yeah, it's really sussy. It's really weird. I used to like Zan. I did. I watched him for a little bit, but he was... I quit watching him way before I had any problems with him because it was just a little bit boring, to be honest. I don't know. Something about his delivery was just not on par with other streamers. Never brought that up before, of course. I didn't want to get into any hot water. He has since, ever since he's like falling out with Keffels, he's had me blocked on Twitter. So that's cool. And fuck Keffels also, mind you, but like, you know. Just because, like, you can recognize both people in that situation are bad. It sounded like she thought they were pro-Trump protesters. No, they were being pretty... No, I disagree. I disagree. I think she knew who they were and why they were there. Her response was very Clinton-esque. I really did like him. December really killed his reputation. It's unfortunate. If you guys ever have any questions about, like... You know, I try to be pretty open. I pay my editor pretty well. You know, I make sure the payments are on time. I try not to get into it with people in the DMs too much. Like, all of my beef is pretty out in the open, I think. Hello, Travix. Welcome. Welcome to the main site chat. You too can be on the main site chat if you go to alecgunter.com/live and make an account real quick. It takes only like a couple of seconds, seriously. You log in with your Twitch or your YouTube or your Discord, and then from there, you can just make a username. And you can, you know, usually you can make it the same username as whatever your account is, so it's pretty easy. You'll also get a way higher chance of getting a free Tier 1 subscription, because I know that certain leftist atlas, aka oh no, Saki Tanuki. I almost blanked on his name. Jesus. Saki Tanuki likes to come into the site chat, and if you do get a Tier 1 subscription, that's not nothing. You get access to emotes, but you also get access to early videos before they even release to the public. You can see them like a day, a couple of days before they're ever released. There are a couple available right now that I haven't released yet, so site chat is where you're most likely to get gifted, is my point. And you can see those in the Discord. Don't tell YouTube chatters that it's our exploit here on site. Well, you're a mod. You already have early access. I pay my mods with early access. So, they have it by default because they're usually also mods in my server and they have access to the channels. So, you know, nothing I can do about it. Can't force them to pay up. So whatever. They get this one on me. Now get back to work. Yeah, I pay you in content. Early content. That you'll get anyway, but you get it early. Good job. Congratulations. I don't know who Kurzgesagt is. If I'm even pronouncing that right. Kamala and Walls did speak with the uncommitted leaders after the speech. Yeah, I have it pulled up. Well, they spoke with them before the speech, too. So she might have thought that they were from uncommitted, which might have added fuel to the fire on why she did what she did. But we'll talk about it. But yeah, I made a new thing. I've been slowing down a lot on the crochet thing, but I did make a cat. Just a very basic cat with a very weird, fucked up looking face. I don't know why it looks so lopsided. But whatever, it's cute. Meow. Uncommitted? Yeah, Uncommitted is a, I don't know exactly who they are, but they're a pro-Palestine. I think they were the people behind the uncommitted votes in, I think it was Pennsylvania, right? Yeah, he's a little ball boy. That's the only new thing I got, though. I've been slowing down a lot. Also, I had to crochet another, somebody bought a, oh, good time for a plug, even though I don't have a whole lot of people in here yet. But you can go to my site, my shop, etsy.com/shop/AlecGunter, or not Alec Gunter, sorry. Let me try again. etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs, and grab a plushie, or anything else that we have on sale there. We have some Pokemon plushes still. We got stress balls, which I just made one of and sent it out. So that took me a little bit. It takes me longer to make the stress balls now, which you'd think it would be the opposite. But unfortunately, like, the way that I make them now is a lot more, like, tightly knit and compact. And so I have to make, like, with more stitches. Hey, we got a tier 2 sub. Thank you very much. And I gotta turn alerts back on. Why are they not on? The alerts should be working. Hold on. Great, now I gotta test it.
Wealth, fame, power.
Okay. Well, it should be working. Whatever. There is no TTS anyway. Thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription, though. Appreciate you. And now you get early access content and uncensored content in my Discord server. You can go watch the videos now if you want. Although I wouldn't recommend that because you'll miss stream. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking I should let my my beard grow again, so that I can like I like having a full beard and not just a mustache. But the point is, I should let my mustache grow out so that I can do Eggman again for Halloween, because I did that last year and people really liked it. Because I'm already bald, so it's like, you know, whatever. Might as well own it. Yeah, I think they were the people behind the uncommitted vote, like, for the primary election in Pennsylvania. What do you get for Tier 1? Early access. Tier 1 gets you early access, Tier 2 gets you uncensored, which is not a huge step up, but it's the best I could do. Tier 3 technically gets you a sticker, and Tier 4 technically gets you a green screen video. For those who don't know, I do have a green screen. I'm thinking about changing that, though. Because, first of all, it's not that big of a draw. And second of all, like, I don't want to be doing that, like, every month for every person who has a Tier 3 and 4 subscription, if and when I get a lot more of them. But I can show you the green screen real quick, just so you can see it. I've been meaning to use it to make more emotes anyway. Hold on. So yeah. I just don't ever use it. I hung it up and I don't ever use it. Hi Gunter, our side of the internet is on fucking fire. If you're talking about the Kamala thing, I understand, and I have a few words to say about it. We'll get into it. You guys want to get into it? If you're talking about the Kamala thing, that is. Unless you're talking about Xander Hall and, all that. Which we just kind of talked about. Kurzgesagt, full name Kurzgesagt in a nutshell, is a YouTube channel and small video design studio that makes science videos. They've been in hot water themselves for using sources from the bill. Hey, there we go.
Power.
Oh, thank you so much, Guillermo del Toro. I appreciate you. For 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Gotcha, Grade the Deer. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. But if you got into it with somebody that, like, if that person is smaller... Here, we'll just look it up real quick. Oh, they're not smaller. Are you fucking kidding me? I know this guy. Okay, I know this guy. Yeah, for those who just got gifted subscriptions, check the Discord. You should have access to a new channel now. It's called Gunter Guild. The channel is called Gunter Guild. You should have access now. Don't forget to use those benefits while you can. You only last a month. Unless you want to keep paying for more. For those who don't know, you can also go to my Patreon page. Sorry, I know I'm shilling a lot. You can also go to my Patreon page and get a free week-long subscription. It will automatically start charging after a week, so cancel it before then if you don't want to be charged. But if there's a video that you just cannot wait to see on a segment that I did recently, that's a great way to look at it for free. So, or you can just go back and watch the VOD. That's another great broken secret, is just go watch the VOD. You just won't have the lovely editing that Dubsy does. I do. Like, listen, my family is my editors now, okay? And, like, I'm telling you guys, like, all of the money I make and then some from YouTube goes to my editor. Editors, I should say. My brother's one of them, but he prefers not to be, like, too in it. So, like he prefers to keep it down low. So, for all intents and purposes, I pay my editor very, very well. And so all of my money goes toward, basically all of my money from YouTube goes toward the editor. Actually, yeah, all of it and then some. Yeah, I shouldn't say basically. Yeah, Dubsy and Max. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I'm trying to, like, I want to find out a way that I can shill myself better so that I can make more money from people so that I can actually start generating some income off of this, because, you know, I would like, what my ideal situation would be is work like maybe 1 or 2 days a week at my main job, and then get to do this as like a side thing, you know what I mean? And make enough income on it so that I don't have to work more than 1 or 2 days a week at my main job. That would be amazing. And I can also get on my my fiance's insurance, and then that would work out perfectly for me. So, would be nice. But I gotta find ways to do it, because people aren't just gonna, like, some people just throw money at me, but you know. Anyway, sorry. We gotta get into a segment. Okay. All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So recently I made a video covering Bad Empanadas, basically saying that he thinks that you should vote for Trump if you live in the United States, which he's an Australia cuck, so don't listen to him just on that front. But in all seriousness, I can understand the frustration that people who have been following the Palestinian genocide feel with the Democratic administration, especially in the United States, because we've been largely the ones funding the Palestine genocide over there. Did he really? Yes, he really did say vote for Trump. Yes, he's an accelerationist. And he can try to say that it was tongue-in-cheek or whatever, but he did say it seriously. So anyway, I did pop off pretty hard in that video to the point where I was literally like, guys, there are issues that exist other than Palestine, which I stand by, okay? But I do want to make, I want to use this thing that Kamala Harris did recently to kind of segue into making a few clarifications about my position on anti-electoralism and why I still am going to vote for Kamala even in the face of this really bad fumble. So just to set the stage for you, this is the first part of Kamala Harris's response to some hecklers. Well, they're being called hecklers. I think they just should be called protesters. And the protesters were basically there chanting, Kamala, Kamala, you can't hide, we don't want a genocide, right? They were Palestinian protesters, or pro-Palestinian protesters, I should say. So I'll play the first part for you, and then I'll play the second part. And the first part I don't think is quite as bad. So this was her initial, I want to make sure you have the full context. So this is her, in horrible quality, initial response to the protesters.
Project 2025. If he is elected, it's all good. It's all good. I'm here because we believe in democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now.
Okay, so I thought that was decent. I thought that was a decent response, right? And if that had been it, that wouldn't have meant anything to me. But then she goes on, pro-Palestine protesters just disrupted Kamala's speech in Michigan. And here is her second response when they would not stop chanting.
He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
And she gives them the death stare. I'll let it play out. I don't know if there's anything else, but I'll let it play out. I say as I skip. So yeah. And then they're escorted out. So, not great. Not great. You cannot just imply that protesters against a genocide want Trump to win. They are voicing a very legitimate concern here. Okay? Now, here's a little bit of context for you. The uncommitted... there's I believe a group in Pennsylvania called Uncommitted, and they were responsible for withholding the vote from Biden during the primary. Instead, having Democratic voters go out and vote uncommitted for him, which they did an incredible job. I forget the exact number, but they got a lot of people to vote uncommitted, which was a huge statement. It was a very good statement. And I think that that kind of action is good and warranted, because what's happening in Palestine is a travesty, and Biden let that go on for too long and let Netanyahu go far, far too far with his actions against literally children, in many cases in Palestine. In most cases, I think, there were children involved. So it's a tragedy. One that never needed to happen. Let me be completely clear. Okay? So I see some people on Twitter saying things like, oh my God, she handled it perfectly. Yas queen, right? What a queen. Being brat, whatever. And that's disgusting, man. That just shows a complete lack of compassion and care for the suffering of people that you don't know, right? Simply because, like, you're disconnected enough from the issue that you don't have to care about it. I am also disconnected enough from the issue that I don't have to care about it, and yet I do, because I recognize them as people, and their suffering matters just as much as anybody's does, okay? But therein lies the rub. Their suffering matters just as much as anybody's does. And that's a point that I made in my last video where I accidentally said all lives matter and then played it up for a joke. But in all seriousness, it's a very difficult line to walk, because I think that she should be criticized, but I'm also still going to vote for her. Okay? Because I can recognize that, first of all, Donald Trump's not going to be any better on Palestine. And in fact, he's probably going to be worse. Okay, because he said during the debate that Netanyahu shouldn't stop the war. And in fact, Netanyahu should be allowed to go as far as he wants with the war. He said that during the debate. All right? Like, I heard it for myself. And that's, and on top of that, I don't know if it says anything about Israel and Project 2025. So I'll leave that aside. But, I don't trust conservatives with the levers of power, and I don't know why you would, right? And at the end of the day, we're either going to have a conservative president or a liberal president. It's not going to be a leftist. It's not going to be a communist, okay? It's simply not. We're going to have a conservative or a liberal. And I'm not voting for Kamala to endorse every single position that she has. I'm voting for Kamala to choose my battleground, as I said in the last video. This is about choosing your battleground. This is about being pragmatic, okay? Because it's much easier to protest a genocide and actually, organize under a liberal administration than a conservative one, where they'll just, if they see you organizing for leftist causes, they'll just round you up and throw you in jail. As we've seen during Black Lives Matter, during, what was the other one? We're talking about during the Palestinian protests as well, which some liberals did as well, to be fair, but conservatives do it like so blatantly and so openly, and they don't have any concern at all or consideration for what people have to say about it. And liberals at least need to pretend to care at the very minimum, okay? Which I think is better than just being outwardly, openly disgusting about it. A liberal is amenable to our position, unlike a fascist who could quite literally end us or jail us, to Alex's point. Exactly. I think we should be pressuring Harris and Walz more on the Palestine issue. We should. I don't want the pressure to let up. Do not let them forget who they're working for, okay? Don't let them forget it. On the other hand, I will refer you to this tweet that I made, where I said, I'm voting for Kamala. Some leftist on Twitter. You're literally a child murderer. And that's the other side of this coin, where we now have people who are so fervently against Kamala because she's not being leftist enough for that. And to be clear, she's not doing enough, okay? But you have to remember a couple of things. One, she's running for president in the United States, which is still pretty Zionist, okay? Two, her domestic policies are far and away much better than Donald Trump's, even if you don't consider the fact that she's likely going to be better foreign-wise as well. Okay, so even just based on domestic policies, if you ignore the foreign policy part, which I know it sounds bad to do that, but just bear with me. Because if there's no difference between them on the foreign policy, and you're saying that to me, then and I know that one of the two, right, is going to be president at the end of the day, then I'm going to take the one with the better domestic policy, which is far and away Kamala Harris. And if you don't believe me, let's take a look at something real quick. I didn't have this pulled up, so give me a second. Because I was arguing with the tanky. Where are you at? There you are. So let me just give you guys a little sample of what we're headed towards with a Trump presidency. Okay, or what actually happened during the Trump presidency. Just a sample, right? We have a list of attacks on the Trump-Pence administration has levied against LGBTQ people. So this is what they've already done. This was during his first term. Opposition to the Equality Act. Despite support from almost every segment of the U.S. population and a majority of Republicans, President Trump opposed the Equality Act. In May, the House passed the Equality Act, voting to guarantee critical non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ people, among other crucial rights. Appointed anti-LGBTQ judges. We already know that, right? He appointed Supreme Court judges, which he can do more of, okay, if he's president again. Joked about Pence's desire to hang LGBTQ people. In 2017, he joked about Vice President Pence's anti-gay agenda, saying, don't ask that guy, he wants to hang them all. And still, he chose him as vice president. Supported employment discrimination against LGBTQ people. Banned transgender service members from the military. I talk about this one a lot. Despite 70% of Americans in the armed forces of allied countries, Trump and Pence banned transgender people from serving in the military. Rolled back Obama-era non-discrimination policies. Upended previous DOJ interpretations of the Civil Rights Act that protected transgender and non-binary workers from employment discrimination. Issued rule to license discrimination. Trump's Department of Labor issued a regulation designed to allow federal contractors to claim a religious exemption to fire LGBTQ workers because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Kicked people living with HIV out of the military because of their status. Created a hostile work environment for LGBTQ federal employees. Undermined Section 1557 rule of the Affordable Care Act to remove explicit protections for LGBTQ people in healthcare programs and activities by excluding LGBTQ people from protections from discrimination based on sex stereotyping and gender identity. Advocated for the elimination of the entire Affordable Care Act. This would jeopardize the healthcare for over 130 million people with pre-existing conditions like HIV and eliminate non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ people. Created a religious discrimination division. He made a new office whose sole purpose was would be to defend physicians and other medical professionals who decide to refuse care to LGBTQ patients. Proposed cutting over $1.35 billion from PEPFAR budget, or 29%. PEPFAR is the U.S. government program that fights AIDS abroad. And the list goes on. 1, 2, 3. Okay? I have 3 full tweets like that. All with plenty of info. This is all from hrc.org. You can go look for yourself. Okay? So, this person fairly retorted. Good thing Biden used this term to, well, it's snarky, but it's fair, I suppose. Just asking about what Biden actually did to help. Here's what Biden's administration did. April 26, 2024. Finalizes rule to strengthen Affordable Care Act protections. In 2022, the latest rule incorporates protections on the basis of sexual orientation and improves pre-existing protections for gender identity, mandating non-discrimination in healthcare and insurance coverage for LGBTQ plus Americans. Most of you probably already know about the Title IX rule. It's to protect LGBTQ plus students and combat sexual assault and harassment. In major victory for equality, HHS finalizes rule reversing Trump-era license to discriminate regulation. Biden administration files lawsuit challenging Tennessee's life-saving care ban. Filed a lawsuit against the state of Tennessee challenging the constitutionality of recently enacted legislation banning age-appropriate, medically necessary, gender-affirming care for transgender youth. So as you can see, Biden's administration has performed, and that's just like the start. There's an entire list on hrc.org that you can go through. An entire list. Let's just go through a couple more. Just 1 or 2 more. Department of Education, Justice, and HHS release message for transgender students. Highlighted the administration's work to combat discrimination in schools and offered support and guidance to any students in need. August 13th, White House appoints 2 openly LGBTQ plus leaders to U.S. Ability One Commission. Nominates 2 openly LGBTQ plus women to federal bench. Forms interagency working group focused on safety, inclusion, and opportunity for transgender individuals. So as you can see, right, there are moves being made in favor of queer people. Okay? Under the Biden administration. I also want to show you something else that I don't have pulled up. That I saw in an actual Jake video recently. Tim Walz trans child. There's an image. Here we go. Walz made Minnesota... Hold on. Here we go. Walz moves to protect those seeking gender-affirming care. This is him with a trans child. This is a picture of probably who is going to be the prospective future vice president with a trans child. That's huge. Absolutely huge. Okay? I'm not saying Kamala and Walz are perfect. Of course they're not. But this is pretty important. This is what I mean when I say Palestine is not the only issue that matters. Of course it matters. It matters a lot. And there's a lot of people being killed over there and suffering. being tortured. All right? It's disgusting. And we should speak out against it at every fucking turn that we can. But think about what you're putting on the line by saying either don't vote for these people or literally vote against them. Like Bad Madonna would have you do. Okay? So, one more thing real quick. I meant to do this first. So this is what, I want to also show you Kamala Harris's statement after the rally. Vice President Harris's campaign has issued this statement after her Detroit rally. Prior to the rally, she met with supporters of the Palestinian cause from the group Uncommitted National Movement, and at the rally, she faced some protests from, this is not true, I believe. I believe the protesters were not committed to the cause. Like, they weren't part of the cause. So this is a little bit of false info here. The protesters are separate from the group. Here's the statement. Since October 7th, the Vice President has prioritized engaging with Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian community members and others regarding the war in Gaza. In this brief engagement, she reaffirmed that her campaign will continue to engage with those communities. The Vice President has been clear. She will always work to ensure Israel is able to defend itself against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist groups. The Vice President is focused on securing the ceasefire and hostage deal currently on the table. As she has said, it is time for this war to end in a way where Israel is secure, hostages are released, the suffering of Palestinian civilians ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, freedom, and self-determination. It's not perfect, but invoking the language of self-determination for the Palestinian people is very important. That's big, guys. Can you imagine Donald Trump saying anything like that? Can you? The best that he's ever said, I looked for it, right? And to be fair, he has not said a whole lot on the Israel-Palestine conflict. But his peace negotiation during his term was just stacking the deck in favor of Israel. And then it was a temporary ceasefire, and then they were right back to what they were doing. Additionally, he said, like I said, during his debate with Biden, he said Netanyahu should be able to do whatever he wants. Okay? So, I guess in my brain, okay, when I logic through this, I really can't see any reason that you would not vote for Kamala and Walz. I just don't. I don't see any reason. Like, this is to say nothing of like their stance on labor issues, on feeding children in schools, making sure that we don't accumulate lunch debt for children, right? Because holy shit, that's a thing. Wow. You know, just like basic policies like that, just like common, you know, anything that anybody with common decency. And also she said during one of her speeches, I think in Pennsylvania, her Pennsylvania speech, she said healthcare should be a right. Okay? And yeah, you can just say that that's flowery language, but you're putting the idea out there. It's still important. Okay? Their words matter. Donald Trump doesn't want any of that shit. All right? So if you want people to vote for him, you are either an accelerationist or a fucking conservative. And at this point, I don't have time to differentiate between the two. Now, let me also say this. As I've also said, the Palestinian genocide is horrific. It's disgusting. It is beyond words. Okay, there are people who have gone over there who have already worked in disaster areas before and said it's incomprehensible. It's the worst suffering I've ever seen. It's not good, guys. It's really not. And we cannot put that on the side. We can't table that. Okay? So Kamala and Walz need to be reminded all the time that this is an important issue. And that's why I stand by the protesters who were at her rally. I don't care if they're voting for her. I don't give a shit. That's not the point. The point is, I stand by those protesters. And everybody's saying that those protesters were hecklers or they didn't know what they're doing. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid. You're a dumbass. You've disconnected yourself so utterly from your humanity that you don't give a shit about people overseas because you simply don't see them or hear them. I don't want any of that in my community, and if I see it, I'll ban you. Okay? Anybody protesting the genocide over there has my support. But I also want to say this, like, well, there's one other thing I want to add to that. If you truly do not want to vote for Kamala Harris, for a liberal administration because of the Palestinian genocide, I can understand where you're coming from. You're coming from a good place. Okay? You're coming from a good place. Especially if you're from the area, right? Like, let's say that you had your family bombed over there. Would you vote for the people who are responsible for that? Would you? Like, what would you possibly say to a person who had their entire family killed in Palestine about why they should vote for the liberals who facilitated that? Like, let's say it happened during Biden's administration. How can you possibly tell them that, yeah, you should vote for his VP, actually, again? It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter to them. And so to them, I say, I'm very sorry. And I know that it's a difficult, to say the very least, a very, very difficult situation over there. And I could not imagine being in that position. I can't. And so if you're deeply connected to what's going on over there, or you care a lot about it, and for that reason you won't vote for a liberal administration, I don't think there's much that I can say to you to convince you. What I do hope is that you then don't turn around and call people who are voting for Kamala and Walz genocide defenders or genocide supporters. Because you know that's not the case, and it's very bad faith to say that. Just as you are making that decision because of your circumstances, people who do vote for Kamala are making that decision due to their own circumstances. Maybe they have gay and trans family members. Okay? Maybe they can't afford their insulin. Okay? And they know that a liberal administration is far more... Like, Biden did reduce costs, at least for insulin for seniors, which is a half of a half measure. But it's something, and you ain't gonna get that from the fucking conservatives. All right? So, I empathize strongly with the people who do not want to vote for a liberal administration because of the Palestinian genocide. And Kamala's not helping. This did not help. It didn't help. It was a bad look. And shame on you, Kamala, for thinking that you can just brush off protesters and say, go fuck yourself. She said, go fuck yourself to those protesters. Let's make no mistake about it. It was a really bad look. And it's important to recognize that. I do think that she's doing more than Biden would do for Palestine, but she needs to be better about that and be more cognizant of how she looks at all times. At the same time, I don't want to hear this, so I don't want to hear people shitting on the protesters. And here's the other thing I don't want to hear. People saying that I'm supporting a genocide by voting for Kamala. I don't want to hear it. Can you make some complete sentences so I can understand what you're... Oh, sorry, you're talking to somebody else. Ariana said white people should never tell Arab Americans, Middle Eastern Americans, or Palestinian Americans to vote for Harris. No, I think that you should... Like, that would literally be better for them than if Trump won. I don't discriminate when I tell people that they should vote for Harris. Everybody should vote for Harris. A Harris presidency will benefit everybody. So, I don't buy into that. My family relies on a bunch of government programs that the right wants to get rid of. Not to mention my best friends are trans, so it's very much in my best interest to vote blue. Just go fuck yourself would have been better, and essentializing them as Trump voters is... Yeah, that's the other thing. Saying that they're Trump voters or that they want Trump to win was disgusting. That was a disgusting move. It was heinous, and I don't stand by that. But I'm still voting for her. I'm still voting for her. Sorry. Withholding your vote does not work in this circumstance. Everybody wants a quick, simple fix to their problems, and withholding your vote until the representative in that party does what you want is not a viable solution. Okay? You need to organize locally, make sure that your local politicians are doing the shit that you want them to do. Okay? And vote in primaries. Withhold votes in primaries. Okay? You cannot change the fact that at the end of the day, it's either going to be Kamala or Trump. Unless you want to pull what that guy did in Pennsylvania. Okay, and if you don't got the balls to do that, which you shouldn't, because I don't condone fucking political violence, so I'm not saying do it. But what I am saying is, barring that, you're either gonna have Kamala or Trump. That's just the bottom line. So I'll take Kamala. Sadly, the American political system is not able to account for any nuance since there can only be two viable options in a first-past-the-post system. Yes, exactly. We should have ranked choice, but we don't. So there you go. We also shouldn't have, like, there's a bunch of shit that's wrong with the election system in the United States. I disagree. She met with the leaders of the uncommitted vote and they had a good, productive meeting. She gave grace to those protesters in the audience. They kept being rude. It's a protest against a genocide. The point is to be rude. You cannot tell people protesting a genocide, a legitimate concern about children dying, man, that they're being rude. You can't do that. You can't brush them off. As a Latinx transgender individual, most of our healthcare system comes from Mexico. We do sympathize with Palestinians. We live through cartel wars. We have to vote for Kamala. Yes, thank you. And also, those protesters weren't from the organization, I believe. That's a false rumor going around. In general, the vast majority of actions against genocide is justified. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, don't vote in the United States election fraudulently if you don't live here. That's another thing. I know you're just naming Nova. Yeah, I don't feel like you had to clarify that to Queen Laura. I think that you two are like very much on the same wavelength mentally. Like all the time. Speaking from what happened in my country, vote while you still can because you end up with a conservative liberal party and no way out. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you know, if Trump wins, it very well could be the last election you ever vote in. Anyway, to put a lid on this, I don't think this will influence the results of the election immensely, but that's not the point here. The point is that Kamala did a fucky-wucky, to say the least. Well, not to say the least. It was a fucky-wucky, right? It was a bad moment. And hopefully we see more tact from her moving forward. I do want to see, like, more... Like, I want to see people go out and make their voices heard, both in, you know, at Democrat... protests, both at Democratic rallies and also at conservative rallies. I would like to see more at conservative rallies, actually, to be honest with you guys, okay? It's not that you're going to get the conservatives to listen, but you can at least get them to say the quiet part out loud, right? So, I was back and forth on that, but yeah, I mean, you should do it to both sides. At the same time, I'm not going to try to convince other leftists to vote for Kamala if they've already made up their mind. I've already said this before, but I'll say it's worth repeating. It's a genocide, guys. They have the right to be emotional about that. You know, and if that emotion drives them to not want to vote for a liberal institution, you're not going to convince them. So you should stop wasting time on them, like in terms of like convincing them to vote. You'd be much more pragmatic getting like centrists or uncommitted or undecided voters to vote for Kamala. People like my brother who are undecided, which I don't know how you can be in this political environment, but there you go. So yeah, hopefully Kamala does better. I'm still voting for her, and I hope I made my case. I just really want people to understand where I'm coming from, and I know that the people who are not voting for her, most of them are coming from a good place themselves. They just have a gut feeling, an emotional reaction to what's going on, a very understandable one, to what's going on over there in Palestine, okay? And they can't bring themselves to vote for liberals. Fine. My issue comes in when you start telling people who are voting for the liberals that they're supporting a genocide. No, the fuck they're not, dumbass. No, they're not. So I don't want to hear none of that shit. I'm voting for Kamala. I think that she'll be better for Palestine. I think she'll be better for America. All right. Hopefully I made my case there. Sorry that was a more serious segment. We got more fun stuff to look at. Those protesters weren't the ones she spoke to were Rashida Tlaib's sister and a guy who worked for Cori Bush? Yeah. But there's suffering in other parts of the world and you only care about this because it's popular and in the news? An ironic argument my friend made. I mean, like, it's the news cycle. Like, anything that you can only hear what the news feeds you, right? Or what you seek out. And usually it's what the news feeds you because most people are too busy to seek out their own info. So, if you hear something bad happens in the news, you're going to say, yeah, that's a bad thing. I don't think that should happen. You can't turn around and tell that person and be like, well, you only care about that because you heard about it. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. By voting, and I'm not trying to guilt anyone, we are attempting to avert 2 genocides. Exactly. That's like saying homeless people starving in the US shouldn't matter because other people are starving in the world. Yeah, it's just stupid. It's just stupid. I should have also said that I stand by, well, no, I said that I stand by what I said about Bad Empanada. He's a worm. As are all tankies. Hiding behind the fucking Palestinians to pretend like they're doing anything. Trump literally called Biden and Harris Hamas. Yeah, I believe it. I used to be in the alt-right years ago. I was a conservative, I feel you. I know their language and code switch. Glad I'm not in that cult. It's so great to be free from those chains of systemic oppression and be myself. There you go. I feel the same way. We love our former fascies, far-right, conservatives, whatever. Love it. Vosh raid? Ooh, let's go! Vosh raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're just talking about, we already finished the segment, but we just went over, I guess I'll reiterate for all the Vosh people, since there's quite a lot of you, more than I usually get. I was just going over, like, what she did and then, like, what she said afterwards and why I still believe that, you know, I was going back and forth with a lot of people on Twitter about why we still need to vote for her. I have some, like, friends and family that aren't voting for her because of the Palestinian genocide, and it doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't.
Bald men are afraid of nothing.
What the fuck? That is an old ass. That is an old ass alert. Hold on. That's a really old alert. I gotta fix that. Give me just a second, guys. Streamlabs. I fixed my alerts recently, and it kind of fucked some stuff up, so it's like half fixed. Imagine coming to Gunther's stream because Voosh said so. Lol. Yeah, imagine doing anything Voosh says. Ew. That guy. That guy. Ew. Alert box.
You don't know how fucking ripped
Jesus.
Alec is.
I gotta turn that off. Disabled. Save. Okay. That should work. Those are Twitch alerts. I don't do Twitch anymore. But yeah, basically what I said was, don't waste your time on leftists who are, like, to summarize for the people who just got here. What Kamala did was wrong. What the protesters did was based and cool and good. Don't shit on the protesters like I've seen people on Twitter doing because they're dipshits. I'm still voting for Kamala, and don't tell people that if they vote for Kamala, they're complicit in a genocide. Those are my main points summed up. And also, don't waste your time on leftists who are already committed to not voting. Don't waste your time. It's not worth it. They're responding emotionally, very understandably, emotionally to the circumstances going on overseas. And some of them will try to rationalize it, but there's no rationalization for voting for either not voting at all or voting for Trump, okay? Which is something that Bada Panada would have you do. We went over his video recently about that, so.
Wealth, fame, power.
Vosh bad true you.
Very true. Thank you very much, Glitzmaster, for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. Great time to shill my shit. Hey, stick around, okay? I got stuff to shill to you guys. So who likes plushies? Who likes crochet plushies? Anybody? For those who didn't know, I'm a crocheter, okay? You can see right here. I did this little thing. It's a little sloppy, but I did it quickly. It's a little cat, little ball cat, okay? It's for a friend of mine. But you can buy plushies and other assorted things on my, sorry, I'm fucking this up so bad, on my shop, etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs, which I'll link. You can also find the link in the description of the YouTube video. Get over there. But here's what we got. So we got coasters that you can put your drinks on. We got stress balls. Stickers. I'm selling Sfeel inspired, not Sfeel, because it's not actually Sfeel, of course. Sfeel inspired pocket creatures, right? Sfeel inspired pocket creatures that you can see there. So I'm selling, let's see, what else I got? I got a Voltorb, I got a Jigglypuff, I got keychains, stickers, all that good stuff. So get on over there, get your gear, get your stuff. I guess since you're here, I'll show you some of the other stuff I've made. Maybe. Nah, no, not right now. There's a lot to pull out. Gunter Grabs is a sick name. Thank you. It was going to be Gunter Gear, but Gunter Gear was taken. So then I went with Gunter Grabs. And hopefully none of my personal info showed. I do not want to dox myself today. But I went on an incognito tab, so it should be fine. We got some reviews here as well, which I will not show because I don't want to dox anybody, but I'll read them. The stress ball was well made and a nice trinket to have. Amazing quality. I love them very much. Very cute Pokemon. Love it. And very nice cuddly friend. Very soft and well put together. Makes a very nice desk buddy. Here, I'll pull up some pictures too. Some other pictures. The unidentified seal-like... Yes, the spherical seal-like pocket monster. Yes, exactly. My power went out, so I'm on my phone. Ouch. Let's see. Here we go. We got some more pictures from satisfied customers. I do also take commissions, although I'm backed up on them right now, so I probably won't be taking any more right now. But here is Cyndaquil. Very satisfied customer right there. As you can see, she is soying and pogging at the same time. Or they are, I should say. They are. We got the Sfeel delivered safely to the house. And a custom doggy that I made with stumpy arms and legs. Because they said that was fine. And arms and legs are difficult to do. Do the White Nervosa sites have mobile? Yeah, if you're on Android, it should be pretty easy. You just have to add it to your desktop. Or, sorry, add to home screen, I think. And the stress balls, yeah. So come buy this shit. I'm trying to get rid of it. We're overstocked. I just reduced prices too, so get over there. That's so cute. Thank you. That was for Jazz Dog, who you may know as the guy who did various songs for various streamers. Did Riverboat Jack's song. Did a theme song for me. I can play that real quick. Who wants to hear my theme music while I ramble? Or is it? Hold on. That's not it. Oh. That's the wrong folder, that's why. There we go. That is not what should be in my play queue. Hold on. Here it is. So this is this was for Jazz Dog, whose song you're listening to now. Love to have an Eevee-like plushie of equal plausible deniability. Can't afford anything though. That's okay. Just being here helps a lot. You guys are the best. We got more segments to do. We got the somber one over with because we talked a lot about Palestine, which is very somber. But we've got some fun stuff to do too. So stick around. It's not going to be just ads the entire time, I promise. Blushy. Blushy, get yours. Get yours. Also join the Discord. You can find that in the link. You can find the link in the YouTube video description, or type !Discord in the site chat. Join the Discord. Do it. I take video suggestions. I'm so kind as to take you guys' video suggestions so that it keeps me from having to do actual work. Speaking of which, I gotta look over them. We'll look over them in a little bit. Okay. I need Twitter. We got a debate review.
Doing a rap about a man named Alec Gunter. Tricking this girl and I straight up Alex stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football called this dude Alec Punter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Like this literally cheap.
Are you going to DNC in Chicago? Hell no. I am not. I don't think I'll be traveling for a while to do anything political, at least. I already did the thing with in Yonkers in New York. I'm not used to traveling. I'm not a travel guy. I've only been on a plane like 5 times in my entire life. So I went to Yonkers, New York. I'm going, this isn't political, but I'm going on vacation with Katie in a few weeks here. And I probably won't be, like, I'm just trying to save money. All of my money that I make from YouTube goes toward my editors. And then some. So I have to pull out of my regular paycheck as well for my regular job. So anything that you guys can provide helps. And I'm also trying to save money by not going on expensive trips. So DNC is a no-go. Thank you for asking, though. Everything is, in fact, political. True. All right, that's good. The song had like 20 seconds left. Okay. Who wants to go over a debate? If we had high-speed rail, maybe you'd travel more. Yeah, it'd be nice. Okay, we got a special one for you. So apparently, this debate has gone viral on TikTok, according at least to the person who posted this. And I wanted to go over it. So, I don't like that Twitter does this. I don't know what that is. So this is going to be, I believe, a Muslim versus a Christian. Both religions of which I don't ascribe to them. I don't find either of them particularly special in any way. I'm an atheist. I don't care about religion, but I did think that this would be interesting. So let's hear out what they have to say and see if we side with one over the other.
I'm a Muslim.
Sorry, that's very loud.
I'm a Muslim. What we learned about Jesus, peace be upon him, is that we love him.
Yes.
We love all the prophets, Moses, Abraham, and we adore them and we follow them. We learn in the Bible that Jesus used to fall on his face in prayer. We do that 5 times a day.
Beautiful.
We learn that Jesus worshiped the one true God. That's who we follow. So my question is that as a Muslim who loves and adores and follows the teachings of Jesus, will I be punished or go to hell if I don't follow your idea of what Jesus was or what he taught according to Christianity?
Is this music going to get me copyright stricken? If it is, then we have to cancel the segment. We'll take the risk.
If Muhammad spoke the truth, I'm going to hell, because I'm a blasphemer. I'm worshiping Jesus as God. If Jesus spoke the truth, that he's God in human form who bled and died on a cross to forgive me and to give me eternal life, if Jesus spoke the truth, I'm going to heaven, because my faith is
My hot take is anybody who believes that there actually is a hell is probably not the best person, because they're convinced that things that they are doing are not, like, either they're convinced that the things they're doing are not going to lead them to that hell, right? Or like they're content with like worshiping somebody. Like, I don't know. The entire concept of hell is just completely toxic and damaging and nothing but that. Are you Islamic or Cringeton? Ooh, good question. Well, I have to answer Islamic, right? Can we agree that both bad? Yes, both bad. I don't really care that much if you're Christian or Muslim or Jewish or whatever. Like, I don't care. It's when you start imposing your beliefs on other people that it becomes a problem, which unfortunately many of them do. So it becomes like a holistic kind of distaste, more often than not, unfortunately. More Pascal's wager. I need to go back a little bit.
I'm going to hell because I'm a blasphemer. I'm worshiping the cross to forgive me and to give me eternal life. If Jesus spoke the truth, I'm going to heaven because my faith is in him. Why would I choose to trust Jesus instead of Muhammad? Because although I have a great deal of respect for Muhammad, like one of the 5 pillars, give alms to the poor, I obviously respect that.
Didn't Muhammad okay, I could be wrong on this, but did he not canonically, like in the Quran, like have relations with an underage girl? Did he not do that? Because if that's the case, then no, I don't have respect for Muhammad. Sorry. Like, if you believe in that version of Muhammad and you think that he's like worthy of like worship, then he did. Okay. Like, yeah, sorry, I can't ascribe to that.
Obviously respect.
If you don't believe that Muhammad did that and you worship him, that's different, but like that is what the Quran says.
The way Muhammad believed that Jesus was born of a virgin, lived a sinless life, ascended to heaven, is coming back a second time. I agree with all of that. Muhammad made a crucial mistake. He denied
he had relations with an underage girl.
The deity of Christ. Now, when was Muhammad born? 570 AD, which means he obviously never met Christ. Matthew, Mark, John, Peter, James met Christ, and they all insisted that Christ claimed to be God. Repeated.
Wait, Christ came way before Muhammad. What? There was no way to meet him. There was no way he could have met him, right? Married at 6, consummated at 9. Oof. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Repeatedly in the Quran, it is stated, Jesus is not God. He's a good prophet, but he's not God. Repeatedly in the New Testament, it's stated, Jesus is God in human form. Now, I have a decision to make. Who am I going to trust? A man who lived 500 years after the fact, or people who lived during the life of Christ, met him and talked with him? So, if you're seriously considering Islam, you better read the Quran. And all I'm doing is standing here saying, if you're really interested about Jesus Christ, you owe it to yourself
This is some dynamic camera work.
to read the Gospels, the eyewitness accounts of Jesus, and ask yourself, does the evidence point to...
Yeah, but the guys who wrote the Bible were not the ones who saw Jesus. Like, that came way after. That came way after. We don't even know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were real people. We just called the books those things. So these are not first-hand accounts. They're second-hand. They're, by definition, second-hand accounts. Also correct, but I don't believe Jesus was a real person, as we don't have any proof to show the wrong. To show me wrong. Sorry, there's a little... You can't see, but there's a little heart that blocks the last word sometimes. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't have anything to say about that. I don't really care if Jesus was real or not. It doesn't change anything about what I believe as far as God goes.
to him being reliable or not? Does that make sense?
It does. So, first of all, I respect you a lot for telling people to read the Quran. I 100% agree.
Yep.
I used to be a Christian and I finished the Bible. I read it myself.
Yep.
I had issues with the deity of Christ itself after.
But not issues with the deity of, well, not a deity, I guess, but the prophet of Muhammad, right?
Reading the Bible, because you said that who do we trust, Muhammad, peace be upon him, or Jesus, peace be upon him? I said that Muhammad, first of all, did not author the Quran. He was a messenger of the words of God. The Quran claims to be the infallible word of God itself, whereas the Bible was written by humans themselves as gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, whereas the Quran claims to be the word of God itself transferred through prophets and as an oral tradition. The Quran isn't even a book. The Quran is an oral tradition. My friend here has memorized.
Well, I don't think that matters. Thank you very much, Saki Tanuki, for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. Jesus isn't even his name. It's the romanization of Yeshua, Hebrew for Joshua. Yeah. So, but I don't think that matters either. But yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true.
The whole thing covered to
Sorry, I'm like zoning out while this is going on. The music is like capturing my attention too much. I have to go back a little bit.
He was a messenger of the words of God. The Quran claims to be the infallible word of God itself, whereas the Bible was written by humans themselves as gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Okay, but did he say that? But first of all, I respect people. Yeah, after reading, because you said, "Do we trust Muhammad or Jesus?"
I said that Muhammad, first of all, did not author the Quran. He was a messenger of the words of God. The Quran claims to be the infallible word of God itself.
So he wrote the words. So he did author it. He wrote the words. Like, if the only way to not ascribe the Quran to Muhammad himself is to say that God is real, you have to already assume that God is real and was whispering in Muhammad's ear the things to write. Right? So he did author it because you don't have any, like, you haven't evidenced that God himself exists.
Whereas the Bible was written by humans themselves
My guy's miracles are
as gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, whereas the Quran claims to be the word of God itself transferred through prophets and as an oral tradition. The Quran isn't even a book. The Quran is an oral tradition.
This is just a cat fight. This is a slapping match. It doesn't mean anything. Like, they're just fighting over which, exactly, what people are saying in chat already. Like, my Sky Daddy's better than your Sky Daddy, or my version of the Sky Daddy's better than your. It doesn't matter.
Tradition. My friend here is
I still want
memorized
to
the
see
whole
what
thing
happens.
cover to cover.
Okay.
Because it's an oral tradition, not a book.
Fair enough.
So the reason why we give preference to the Quran over the Bible is because, first of all, it's preserved in its original language, that's Arabic. Whereas Jesus spoke Aramaic. He did not speak Greek. He did not speak Hebrew. He spoke Aramaic. So we're learning about Jesus in a language that he didn't even speak, first of all. And also, when you read the Bible, you see multiple verses where Jesus says, when someone came up to him and said, "Oh, good teacher," he said, "Why do you call me good? Only the Father is good." In another passage, he says,
only God is good.
Only God is good.
Right.
But why would he create the
stupid.
distinction between...
But, like, only God is good is a stupid message. There are a lot of things that are good. Pizza's pretty good. I don't know. I got store brand Big K citrus drop. Definitely not Mountain Dew. I think that's pretty good. You know, I think my family's pretty cool. I think my friends are pretty cool. What are we watching? We're watching a debate between a Muslim and a Christian.
Him not being good, but saying God is good.
Because the guy said, "Good teacher, teacher."
So he was his teacher at the time.
No. And Jesus says right there, time out. If you're simply going to acknowledge I'm a teacher, don't give me this gibberish.
I mean, they're both acknowledging that, like, God is real. So I guess that makes them equally, like, that makes them on the same playing field at least.
No. And Jesus says right there, time out. If you're simply going to acknowledge I'm a teacher, don't give me this gibberish that I'm good. Because nobody's good except God. But Jesus obviously claimed to be good. He obviously claimed to be God. The guy was not acknowledging it. He was the...
So he said only God is good, and I'm good, therefore I'm God. Well, I guess the logic tracks.
Denying it.
He says, the Father is greater than I.
Yes.
Everything I do is through the will of the Father. Why create that distinction between him and the Father?
That's a good question. I do like his questioning about the Trinity.
He's claiming equivalency with the Father himself.
Because he humbled himself, limited himself, and passed down the birth canal of a woman named Mary, and he was a human being.
Underage woman. Actually, underage girl. There's no such thing as an underage woman. It was a girl. Remember that, like, the Christians aren't any better than the Muslims when it comes to that. Like, they literally think that Yahweh himself impregnated a 13-year-old girl or some shit. Like, they're both pretty fucked up.
Who was not omnipresent. He lived in Palestine, and he never visited Austin, Texas, or the Big Apple, or Saudi Arabia. So he obviously limited himself as the omnipresent God. He limits himself, becomes a human being, and yeah, the Father's greater than I.
Everything I do is through the power of the Father. Nothing I do is of my own action.
Why could the whole thing not have been without the music? I think it's better without the music. One of the reasons that I can't stand TikTok is, like, because I can't react to shit on there because of the music.
So why would you
I just
say
really love
that
D&D
if he's not God himself, if he doesn't have the power to do all these things, then why would he call himself God? The answer that we have is he doesn't. He calls himself a prophet, a messenger of God, What he teaches, I believe. What he
Okay,
said, I
fine.
believe.
But don't you understand? If you stand there and say the Quran is the Word of God, and I stand here and say the New Testament's the Word of God, it's going to get us nowhere. Because you cannot show the Quran's the Word of God the same way I cannot show that the New Testament's the Word of God.
A very solid point. A very solid point. Neither of you can prove that or substantiate that your book is directly from God. So he does win, like 1 point for this guy. Dubsy, are we keeping score? 1 point for the Muslim guy. What did he say again that I gave him a point for? Oh yeah, going for the Trinity, and then 1 point for, we're basically doing sports now. Religion sports. 1 point to the Christian for pointing out that neither, like the good point that neither book necessarily, we can't substantiate that they came directly from God.
Here and say the New Testament's the
1 to
Word
1.
of God. It's going to get us nowhere. Because you cannot show the Quran's the Word of God the same way I cannot show that the New Testament's the Word of God.
Absolutely can.
No, you cannot.
Yes, we can.
You cannot show that any
Yeah,
book is the
you
Word
can't.
of God. It's impossible.
Are you historic? Like
The
familiar
Christian's
with
correct.
the process of mass transmission, right? How do we know anything happened in the history of the world? How do we know the Roman Empire existed? It's because everyone says the Roman Empire existed. It's called mass.
No. We have evidence for it. We have evidence for that, dipshit. We have, like, actual structures and writings and, archaeological evidence. And the only reason that we would deny any of that evidence is to make up our own shit, you know? Like, obviously we can't know for sure every factual thing that happened back then. But we can draw conclusions, you know, from the evidence. This is not all just word of mouth. If it were, then we'd still believe in, like, Viking gods and shit. Which we might as well, you know, we already, like, have most people believing in a monotheistic religion. Might as well just go, like, for any of them. Who cares at that point? The Christian's getting butthurt. Tone sounds aggravated. But he is correct in this instance. Give another point to the Christian for the Muslim not understanding that, like, how history works.
Transmission. Hundreds of thousands of people are agreeing on the same thing. It is taken as fact.
Thank you, Mistress Lynn, for the tier 2 subscription. I appreciate that very much. Oh, it worked, kind of.
Hello, less than 3.
I don't know why it kind of worked that time. I gotta get that fixed. Thank you very much.
Historically, as a historical principle.
So hundreds of thousands of people believe the Quran's the Word of God, and hundreds of thousands of people believe the Bible's the Word of God. So what does that tell you?
It tells us that, yes, we believe the Injil, the gospel that was given to Jesus Christ, is the Word of God. However, we don't believe it was preserved properly, and the Bible we have today is not the Bible that was given to Jesus, because he spoke Aramaic, and the Bible, the oldest Bible we have now, is written in Greek.
Give another point to the Muslim for pointing out all of the translations. I do believe that we do technically still have the original translation of the Quran.
It cannot be the same. It's impossible. However, the Quran given to Muhammad, peace be upon him,
It's 2
is
to
in
2.
Arabic. It's memorized in Arabic. He's memorized the whole thing in Arabic.
Can I have a
Good for him. Good for him.
I have a chain of narration connecting the Quran I have memorized
Good.
with the Quran Muhammad revealed in that.
Guys, I'm sorry. You're not listening to me. We're not making any headway, okay?
I agree. That was kind of pointless. I just saw that the debate was going viral, and so I was like, hey, why not? We'll take a look. We got two, monotheistic guys squabbling over which version of the same God is, like, the correct one. So I thought it'd be fun to go over. Anyway, this came out to a tie. Unfortunately, it came out to a draw. So I just think they're both equally stupid. Actually, I take it back. Dubsy, give 1 point to the Muslim for not invoking... Well, no, never mind. Cut this part out. Weird that it went viral. I agree. I need a better debate than that. Also, I should mention with the tier 2s, if you do come to the site chat... Did I already shield the site chat? If you come to the site chat, you're much more likely to get a gifted subscription, which will get you early access to my videos. There are a couple of early access videos available right now on my Discord server for subscribers on the site. Once you get a subscription, you will get automatic early access. It's a channel on my Discord server, which you should join if you haven't already. Didn't shield the site? Thank you. Yes, you can find the link on the site with exclamation Discord, or you can go to the description of the YouTube channel, or sorry, of the YouTube video, and go there that way. Mr. Slyn, you also get uncensored versions, so that's cool. Some people wonder why some of us see them arguing this nonsense and choose to just worship pop culture icons instead. Yes, worship your idols. Just worship the idols. It's honestly like the same. Debates are a sucker's game. Go play Elden Ring. Eh. Last time I played Elden Ring, the Voshites left. They all left. I'm just saying. I was in the middle of playing Elden Ring. I boosted up a little bit. Like my viewership boosted up and then it went right back down. You all left. All of you. I thought better of you. Listen, Alec, we've got trauma. From Elden Ring? I guess you have watched Vosh play a lot of it. It's even more nonsensical that they want that knowledge in public schools. I agree. Yeah, I definitely, like... I think it's fine to teach your kids about your religion and have them, like, you know... like, if you earnestly believe these things, I can understand that. I still think that even if you actually believe in hell, I don't believe that teaching kids about that is acceptable. It's like teaching kids about, like, you know, how to, like... It'd be like teaching a 7-year-old about, like, the finer principles of, like, BDSM. Like, don't do it, okay? You can teach them that, like, there is...
fame, power.
There it goes.
We always hear about oral traditions. Why do we never hear about anal traditions?
That's a great question. I'm here for the anal traditions. Good point. Thank you very much for another 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. As you can see there, you might get a gifted sub if you're on the site. It's the same as Vosh's, very easy to set up. What was I saying before? Oh yeah. I just feel like teaching kids about hell is just not acceptable. I think it's abusive. Is hell even a thing in the Bible? I believe it is, yeah. Because, like, the whole point is that, like, the gates of heaven were closed off to... I think it's referenced. I don't know if it's ever directly stated that it's there, but I think it's referenced. It's manipulative. It's bad. It's bad. I'm feeling good today, guys. I was feeling a little tired earlier. Some Adderall helped. I take Adderall in the afternoons. As prescribed by my doctor. I know it's not typically taken in the afternoon, but I need a little extra boost. So the Adderall helps. It also helps keep me focused.
Wealth, fame, power. As Lady Nova said, Jesus never gave subs to Alec Gunter. Ergo, not real.
There you go. If Jesus is so real, why didn't he gift me subs? Huh? Why didn't he gift you a sub? Where's he at? I thought he had, like, infinite money. And if he doesn't, why doesn't he? Using the old noggin. I'm paranoid about the stupid song in that TikTok video. I feel like it's gonna get me copyright struck. Yeah, poppin' addies, exactly. Okay, what else do I got for you guys? I know I saved some videos. Oh, there's a shoe on head video I thought about going over. You guys want to do that? Shoe still exists? Indeed. The last time I went over a shoe video, I had a bunch of drama heathens come in and start shitting on me. So, but we'll take the risk. We'll take the plunge. I guess. You guys don't seem very enthusiastic. Let me give you some options. I'll give you some options. What do we got in the suggestions box? Sister Cindy versus college
It's not
students.
okay.
That's a little bit too long. For right now, at least. I've been doing a lot of long-form videos lately. Maybe some other time. Ooh, The Price of Pride. Also 30 minutes. And from 66 subscribers. No. I feel like that would be irresponsible platforming. He would just clout shark off of it. I'm fine with going a little smaller than my channel, but at 66 subscribers, I don't even think that's worth it. Okay, I'll give you guys some options. Ready? We got, we can do Redeemed Zoomer, Should Church and State Be Separate? So that's Redeemed Zoomer. We got What White Women Really Think About Trump from a guy named Adam Francisco. So Redeemed Zoomer, Adam Francisco, or America is in Shambles by Shoe on Head. So Redeemed Zoomer, Adam Francisco, or Shoe on Head. What do you guys want? I got 2 votes for Redeemed Zoomer. I got 1 vote for Shoe on Head. I got 2 votes for Shoe on Head. 3 for Redeemed Zoomer, 1 for Adam. So 3 Redeemed Zoomer, 2 for Shoe on Head, 1 for Adam. 2 for Adam. 3 for Adam. Wow, this is pretty even. Okay, I'm going to give you guys exactly... here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a brief break. I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. I'm going to give you guys some time to get to the website because this poll will only be on the website. I'll give you guys some time. If you want to vote on this, if you want to have a voice, you've got to get your ass over to the website. Sorry, guys. Sorry if you're on your phone. But I'm going to do the poll only for the website. I'm going to take a brief break, run to the bathroom real quick. It's not going to, I'm going to do the break first and then I'll come back and do the poll because the poll only lasts 30 seconds and I don't know how to make it longer. So I'll give you guys a couple of minutes here, turn on some music for you. Get over to the site chat so you can vote. And I will be right back. Okay, I return. What is happening in Jace King, with Jace King in the YouTube chat? Best way to keep people happy is to joke about banning them 2 minutes into their first stream. NB pal, what's going on? You can't play the innocent uwu small bean as a mod. I guess you can if you want. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you, but like, you hold all the power here. We have agreed. Pick Adam. Ah, I see. Well, let's make sure that we, you know, do the vote first. Shuan Head, Adam, Francisco, or Redeem Zoomer. Shuan Head. Okay, that should work. Actually, let me put this directly into this. Let me copy that just in case. There we go. There it goes. Vote has begun. Get your votes in. I jokingly said I was going to ban anyone who voted for Shu. So silly. You're so silly. 5 seconds. Looks like Redeem Zoomer's in the lead. Okay, Redeem Zoomer it is. Let's go. I'm probably going to do another one after this anyway. I do want to go over the Shuan Head one, so I think we'll do Redeem Zoomer and then Shuan Head. That was just to determine which one we do first. I might go over all 3 of them tonight, depending on how I feel. I've been really feeling the streams lately. Like, I really enjoy doing this. In fact, I've been streaming so much and doing so many segments that my editors are having trouble keeping up. One sec. How did you get started? I was a huge Hassanabi head for a while. And, well, here, I'll take you back. Just before we get started, since somebody asked, right? I gotta take you back to the origins. So, if you go way back, right? What we do here is go back. These are my first videos. From 9 years ago. Where I tried to be a Let's Player. And that was 9 years ago, and I did that for I stayed pretty consistent for like a year or so, and then I like fell off on that, and then a while later, this was my first political upload, and this is from 3 years ago, but I've been streaming really for about 3.5 years, 4 years. I started in March of 20. I think I started in March of 2021, so it's been about 3.5 years. So this was my first upload 3 years ago. I started off with game streams, but then I started doing political content, which was like, at first. I looked like this.
Alright, I want to get into...
I would always wear a beanie hat, because I was like, I need a thing, right? I need a thing. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. There's me. It's kind of hard to see. Here, I'll move my thing. There I am.
Wait. I said that, man.
Oh, God. But yeah, so, and then you found Tim Pool? Yeah. I don't know. I like political streams a lot, so I just became like I had a lot of opinions, and instead of like I would like get into this habit of being in either Hassan's chat or like not Vosh's until later on, but I would always try to get people's attention. Not so much with Vosh, but definitely with Hassan. I would always be trying to get his attention, and I had it down to like a science, like when he would like look through the chat, right? And so I was like to myself, I was like, well, I have these opinions, and I feel like I can do the stream thing, and like I'm pretty, you know, at the time at least I was jacked as shit. Okay, I was jacked to fucking hell and back. Not anymore, but at the time I was jacked. So I was like, I could be a really good advocate. So I just started a channel, and I really like my first takeoff was when I wore the trans shirt. We'll get to the juice in a second, I promise. Does anybody remember when I wore the trans shirt? I was the trans shirt guy. I'll just say it. I wore a shirt that said, if this flag offends you, I'll help you pack. It was a trans shirt, and I went viral on Twitter. And then Vosh went over my my address to the Ohio Board of Education. And that helped me pop off a little bit. And then I went on Jubilee like a year later. And that was like that was like some hits and some misses. That helped me pop off. And then it also helped me pop off when I confronted Matt Walsh. For those who remember that. And if you're Vosh heads, you probably do remember that, so.
Jack on, Jack off, Tim Cool.
Jack on, Jack off, Tim Cool. Yeah, I'll take Tim Cool. I know that like I look like a Tim Pool clone, so it's fine. Thank you very much for another 5 tier 1 subs, Asaki Tanuki. I appreciate you very much. That was you? Yeah. I was the mustache guy. Here, I'll show you. It's on my channel. From the state of Ohio, and I drove all the way here just so I could ask you a medical question. So It's me for real. I have the same hat on right now.
Stance on,
and I wore glasses back then.
Children. Now, you've stated before that puberty blockers are dangerous, and certainly they do carry the risks. However, child pregnancy is far more dangerous for the child and carries risks up to and including death and
the cap is kind of shadowing my eyes.
Permanent disability. So why do you believe that a 13-year-old should be forced to give birth to their rapist child?
I'll skip forward to my favorite parts.
Don't support a 13-year-old child giving birth to their rapist child because that could kill them. It has a very good chance.
Yeah, so Shark.
Hemorrhage.
So funny story. Shark actually hit me up, I believe, and said, "Hey, I'm going to this thing. Do you want to come with me?" And it was the same day. And I was like, well, I'm off work. This is a huge opportunity. I guess I'll go. And so I drove like 2.5 hours to northern Kentucky. I'm doxing myself a little bit by people are going to circulate 2.5 hours, right? But I drove 2.5 hours to not northern Kentucky, University of Kentucky. And I don't know. I just went in. I came up with the question while I was sitting there in the room. And I asked the question. I'm like, explain yourself. Why do you think it's okay for 13-year-old rape victims to give birth? And I went before Shark. So he was pretty frazzled by this, I think. So by the time Shark got up there, I had already dug in a bit.
Toxemia, all kinds of complications, permanent disability. There are all kinds of complications with that. So why do you support?
Okay.
I actually haven't talked personally with Shark in a long time. He's kind of hard to hit up in the DMs. He's notoriously hard to hit up in the DMs. So I don't hold it against him.
We're gonna hold on. No.
Okay,
Hold on one second.
I appreciate your time.
No. Come back here.
Why? You're not answering my question.
Because you're the nurse, you're the medical expert, and you won't even tell us what a human being is. I'm starting to get concerned.
You didn't answer my question. Why should I answer yours?
I can't believe he's actually shaking.
You didn't answer my question.
It is never.
Once I came, so I was nervous the entire time, but once I walked away and then came back, I was like, oh, I got him. Like it's my turn. This is going to be viral. And I do wish it had gone a little more viral, but whatever.
It is never okay to intentionally and directly kill an innocent human child, period. That's my position. What I'm asking you is...
But that's not answering the question, man. Come on. We both know that you're dancing.
That was so powerful. I didn't plan for him to call me back. I swear to God, I did not plan for him to call me back. I was ready to leave. I was like, he's not answering the question. I'm just gonna... And they were trying to shuffle me off anyway. Matt was literally the one who said, no, let him come back here. Like, make him come back here.
Wealth, fame, power.
My favorite part by far is when you went full New Yorker. I thought this was a question line.
Yeah, we're getting to
Are
that.
you in line to ask questions?
Thank you for another 5 tier 1 gifted sub, Saki Tanuki. You've been very kind today. Thank you.
You consider an unborn child...
I'm not answering that until you answer my question. You didn't answer it. Okay. You didn't answer it. I don't have to answer your question. Who's asking? Are you guys in line for a question or to be asked a question?
I know you. I know you don't.
I'm just wondering.
Okay.
A genius ploy.
It's okay, man. Take a minute to think about it. I'll get you the next rally.
Okay. Let's.
I said I'll get you at the next rally. People thought I said round. I like. This doesn't. It's not a big deal at all. But like, people thought that I got back in line because they thought I said round. I said at the next rally. Thank you guys very much. Thank you. So that was, I popped off after that. The Yonkers thing helped a lot. And then I also recently had a big thing with furries because of this, where is it? Brett Cooper can't handle the furries. 60,000 views. Holy shit. That's popping off for me. So I got a bunch of furries in my community now. So if you're a furry, you are welcome here. Also, I'm going to be uploading, I don't know if anybody knows who Halo Guy 7 is, but I had a debate with him recently, and I'm working on getting it modified, edited so I can upload it. Like, just censoring the swears. Anyway, sorry, I've been blue balling you guys enough. We got to get to the juice. That's what brought me here? Yeah, well, welcome. Welcome to all the furries and non-furries. How did you learn to debate? You just do it. You just kind of do it. Like, I don't know, like, I guess I never took any formal classes, and I don't frankly think that, like, I do that well all the time. But if you just keep a cool level head, you don't let them get to you. Like, the big thing with debates is optics, right? Like, you don't let them get to you, and you have, like, a few talking points that you can rattle off. You know, like, I don't know, you just kind of defend your points. If you know what you're talking, here's the benefit that leftists and socialists and people like progressives basically have when they're debating people, is that they're right. You know, when you're right, it doesn't make you win the debate, but it certainly fucking helps. So just know that you're right and be confident about being right, and data too. Which, if you don't have the data on hand, the nice thing about modern day debates, not the channel, but just debates in the modern era, is that if you're debating over a computer, you can just go look it up real quick. And so if you're correct, you can just look up the data. And also, don't be afraid of being wrong. If you say something wrong and you're proven wrong, own it and move on. It's still a loss, but own it and move on. Think of it more like a discussion. A very heated discussion in which you are open to being wrong. But if the other person just sounds so ridiculous that, like, there's a certain point where the other person is just so ridiculous that, like, you know that there's no way that you're wrong. And so does the audience. But yeah, if you have any more questions about it, please feel free to hit me up either in Discord. I'm in the Discord pretty frequently. One sec, I'm talking to a friend. Okay. Debate is rarely about convincing the person you're talking to, but about making it clear that you know the subject better than the opponent. Exactly. You're not going to convince the person you're talking to if they're, like, unless they're coming in good faith, which they're usually not. Like the debate that I just had with Halo Guy 7 about, like, his furry memes that he posted. Like, he clearly just wants to kill furries. And his memes prove that. If you cannot accept when you're wrong, how can you ever hope to grow? Yeah, I'm wrong. Like, I'm wrong all the time. It's fine. Anyway. Blue balling over. We got juice. We got juice. He has the juice. Which one won again? Redeem Zoomer? I believe it was Redeem Zoomer. Should church and state be separate? Many people are asking this question unless you're like... Sorry, I'm going to start this over. I mucked it up. Should church and state be separate? If you're a smart person, You probably don't even need to ask yourself this question because the answer should be obvious. The United States was founded on the separation of church and state. And in that sense, I love the United States because I don't think that the church should have anything to do with the state. We've tried that in history, and it did not work out very well. You got excommunicated, you were fucked, and you would get excommunicated simply for disagreeing. Sorry, I'm trying to untangle my wire here. One sec. There we go. You can get excommunicated for all sorts of shit. So if you're excommunicated, that's basically a death sentence. I don't like the church being in charge. I don't like any sort of religious institutions I don't even like the fact that we put our hand on the Bible to swear in court. I think that that's stupid and antiquated, and we need to get rid of it. Like any sort of gesture toward religion in state practices need to be abolished. It's a bad look. At best, it's a bad look. So anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up. Redeemed Zoomer asks the question, should church and state be separate? Now, if you don't know who Redeemed Zoomer is, I'll go over him a little bit. He's primarily known for the video in which he made himself the Giga Chad and the atheist, the Soy Jack. And he basically went over, he went through a bunch of what he considered atheist talking points, right, quote unquote. But a lot of them were bogus. A lot of them I don't ascribe to. And it was a pretty universally not well-received video, and a lot of atheist content creators dogged on him a lot for it. So anyway, he just uploaded a video called "Should Church and State Be Separate?" and I want to go over it because my guess is that he'll say no, they shouldn't be separate, but we'll see.
Hey guys, welcome back to Kingdom Craft.
Oh yeah, and he's apparently also very bad at Minecraft. I didn't notice that last time because I wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. I will try to pay a little bit more attention this time.
Where we build churches in Minecraft while talking about Christianity. And today I'm talking about the traditional Presbyterian view of church and state. So normally when we hear about separation of church and state, we think it means that the country, the government, should be secular. But that's not how the traditional Presbyterians saw it.
You're starving.
That was not the view of the Presbyterian Westminster Divines.
If he loses health, he's fucked.
Meaning the people who wrote the Westminster Confession. There you go. They believed that the church and state should be separate institutions. They believed in the separation of church and state, but they believed both church and state should be Christian.
Oh yeah, he's got a little bit of a New York accent too. I forgot.
They believed in what's called classical two kingdoms theology, that Christ rules over both the church.
We're allowed to place our hand on the Constitution or any religious text. I disagree with that. You should, placing your hand on the Constitution is one thing, but religious texts, no.
And the state, both the church and state.
To me, that's an empty promise.
Established by God for the furthering of his kingdom.
It's an empty platitude.
God rules over church and state in distinct ways. So that means both.
Okay, so I think he just claimed, if I heard that correctly, that God rules over both the church and the state. Hold on. They believe both church and state, what's called classical two kingdoms theology.
That Christ rules over
paying
both
attention.
The church and the state. Both the church and state were established by God for the furthering of his kingdom, but God rules over church and state in distinct ways. So that means both the church and state should be Christian and should submit to God. And the Presbyterian scholastics...
What you got against the New York accents? Nothing. I just think they're cute.
They were called Covenanters. Why? Because they believed that their nation, which was Scotland, should have a covenant with God. Just the way the church has a covenant with God, which is the covenant of grace. They believe the state should also have a covenant with God. So, they believe in separation of church and state. Just like modern Americans do, at least they think they do. But they still believe.
Yes. Most modern Americans believe in the separation of church and state unambiguously. What do you mean they think they do? I hope he delves into that a little more.
The church and state should be Christian. They still believe we should have a Christian nation. Now, I know these days there's a lot of talk about Christian nationalism, and I did a video on that. My views have slightly changed since then. My views on...
Do you find Minecraft nostalgic? I do, yes. I used to play a lot of it. Are you allowed to choose what document you swear over? You may choose the holy book or of your religion, a book of laws, or any... Yeah, so I didn't know that, but I still think that it's an antiquated practice. I stand by that. I think that, any document you feel would compel you to hold to your word. It's just silly to me. It's it doesn't change anything. And usually it's the Bible. You can swear on a comic book. I think the idea, like, okay, what if I refuse to swear on anything? What if I don't want to put my hand on anything? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, no, I'm not putting my hand on anything. Because what you're basically saying is, I am forsaking this piece of literature if I, like the ideals in this literature if I lie. You know, I think the Constitution is the most reasonable argument you can make, but I think practically speaking, it doesn't make a shred of difference, because if you have your mind set on lying, you're going to lie. It's just like an antiquated practice to me. Yeah, it's just ritualistic.
The topic
but
of
it's fine if
Christian
it's like a
nationalism,
state document.
I think whether or not we should believe in Christian nationalism depends on how you define that term, because there are some people who believe in what's called theonomy. Theonomy says that the Old Testament legal laws should be the governing laws of countries today.
Oh,
and
God.
I wouldn't necessarily believe in that, because
Good.
John Calvin was definitely against theonomy. Basically, traditional Reformed theology divides
he's
the
a
Old
Calvinist,
Testament
right?
Mosaic law into 3 categories: moral, ceremonial, and legal. All of us agree that the moral law still applies to us today. The 10 Commandments still apply to us today. Stealing doesn't become okay just because we're in the New Covenant now. The New Covenant is a continuation of the Old Covenant. That's what all traditional...
Jesus, I believe, said, "I am not here to change one stroke or whatever of the Old Testament, of the Word of God." So, in the New Testament does stand by everything that was in the Old Testament. This is a common argument that Christians will use when you bring up the fact that, like, the Old Testament is okay with slavery and, like, killing people for certain crimes or cutting their hands off or some shit. Like, that's a common tactic they'll use, but, like, the New Testament doesn't say that any of that's wrong.
Reformed theology believes. All of us also agree that the ceremonial law is not binding on us today. We don't need to have all those dietary restrictions of the Old Testament. We don't need to be careful about wearing mixed
Why not?
fibers.
It's the
Not
Word of
because
God.
The ceremonial law has stopped existing. It's because it's been fulfilled by Christ. Because Christ is our high priest who intercedes for us in heaven.
Like I just said, Jesus Christ literally says in the Bible that he didn't come here to change the rules. So that's bullshit.
So we don't need a priest here on earth to intercede on us for the Father.
You can also swear on no book? Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a stickler about nothing.
Intercede for us on the Father. Intercede for us before the Father. Sorry. It's late when I'm recording this. So we both agree that the moral law is binding on us. We both agree that ceremonial law is not. Where we disagree on is the legal law. Does the legal law apply to Christians today? And traditionally Reformed theology has said no. John Calvin clearly said no. Theonomists are these people who say that it is, but that's not the traditional Reformed view. So when we're talking about having a Christian nation,
he's kind of losing me a little bit.
Covenanting with God as a nation, when we're talking about nations collectively submitting to God, that doesn't necessarily mean theonomy. The Westminster Divines were not theonomists. So I reject Christian nationalism if it's...
He's digging straight down. What the fuck are you doing, man? You're mining straight... Okay, your faith in God is too strong. I revoke your faith in God.
Identical with theonomy, but if by Christian nationalism all you mean is...
You're like, God will protect me from the lava.
Then absolutely. The Reformed view of evangelism is that we should evangelize nations collectively, whereas the Methodist view of evangelism is we should just evangelize individuals in nations. Now, obviously, people are going to say, oh, we should do both. Yeah, of course, everyone knows we should do both. But what should we primarily focus on? Methodists, and by the way, I respect Methodists, but we do disagree on this issue. You should read R.B. Kuyper's book, not the same as Abraham Kuyper. He was a Christian Reformed minister.
Yeah, grab some gold and then dig straight down again. Sorry, I'm kind of losing what he's saying. I'm not interested in any of that.
The Reformed view of evangelism is that nations are collective units. And because of American individualism, we often don't think that. We often think of nations as just collections of individuals who happen to agree on having the same laws.
I mean, kind of, right? Like that's kind of what a nation is. It's like it's usually defined by the power and like the power who's in control of the area, like the landmass. But generally, yeah, if you're at peace, then for the most part, yeah, I mean, most people agree, right? Like, if it's democratically ruled, sure. No one can define nation coherently. There should be no nations.
But
so,
that is not
whatever.
the traditional Reformed view of nations. The traditional Reformed view of nations is that nations sort of function as a collective organism, and that nations can be collectively righteous or unrighteous. Read the Old Testament. The Old Testament talks a lot about nations being collectively righteous or
and God
unrighteous.
purging them, yeah.
So that means nations can collectively submit or not submit to God. And God calls...
He is clicking each time, true.
...calls all nations to submit to him. So that means we should have Christian nations. And the traditional Presbyterian view of church and state is that the church...
Okay, I think I've realized why he doesn't play very well. Because he's, like, first of all, don't ever dig straight down. Like, I don't care if you're actually talking while you're doing it. That should just be instinctual, that you do not dig straight down in Minecraft. But second of all, he is speaking while he's playing, so I can forgive him a little bit for not playing very well. Just because, like, I understand that, like, when I play something like Risk of Rain, it's like, yeah, you're going to fumble a little bit, and you're just going to, like, it's basically just something to do while you talk. But yeah, I don't know. I thought that he was, like, speaking over pre-recorded video. But anyway.
And state are separate institutions, but the church should still be Christian, and the
I always
state
make a
should
staircase.
still be Christian. Now, because they're separate, we don't believe that state should tell the church what to do, nor should the state impose bishops on the church. That's why the Presbyterian Covenanters...
I believe the state should tell the church what to do. Absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? The church cannot be trusted. Dude, look at the Catholic Church. Hell no. The state should absolutely be telling the church what to do. Didn't they just... Which state was it where they allowed the church to not submit any information to... to law enforcement officers, like basically, so they're not, it's mandated reporting. That's what I'm trying to say. They basically said that, like, priests who take confessionals and then people in the confessional booth say, like, I'm currently in the process of abusing my child or some shit. The priests are not obligated to, like, they're not mandated reporters, so they don't have to report that. I think that priests should be mandated reporters. Because you are operating in the same capacity that, like, a therapist would operate in. And a therapist is bound by a code. And that code says, if you believe that the person that you are seeing, right, in therapy, is at risk of harming themselves or others, like, you are mandated to report that to the state. And have them taken care of, in whatever way they need to be. The priest should have the same obligation.
Rejected what's called prelacy.
There's no reason for them not to.
Prelacy is where you have bishops
except for
ruling over
favoritism,
the church, like a more monarchical form of church government. And one of the reasons prelacy was rejected is it's often connected to Erastianism, which is where the king rules over the church and tells the church what to do. And we reject that because we obviously know that the government is always going to be corrupt, and if you give the government power over the state...
the government's corrupt. Definitely not the church, man. It's definitely not the church making the government corrupt either.
It's gonna corrupt
Ever.
the state.
Never done that.
I'm sorry, if you give the government power over the church, it's gonna corrupt the church. So, the Founding Fathers of America were obviously...
The church has to maintain its strict hold on the practice of man-boy love, okay? The love between a priest and his altar boy.
Not monarchy.
Has to maintain that.
So they rejected Erastianism. And a lot of the Founding Fathers were Episcopalians, so they believed in prelacy. But
no
even
laws
so,
can keep them from
the
that.
Founding Fathers of America did not want a secular government. That's modern public school propaganda, that the Founding Fathers of America wanted to create a secular...
Wait, what?
That Founding Fathers of America did not want a secular government. That's modern public school propaganda, that the Founding...
I don't think that's true. Hold on. Did Founding Father... I'm pretty sure... I feel stupid for looking this up. Did Founding Fathers want separation of church and state? No, I'm not looking at the AI shit. Bridgewater State University. The Doctrine of Separation of Church and State. In 1802, Thomas Jefferson wrote a letter to the Danbury, Connecticut Baptist Convention in which he presents his views on the relationship between religion and the role of the state in the new nation. No law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. There must be a wall of separation that clearly limited the involvement of religious denominations and religious leaders in matters related to national governance. That's from Thomas Jefferson. And, like, even if that is true, I still think that... Exactly, imaginary MDA. Even if that is true, I still believe in separation of church and state, yeah. Like, it doesn't matter if this is true or not. You should argue on the principle that, like everybody says, well, the Founding Fathers wanted this, the Founding Fathers wanted that. The Founding Fathers were slave owners and they're dead. So there's two strikes against them. I don't give a fuck what they had to say. I have my worldview, and sometimes I agree with them, and other times, like when they own slaves, I don't agree with them, okay? So I agree with them on separating the church and the state. I think that was a good move from them. Wrong thing. Okay.
Founding Fathers of America wanted to create a secular nation with a secular government. The phrase separation of church and state doesn't even appear in the Constitution.
It was never written into the Constitution or anything, but it's a value that is heavily believed by most. Yeah, I think that that's fine too. Like the Founding Fathers clearly held that value in some form, right?
Nation with a secular government. The phrase separation of church and state doesn't even appear in the Constitution. It's just from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote once. And Thomas Jefferson...
Nor does it say in the Constitution that we should live in a religious nation, so... You know, if you really want to argue on that front, there's that.
Jefferson was probably the most deistic and secular out of the Founding Fathers. But religious liberty for the Founding Fathers essentially meant which Christian denomination do you want to be? It's basically, do you want to be Presbyterian, Episcopalian, or Congregationalist? That's what the vast majority of high-standing members in society at that time were. Maybe some of them were Unitarians, and maybe a few of them were Baptists, but generally the idea was America will always be a Christian nation. The Founding Fathers, even though not all of them were religious Christians themselves, they could not conceive of an America that was not a...
The original Pledge of Allegiance didn't even have under God in it. Like, I'm pretty sure they were like mostly secular, or at least believe in secularist principles, because one of the main reasons that people originally came from Europe to the United States to begin with, from Britain, is because they were being it was split in the Christian church, right? It was a split. Like there were Protestants in what I forget exactly the story. There was a denomination of Christians that were being discriminated against in Britain, and so that's why they originally came here to begin with, right? Yeah. Yeah, like separation of church and state is like, it goes way back to the Mayflower and shit. A lot of under God and in God we trust was added during the Cold War. Yeah, I believe that. Ish? Okay. I'm not very good at history. If you were coming here expecting somebody who is as well versed as like if you're from the Voss chat, he's like he's better at history than I probably am. So
Christian nation.
I'm just letting you know.
So the desire for a Christian nation is rooted in Presbyterian history, and it is rooted in American history. If you listen to lectures by Bruce Gore, he demonstrates that the American Revolution would not have happened if it weren't for Presbyterian sermons. And the Presbyterian Westminster divines like Samuel Rutherford and George Gillespie really inspired...
I don't care. Like, let's say that, okay, you wouldn't have had the American Revolution without religion. Okay. Great. And? Like, I still don't believe in modern day, I don't believe in the modern day having religious institutions having any say in what happens in government. I don't like that.
The American Revolution in a lot of their writings. Samuel Rutherford has this writing called Lex Rex about how it's okay for nations to rebel against unjust rulers in very specific cases, and that really helped inspire the American Revolution. So you could argue America's not only a Christian nation, but it's a specifically Presbyterian nation. So the Scottish Covenanters, they wanted Scotland to be an explicitly Christian nation, and a lot of modern evangelicals, including a lot of modern Presbyterians, do not understand the importance of a united, established church for a country. The Scottish Presbyterian scholastics who wrote the Westminster...
They went from Britain to the Netherlands so they could have their wacky low religion on their own, and they had that, and then ditched that for America because war was a-coming? Oh, gotcha. Interesting, thank you. Can we talk about how he started this video claiming he was going to build churches while talking about church, and yet I have seen no building of said churches? That's true. I would like to see him build some churches soon here.
Confession, the official confession of every Presbyterian denomination. They believed every nation should have one united, established church. And most modern Protestants, most modern evangelicals have completely forgotten the crucial importance of having one united, established church.
This music makes me think of like VeggieTales. You know, it's kind of got that feel to it. It's not quite as like bouncy as VeggieTales, but like, I don't know, like a VeggieTales Christmas special or something. I don't know. It's kind of nice. I like it.
Works wonders when you have a united,
I can hear the church, but where is it? True.
In your country. Let me ask you this. Why don't non-denominationals or evangelical churches in general, why don't they build cathedrals? Why don't they? Is cathedrals just too Catholic? No. Traditional Protestants in Europe and America built cathedrals. Why don't they? It's because they're not united. It's because...
What? I don't give a shit if they build cathedrals or not. Yeah, and they do build megachurches, yeah. They build megachurches. Like, there's a megachurch, like, in Ohio. You guys know Butter Jesus? Touchdown Jesus? Anybody remember? Whoever edits this, if you could find some footage. If you can't find it, let me know in DMs. But if you can find some... I'll pull it up now. Yeah, this is in Ohio.
I think it's fair to say this morning the talk of the tri-state.
Absolutely does, Lisa. Whether you
this is just like one of many mega churches.
Just after 11 o'clock last night, it's believed that lightning struck the statue and caused it to just be devastated. All the styrofoam and fiberglass that covered the metal skeleton of the statue burned away in the blaze of very bright.
They got a big ass lake out front.
Amazing blaze that
smoked even.
All that's left
Look at this.
Today,
the lightning's still going.
The structure that supported that statue.
That's not even the first time that's ever happened. So then they built a new one. Here, let me make sure I don't dox myself here. Solid Rock Church. Because I don't want to pull up maps and then be like, here's your address. Ask them why we don't build fucking cathedrals anymore. Look at this shit. Disgusting display of wealth from the people who, in their holy book, it says, does it say the money is the root of all evil in their holy book? I'm pretty sure. In the Bible. Pretty sure. The whore of Babel struck down by Thor's wrath. True. Isn't that a sign from God saying no more churches? True. That's Solid Rock Church.
They're not united large organizations. They're just independent groups doing their own thing. They can't share the resources.
Yes, the love of money. Yeah, the camel and the needle, which is conveniently not, like, relevant once you bring up the fact that, like, most Christians are totally cool and fine with capitalism.
Resources necessary to build a cathedral. You know, sharing resources is a biblical principle in the book of Acts.
What's so important about building a cathedral, man? Like, answer that question. Like, why do you want so badly to build cathedrals again? Like, what's the deal? I don't understand. Like, you're building them in Minecraft. Just keep it in Minecraft. It's fine.
Had everything in common. They shared all their resources with each other. And it is very important for the church to be a large institution with a lot of resources so they can do great things for God's kingdom. Presbyterians believe in kingdom.
Yeah, so we need to build like a mega church with tons of money that we could have used for like public outreach instead, right? Or like, and also not let homeless people shelter in them, right? Because a lot of churches, like if you try to squat in a church, right, they'll just kick you out. They'll call the fucking police on you.
Theology that the role of the church is
very
not
welcoming,
just to
very
save
open and
individual
welcoming,
souls, but to spread God's kingdom here on earth.
Takes up a fuck ton of land.
Build cathedrals historically. The church, both Catholic and Protestant, which includes Presbyterian, built hospitals. Jesus said to heal the sick. Now, some of us might have miraculous healing.
Okay, then talk about building hospitals. Why are you talking about building fucking cathedrals? That's a leap and a jump, dude.
Powers, but I mean, I'm not Pentecostal. I know I don't have miraculous
and the private
powers.
jets, yeah.
The church has traditionally followed Jesus' command to heal the sick by building hospitals. And there's a reason you don't see non-denominational churches building hospitals. It's not that they don't.
Then talk
care
about building
the sick.
hospitals, not cathedrals.
Some of them are really Gnostic, and they think you just need to give the sick people the gospel, and then they're fine, and you don't need to care for their physical needs at all. But generally, the main reason is
at least
they
he's
don't
not
have
one
the
of
resources
those.
necessary to build a hospital the way Christians used to. There's a reason most hospitals have the word saint on them.
I hope they have fewer resources. The people who are building hospitals should not be fucking churches. If you actually cared about building hospitals and like about healthcare for people, you would support Medicare for all. Does Redeem Zoomer, so if you're watching this, I want to know, do you support Medicare for all? I would love to know. If you support Medicare for all, then I can buy some of this. But if you don't, then you're just bullshitting me.
It's because traditionally, Christians were the ones building hospitals.
He might. I don't know.
The church also used to start universities.
I'm not saying he doesn't.
Right
I'm just
now,
saying it's
there's
unlikely.
like an opposition between the church and science because a lot of scientists are anti-Christian.
There's an opposition between the church and science because the church doesn't abide by science ever. It's never been a scientific institution, and it never will be. It is the antithesis of science. It's called faith. Okay, faith is when you go off of a belief without any evidence for said belief.
Christian, and as a result, a lot of Christians have wrongly become anti-science. But the church used to be at the.
I should clarify any evidence or like substantive reasoning. Like let's talk about aliens for a second. You know, the belief in aliens. I wouldn't consider that faith. I would consider that drawing a logical conclusion from the fact that we live in an enormous universe. We exist as life on Earth. There are other planets that exist that have conditions similar to Earth, and therefore it would follow that alien life probably exists somewhere. You're going off of probability there. So you could call that faith if you want, but I actually consider that probability based. So you don't, even if you don't have any evidence for life on other planets, I still think that you can extrapolate from the fact that life on Earth exists. Does that make sense? So that's getting into the weeds a bit, but basically either you need evidence or you need a good reason for extrapolating.
Forefront of scientific achievement. How did they do that? Because the universities were all founded by the church.
Yeah, when are we building the church?
Like Oxford,
we have 7 minutes.
Harvard, Yale, Brown, Princeton. All of these really top universities were originally founded by conservative, Bible-believing Christians.
I don't
All of them
care.
except Oxford were founded by Protestants because, you know, Oxford.
And then they were taken over by liberals. Good and cool and fine.
Was founded before the Protestant Reformation. Oxford became.
Turns out, once you get actually get educated, you're far less likely to be conservative than a Christian.
Protestant after the Protestant Reformation. But even so, the church used to do that because it was an established, united institution that had the institutional power to do that. It works wonders, like I said, when you have a united institution for the church. So that is why it's important to have state churches. Yes, traditional Presbyterians believe in state churches. That's why to this day, the Church of Scotland is Presbyterian. I know it's hard for Protestants these days to acknowledge this, but the Catholics are right that there should be just one united church. At least one in every country that has like a loose fellowship with each other.
I disagree. You should split the church into as many denominations as possible. Break it up into smaller and smaller pieces until each individual Christian is fighting with each and every other Christian about who is the actual Christian. I think that would be nice.
The Eastern Orthodox are more right about that. The Catholics and Orthodox are right that there shouldn't be all these different denominations. Now, I don't think they're right in saying that there is only one true church, but I think they are right in saying that there should be only one true church, that the church should...
Yeah, it's not even like he's a Catholic. It's like, okay, the Catholics are correct. You're a, what was it again? I forget. It says it in his bio, I think. Calvinist, right?
The most
He's a Calvinist. Yeah, Reformed/Calvinist. Yeah, so you're not even a Catholic. But you're like, oh, I agree with the Catholics that we all need to be united under one flag. Go unite with the Catholics then. Why not? Why not? You can't just give up your fucking, your special little belief to go unite with the Catholics. You can't do it. You have to be the correct one.
Be united. We see how much more cultural influence the Roman Catholic Church has these days.
Okay, go unite with them then.
Denominations because they've stayed united.
You can't do it. You're a hypocrite.
And it's not essential to Protestantism to split because the Protestant denominations used to be united and powerful. That's why I gave all those examples of the Protestant churches founding the great universities back when they were more united, back before the mainline Protestant
and then they broke
churches
up.
got hijacked. So, in Scotland, the Presbyterians wanted there to be one united Church of Scotland, and that church would be Presbyterian. Not all these different denominations. Now, what do we do in America? Because maybe that worked for Scotland.
Okay.
But even though the founders of America did want a Christian nation, they did...
Wait, did you just reset it, man? You did. You just reset it.
But even though the
you
founders
died
of
and you
America
reset.
did want a Christian nation, they did...
Why are you even on survival mode? Why play survival? Just play creative. Like, I don't shit on people for playing creative, but you're playing survival mode, dude. The whole point is that if you die, that's it. You gotta go collect your shit. You lose a little experience. It's not even that bad when you die, mind you, as long as you have a good spawn point nearby. Like, as long as you're being smart. You're not even playing the damn game right.
Okay, I'm back. So even though the Founding Fathers did want a Christian nation, technically, they did want there to be religious liberty, and they didn't exactly want the government to favor one specific church institution. So if state churches are so important, what do we do in America? Now, obviously,
I'd respect him a little more if his Minecraft game were any good, but it's clearly not.
You could amend the Constitution to actually have a state church or something.
No!
That's fantasy world. It's not realistic to do that. Traditionally...
Yeah, and it shouldn't be. How dare you? Keep your hands off my goddamn Constitution. Wait. It did say... Yeah, state church? Yeah, no. I thought, for some reason, my brain was like, wait, did he say separation of church and state, writing that in? We should write that in. We should say no, like there should be an amendment, new amendment coming at you. No state institution shall honor or be driven by, I'm paraphrasing what I would want it to be. Obviously, you could find loopholes. Honor or driven by any religious affiliation. I think that'd be a beautiful amendment to add to the Constitution.
In America, mainline Protestant denominations filled the role that state churches in Europe did. They basically did everything that state churches did.
Wait, he does have hostile mobs turned off. Which is fine if you want to play like, okay, if you want to play peaceful on survival, play peaceful. That's fine. I don't want to shit on anybody for doing that. But at the same time, it's like, you just died on peaceful mode, man, first of all. So that's your first L. Your second L is resetting it. You should have just bit the bullet.
Minus the explicit endorsement of the government.
I also prefer
survival. They had
survival.
basically everything else. They founded universities. They founded hospitals. They were the ones having a massive cultural impact in society.
Dude, just because a Christian founded a university does not make that university inherently Christian. Okay, they can be separate. Like... You can be basically just a Christian in name only, and found an institution and not have that institution be based in any kind of religious principles. Like they always say, well, a Christian did this, a Christian did that. I don't give a shit. Like, and also, let's say that they did make it a religious institution. The religious part's bad. It's bad.
It's thanks to mainline Protestant churches that the abolitionist movement succeeded.
Or at the very least, it's neutral.
Like, in public school, you'll have all this propaganda that Christians are the reason slavery happened. No. Slavery happened because slavery was everywhere in the world. Christians were the first to abolish slavery. And, you know, I'm from New York, and I go to Kansas a lot. New York preachers in the 1850s, Presbyterian and Congregationalist preachers in New York, would tell their congregations to move to Kansas to crusade against slavery in Kansas. And that's why Kansas... has so many...
Guys, did you know that some Christians were against slavery? Whoa, isn't that cool? Guess what? There were a lot of them in favor of slavery too, and they used the Bible to justify it.
Has so much of an abolitionist heritage because there were a lot of Christian extremists who told their
what Southern churches
to
did.
Send people to move to Kansas. It was like a real crusade, and it was awesome. That's also why Kansas is full of RPCNA Presbyterian.
He's not being an apologist about slavery. He's saying, well, guys, Christians actually stopped slavery. No, they didn't.
Churches, RPCNA,
and if they did, it wasn't due to their Christianity.
Descended from the Presbyterian Scottish Covenanters, and it's awesome.
Oh, he's got hostile mobs turned on.
I learned a lot about them from Matthew Everhart, who is a Presbyterian pastor.
We'll
who
grant him that.
Started working as an adjunct professor at an RPCNA.
Dude, put down some fucking torches.
In a seminary in Pittsburgh. The RPCNA is a small conservative denomination, but they're technically mainline because they never split off from anyone, and they understand that the government...
I also don't understand. We're 13 minutes into this, and we still don't have an answer from them, from him. Should we have separation of church and state? Yes or no? It seems as though the answer is no, we should not, because he's already hinted at the fact that he would be fine with like writing into the Constitution some kind of state-sanctioned church power, right? So he's not like clearly he wants there to be no separation of church and state. He just wants to make sure that his church is the one that's in charge. He is just kind of yapping.
Needs to be explicitly Christian. Now that they haven't been successful in achieving that. They did petition the U.S. government off from anyone, and they understand that the government needs to be explicitly Christian. Now that
there we go. See,
they haven't been successful in achieving that. They did petition the U.S. government to be...
Why does the government need to be explicitly Christian? I'd love to know why. What would you... Let's say that we make you president, and you can enact any will that you want, like, or not even president. Let's just say that you're dictator of the world now. What happens? What rules do you instill? You know, like, I want to know the dirty details. I want to know, like, what you think about gay people being able to get married. I want to know what you think about, like, trans people being allowed to transition. I want to know what you think about homeless people. I want to know what you think about free healthcare, the Palestinian genocide. Let's talk about it. Like, what would you do if you were in charge of the world? Redeem Zoomer. I think that's a very fair and good question to ask, since he's talking about the church having power, because clearly he has a vision here, right? Like, this is coming from a vision in his head. He has a vision of what the world would be like if the church were in charge of the state. So I would want to know what he would do as head of the church and state in that instance to change the world. You know, and that would probably be very revealing if I had to guess. He said it already, because the church needs as much power as it can to enact God's will. Yeah. So he would just basically say, no, you can't get married if you're gay, and also I'll send you to jail. Anybody who sins goes to jail.
Explicitly Christian. They actually had a meeting with Abraham Lincoln.
Wrong emote, nice.
And it almost worked out. Sadly, it didn't. But that is the traditional Presbyterian view, even though it hasn't been successful in America. But because it hasn't been successful, mainline Protestant denominations filled the role of the church. They still had the massive cultural impact that state churches did in Europe. And that's why it was so devastating for the American church when we lost the mainline Protestant churches. So I understand that it is not necessary for the church to be the church for it to have all this cultural impact. All that is necessary for the church to be a true church is the preaching of the word and the administration of the sacraments and the exercise.
Then why are you... Wait, you're contradicting yourself. Then why do you want to build cathedrals? Why build cathedrals then? I don't understand.
Of church discipline. But ideally, the church should have a transformative kingdom impact on the world. You know, the job of the church is not just to save individual souls, it's to participate in God's work of...
By the way, don't buy that save your soul nonsense. Like, that just means save you from going to hell. And what they mean by that is, like, if you're gay or trans, you're going to hell, so we have to convert you to not be gay or trans via conversion therapy. Like, that kind of shit. That's what they mean.
New creation in this world. We're not just supposed to sit around and wait until Jesus comes back.
This is the real New World Order shit right here. Like, you always hear conservatives talking about, like, oh my God, the Chinese are going to storm the beaches and they're going to instill the New World Order and you're going to, you know, have people, you know, coming knocking down your door and checking your internet history and shit. Like, no, that's what they want to do. It's always projection.
That's what the apostles did right after the ascension, but the angels told them to get to work. And the church is supposed to work in the world for God's kingdom, and the way it's supposed to do that is by having the nations.
The guy believes in angels. Like,
the nations collectively.
Listen, I'm really trying not, like, I always try not to shit too hard on religion in general, but like, when you're literally talking about the existence of actual angels, when you're talking about like the state and what policies we should instill in the state, those two ideas don't belong together. That's why we have separation of church and state. You're allowed to believe in angels all you want. Just don't tell other people they also have to believe that shit.
Should submit to Christ. And that's why it's important for the church to be united.
See?
So the church can
submit to Christ
and tell the nation how to submit to Christ.
You're cucked.
So, because we lost the mainline Protestant institutions to liberalism, the church has never been the same ever since then. And I don't think the church can be the same until we retrieve back the influence that those denominations...
Jesus is coming, so get on your knees and pray. Jesus is coming. Get on your knees and pray, everybody.
Now, how are we going to do that exactly?
Receive the Lord.
It's not going to be easy. I didn't say it was going to be easy. Now, one option is we could, you know, try and make the government a Christian theocracy or something, and we could try to...
Or something, right? Or something. I mean, just a thought, right? I'm just spitballing. I'm just spitballing. Yeah. You know, just a thought. Christian theocracy, yeah. Okay,
amend the Constitution to make it a Christian nation, or we could retake the mainline Protestant churches. The idea behind Reconquista, the idea behind retaking the mainline Protestant churches...
He is saying in the most boring way possible, in the most drawn out way possible to pad out the essay, you know, that he wants to like retake the United States government and turn it into a Christian theocracy. That's what he wants. Like at the end of the day, that is what he wants. That is his worldview, that the church should be in charge of everything and everybody should abide by the laws laid out in the Bible to the extent that they are, and definitely consistently followed by both God and his followers all the time. Amen. But that's what he wants. Like he wants a Christian theocracy. He just said it.
Is this traditional Presbyterian assumption that it's very important for there to be an established church for the nation and for the nation collectively to submit to Christ. And because America traditionally has not had one state church, the alternative to that has been these mainline Protestant denominations.
This is what we're dealing with. They're insane.
Without reviving the central church of that nation. The central church of Scotland is the church of...
You're not American, by the way. Like, I reject this fundamentally as an American. Like, not even as a leftist or an atheist necessarily. Like, as an American, you should feel gross at the mere thought of like the church being in charge of anything that you do. Like, even as a Christian, I would feel gross about that. Like, what? You want your priest to be your governor? You want your priest to like be there in the doctor's office with you, telling you you're not allowed to get an abortion? Or telling you that, like, you can't put your kids on puberty blockers because God said so? Or, better yet, how about we just get rid of cancer treatments, right? Just get rid of cancer treatments because God will heal you. I know that he doesn't believe that shit, at least that far, right? Like, so, like, he hasn't indicated that he believes in that. And he even said, like, you know, people still need basic healthcare and shit. But why? Why? Like, you clearly believe in this all-knowing, all-loving God. He should heal everybody. Leave it to him. Do you not trust him? I don't know. I don't know. It sounds a little untrustworthy to me. Gonna have to try to sleep. Had a horrible headache for days. I'm sorry to hear that, Wolfie Zaps. I hope you feel better. Take care of yourself.
Of Scotland. The Central Church of England is the Church of England. The Central Church of Italy is the Roman Catholic Church. And the Central Church of America has been the mainline Protestant churches. So I think
I don't care.
There is no hope for America unless we retake the mainline Protestant churches. So now I'm going to speed this up while I figure out how to get out of this weird, creepy cave.
Yeah, because you suck at the game, man. Oh. Sorry, that's the next video. Because you suck at the game, man. Stupid. Yeah, needless to say, I disagree with Redeemed Zoomer's assessment of whether or not we need separation of church and state. We absolutely need it for multiple reasons. Not the least of which he actually laid out perfectly. Like, he made the case for why we need it. You want to live in a Christian theocracy? I think not. I'm good. The ending was perfect. It was very funny. For reasons that he did not intend. He's very bad at Minecraft, apparently. On top of just being a religious zealot and insane about wanting to instill a Christian theocracy in America. Very good. I need more caffeine. Yeah, I'm going to run to the bathroom again real quick and grab another drinky drink, and I will be right back.
episode. I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer.
Stand back.
Program to kill. I mean play golf.
Yes, piss break indeed. Okay. What's Alex's take on stoners and weed addict types? I mean, considering I just took an edible, I think that I think Vosh rails a little hard against stoners. I think that his annoyance is understandable though, because they can get annoying. Like, I'm sorry, there is a point where weed is not healthy for you. You know, like, you can, like, there's no, the addictive, okay, so if you can recognize that, like, video games can be addictive, which I'm pretty sure it's medically recognized, like, as an addiction now, right? Or no, gambling is, sorry, gambling addiction's in the DSM-5. So if you can recognize that gambling can be an addiction, you should be able to recognize that pretty much anything can be an addiction, okay? And the extent to which we call it an addiction is like how badly it interferes with your day-to-day life. So like, let's say that you're stoned like 24/7. That's bad. Like, you shouldn't do that. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I think you should be allowed to do that, but I don't think you should, because like, life is beautiful and you should live it for the most part not in a stuporous haze. Okay. And actually, recently I've been dialing it back on the edibles because, like, I was living life in a stupor a lot of the time. So not like all the time, but enough. So weed opens up your neuronal pathways. It might open some. I know that if you want to like really open up your neuronal pathways, you'll want to take psychedelics. I don't condone that, like doing it unprofessionally. But you can take like ketamine now in ketamine clinics. You can go there and like, it's still early in its like research phase, but essentially like somebody described it really well in a video where it's like, it's a fresh fall of snow. So like, imagine all of your neuronal pathways are like a path, like each one is a path of snow, right? Or a path in the snow, I should say. Like there's a snowfall. Every time you make a neuronal pathway, you walk across and make a new path, right? Like it's a literal path. So ketamine will make a fresh fall of snow such that it almost resets you to like an infant-like state, right? And it doesn't get rid of the former pathways, right? It doesn't get rid of them, but it does cover them up enough that you can make new ones. You can forge new paths. And I think that's fine. Like if you do it... do drugs responsibly, people. Do them responsibly. And legally. I'm in a ketamine trial? Nice. Pro-healthy bong rips, anti-bong rips, which limit our self-actualization. Yes. Just do them responsibly. Like I said, I think Vosh sometimes rails a little bit too much against them, but I don't care that much. I don't give a shit. You know, like there are people who like make videos all the time about like Vosh and how bad he is and like this take and that. And I'm like, it's just, I don't know. Just stop being weird. Hello, Straw Hat Monty. There's some depression treatment too that's like ketamine called Spravato. I think I've heard of that. I love thinking and I want to try psychedelics, but I don't know if I'll ever actually get there. Yeah, I mean, I've tried them before. I've done, I did LSD once and I did shrooms once. And I liked the LSD more. The shrooms were like, the main thing that happened with the shrooms was, I had like kind of an emotional experience with it. And, once again, I don't condone doing drugs illegally, but I had kind of a emotional experience with it. But before that, for the most part, it was like just tearing up. Like everything kind of felt warmer. Everything felt like more pleasant. But I mostly just had tears running down my face. Vosh is based in cool. Ew. Disgusting. Thoughts on underage drug use? I'm against it. I'm against it unless a qualified physician has prescribed the treatment. You should not be using drugs if you're under the age of 18, period, end of story. I don't care if you're drinking. I don't care. Like, no. No. I think by the time you're 18... Yeah, that was a bad take. Vosh is kind of cringe. I think by the time... Okay, so once you're considered an adult by the state, I think that you can make those decisions. But like even 18's a little young. 18's a little young to me. But I think and the reason that I say, okay, there are two things you have to consider. One, can you understand the ramifications of your, like the consequences of what you are doing? And that's where the consent part comes in, right? Can you consent to taking a drug? Can you understand the ramifications? The other part is, what will this do to your brain, right? What will this, or any part of your body, what will this actually do to you? And I'm of two mindsets, because on the one hand, I think that by the time you're like 15 or 16, you can understand the ramifications pretty well. You can understand the consequences of using a drug pretty well. Like what it'll do to your body, and then in that way, you can kind of consent to that. Okay, you can consent to different things at different ages. You can't really understand the I would even argue 18 is too young for sex, to be honest with you. I think by the time you're like 19 or 20, you've had like a year or two in college or wherever you're at, you can understand a little bit better the you know, why you should be careful about who you give consent to during sex. But 18's a little young, but I digress about that. When you're about 15 or 16, you are able to understand like the issues associated with drug use. But I still would argue wait until you're 18 because of the second part that I mentioned, which is the ramifications it has on your brain and brain development. You know, weed can have an effect on that too. There's a reason that like stoners at like the age of 50 or 60 who do like just constantly dragging weed, why they, you know, kind of sound dopey. It's called dope for a reason. You know, it can affect your brain over a long enough period of time and doing it consistently enough. So you got to be careful. Use responsibly. We teach sex ed in like middle school. Yes, you can start to teach. Here's the big problem. The problem is the power dynamic. Okay? So in sex, so if you have two 16-year-olds who decide that they want to have sex with each other, usually there's not gonna be an unequal power dynamic. There could be for other reasons, but usually there's gonna be a pretty even power dynamic there. Okay, there's not gonna be one person taking advantage of the other. That's two people exploring their bodies together. Okay, and there's really not much you can do to stop that. What are you gonna do? Arrest them? Like, they're 16-year-olds and I'm sorry, you get horny around that age. Okay. What I don't want is for that 16-year-old to get with somebody who's like 25, because that is a very unequal power dynamic, and it's disgusting. You're taking advantage of a kid. I'm 19, so I have a few more years of high neurogenesis left. Yeah, I don't have any excuse anymore. I'm 28, so I'm stupid by default. I'm just dumb. It's fine. If you look at OK Buddy Vosh, we rail on him all the time. True. It allowed me to feel like how I think I should feel all the time, if that makes any sense. I mean, more power to you. Like, if you should be functioning at your maximum level. And I do think in many ways weed can help you do that, but it depends. I feel like the circumstances there are few and far between. I could be wrong, but the research hasn't demonstrated, like I've seen weed help, like microdosing helps people with like Parkinson's, you know? So they stop shaking so much. But I don't think that weed actually helps you the way that something like Adderall would. You know, maybe it can make you more focused in like microdoses, but like, I don't know how much research there actually is on it. We have a lot of research on things that we prescribe already. I wish there were more research on weed. I think that it's a very valuable drug to study, but we just don't have the literature. So I can't. Shit. Hey. Sorry. I just can't condone using it for medical reasons yet because we don't have all the research available. Unless it's like for Parkinson's. Like, let me put it this way. Don't use it the way that don't use it in any way that a prescriber would not prescribe. Yeah, shoot, jump scare. Sorry. I take CBD gummies sometimes to help with anxiety. Yeah, I mean, I can see it for that. I can see that, but like you know, at the same time, I would still say seek out advice from your doctor. So, preferably a young doctor. One that's not like a 80-year-old fucking boomer who owns his own practice and exploits people and has like the worst advice ever. We don't know that much about neurogenesis and neuroplasticity yet. That needs to be researched more. Yeah. There's a lot that we don't know about the brain. In fact, most of the medications we take that induce altered brain chemistry, we don't even understand what the chemistry is. We're just guessing. We're mostly still just guessing. The more you learn, the more you know that you don't know. You know what I mean? You know? Yeah, like the stream, please. Okay. Who wants more juice? We got shoe on head. Weed can be useful in some ways, but it's not a miracle drug. Yeah. I have trouble not being manic depressive without being high, and the cure of the mania I get from weed feels needed to me. I mean, so the weed then isn't solving your problem. The weed is like, it sounds from a clinical perspective, it sounds like you're self-medicating with weed. Like that sounds like self-medicating. Like it doesn't sound like you're using it the way that a prescriber would prescribe it if we had, you know what I mean? Like there's medications you can take that induce a stable mindset that is not altered. Like it's the most like straightforward, non-altered state of mind. I mean, if that's the only way you can function, I can't speak to your experience, but you like if it were me, and you have the ability to, the capability, which a lot of people don't, and I recognize that. But if you have the ability to seek out psychiatric help, I would do that. Joan Head's like an alt-right e-girl. Yeah, we'll go over it. Definitely one of the humans of the internet. True. Okay. So Shoe on Head is a person that exists. I've gone over her a couple of times before. The last time I went over her, I decided not to upload it because it had some drama sprinkled in it, and I didn't want to like get the drama frogs in here because they're a very toxic community, and I don't want none of that. I probably will still get more of you guys. If that's you, hello, I hate you, get out. But anyway, if that's not you, welcome to America is in Shambles by Shoe on Head. If you don't know who Shoe on Head is, she basically postures herself as a centrist. She used to be buddies with some of the left-leaning people, used to be in favor of Bernie Sanders, but kind of went full populist, full, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like putting out for her, not putting out, I shouldn't say that. Whoever's editing, cut that. Basically just posturing for her incel followers, right? Her alt-right incel followers, and making them feel smart because she looks at both sides, right? She's a centrist, right? Like kind of like Tim Pool. A little bit like Tim Pool or Joe Rogan, just a woman. So here's Shoe on Head. America is in shambles.
My fellow Americans, I regret to inform you that it is that time again. Election time. Every 4 years we have to deal with this. Are you voting for the red pedophiles or the blue pedophiles? The red drone strikes or the gay? Okay, right off the bat, the red is way worse. I cannot, like, I'm sorry, I know this seems nitpicky, but she's already posturing at the centrist thing. Drone strikes. Dead Palestinians or dead Palestinians? We're tired of it. They should just pick one
Okay, well, the dead Palestinians thing was pretty true. I'll give her that.
guy to protect democracy and have him rule forever. And I believe that guy should be me. I am officially announcing that I have once again decided to run for president. I know my last campaign didn't go very well after they found the tweets.
President Shoe.
Black people say it all the time. I can't say it. Let's take a look at our candidates, shall we? Trump. Old. Orange. Kamala. Woman. What is a filibuster? I don't know. I get all my opinions from Twitter.
See, she's like immediately playing the centrist angle, and there's no comparison between the two. None.
And my husband. Let's talk about Israel.
Besides Palestine, you can kind of compare that.
Build Back Better, Agenda 47. Let me introduce you to the Shoe New Deal. Bring back the red Pizza Hut cups. Universal guns. Make.
Didn't she just say we're going to talk about the Israel thing? Let's talk about Israel. Build Back Better. What?
Talk about Israel. Build Back Better, Agenda 47. Let me introduce you to the Shoe New Deal. Bring back.
Is this not her talking? This isn't her talking about Israel. I thought it was. Okay, never mind.
The red Pizza Hut cups. Universal guns.
This is like the jokes that you would make in high school about running for student council. This isn't funny.
Make McDonald's colorful again. No more of this millennial gray shit, folks. We're sick of it. Government.
Okay, agreed on that. McDonald's looks like shit these days.
Sponsored. Big titty goth girlfriends. Make it illegal.
Oh,
to
so
be
funny.
Mean to me. Imprison people who sleep in jeans. And finally, deport all the Greeks. Who's gonna be my VP? Alex Jones. So vote for me. Or else.
So far, it's just been jokes. We'll see where she goes.
The DNC is being held in Chicago. There's a Kennedy in politics and an assassination attempt. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to...
Wait, there was an assassination attempt? Huh. Don't remember that.
1968. It has been a crazy few weeks. I'm sorry that I have been gone. I've been very busy, as some of you know now, and as some of you guessed. I have recently had a baby. And as it turns out, that takes up a lot of your time.
I know it was Trump, I was joking.
Weird, like, I don't really care about politics anymore, but at the same time, I care about them more than ever. Like, I feel like I care more about the future, but also
Dude,
I don't care.
You're literally playing the centrist card on whether or not you're even political. Shut the fuck
about
up.
What this political streamer said about this political streamer. It is so freeing. I highly recommend it. And even though I told myself I am taking a break from politics, I am retired.
I know she's got a husband, but I didn't know she had a baby.
Tired until further notice.
Well,
I
hope
just
she's doing all
couldn't help
right.
myself. Too much has happened. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. The news has been absolutely insane. I cannot keep up with it. The media has been more biased and extreme than usual, but thankfully there
on both sides, of course, right?
is a tool to help you navigate through all of that. So before we get into today's video, let's quickly get into today's sponsor, a sponsor I've been working with for over 3 years now, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app.
She looks like she's barely 18. That's a pretty subjective assessment. I think she looks old enough.
On a mission to give readers a fun, transparent way to keep up with the news.
Did I say objective?
And it
I
lets you
meant
compare how
subjective.
stories
Subjective.
are covered all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center.
Okay, I don't care
Headlines
about this.
about how this are left-wing secret mania. Zero outlets, local bias can it. Right-wing source frames the exact same story. Are you ready? Implicit story.
what?
This is how the left-wing covered it. Netanyahu's speech to Congress underscores U.S. complicity in Gaza war. And this is how a right-wing source frames the exact same story. Are you ready? Allahu Akbar. Protesters burn American flag, rage outside Netanyahu's speech. I have been using Ground News every day since 2020.
I'm pretty sure that Ground News is the same one that Sam Cedar promotes, so I think I'm fine with that.
It's one of my all-time favorite apps. My fellow Americans.
What did I do? I started it over. Fuck, I pressed the 0 button. Sorry. Right next to the arrow key.
Barely any right-wing outlets own protection before the Trump rally. Instead of even see easy on scores U.S. deal by going to description. Mainstream media. It's all about the video. Now, as you know, I do not watch mainstream media. It's all biased and fake and bought by big pharma and the military-industrial complex, blah, 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 you know me. So instead, I tune into the real news.
Will Donald Trump win the next presidential election?
Let's go. Same.
No, thank you. Will Joe Biden be the president for the next 4 years? No.
True and real.
Interesting, thank you. Is the ocean considered another dimension? Yes, thank you.
Trump and Biden had a debate, and well, it went exactly how we all expected.
The total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more...
No, I'm sorry. I disagree that that's how it was expected to go. Joe Biden is not that much older than Donald Trump, and he showed that he had some of his brain cells left when he did the State of the Union address earlier in the year. It's just that, like, it seems to be an on and off thing with him. He was in old man mode that night.
Asylum officers.
He had us fooled.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said.
Gotta let Trump get the
I have my
zinger.
opinions, but let's see what the American people thought. I forgot to watch. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered.
See how she's kind of pandering this toward Trump? Like, I know Joe's the one that dropped out, but, like, this feels like she's pandering a little bit to the right on this.
Every question. You knew all the.
You answered every question? The bar is in hell. At first.
Yeah, mentioned that Trump didn't answer, like, any of them. That's why she said that. I know that, okay, I agree completely that optically that looked like shit. It looked like a kid being congratulated for, like, a spelling bee competition, okay? But she was correct that, like, Joe Biden answered all the questions and Donald Trump did not.
Democrats tried to play it off like Biden had a cold. They can only keep Biden in the basement for so long, and now the whole world sees his brain melting live on TV.
I will give her the benefit of the doubt here because that was, like, Biden's condition was, like, the biggest news in the whole fucking world for a long time. So, you know, if she hasn't talked about it yet, I'll let her spit a little bit.
With the
I'm trying to be charitable.
Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if
yeah, Biden sounded like garbage.
They couldn't deny it anymore, and people have been talking about it for years. I have been talking about it for years. We all saw it, and it's only gotten worse. And it's like,
yeah, but funny enough, none of your asses covered the State of the Union address. You did not cover the State of the Union address. That's why we thought that he was still capable of winning.
up to think about because it just kind of shows like,
this is
of
hindsight
course we all
bias.
knew this, but they really don't give a fuck about us. If this is truly the most important election of our lifetime, and if democracy is at stake, why were you putting up this rotting corpse of a man? The Democrats had 4 years to find someone.
Because of his state of... Listen, it wasn't... listen. The conservatives were okay. I agree that Biden should not have run. He was clearly getting very old. But it wasn't until that debate night that everybody universally was like, okay, he is completely incapable of doing this. Okay? Like, it was not great before, but then that was terrible. That's when the flip switched. The switch flipped. Whatever you want to call it.
Someone else. 4 years. There are a ton of other options. Like, I would vote for Gavin Newsom. I don't know any of his policies, but he looks like a serial killer, and that's enough. This is why we need to repeal the 19th.
At least she's honest.
I'm just kidding. Am I? Everything I say is a joke, unless you agree with it, then I'm serious. There's just no way Trump is losing. It would
I mean, again, just pandering to her incel audience.
take a miracle. It would take something like, I don't know, Trump getting shot in the head at a rally in Pennsylvania.
We see something that said, take a look at what happened.
What the hell? Is this AI generated? Hold on. This isn't real.
Oh yeah, he's winning. I shit you not, I found out about this because of a meme.
It's funny, in all seriousness, everybody did, even I thought that. I still have my Doomer video up, where I like woke up the next morning and recorded. I'm like, this is bad, guys. Oh, this is so bad. And it didn't end up mattering at all. And I have never been happier to be proven wrong in my entire life. In my entire life.
Meme on Twitter. The world
What a breath
could be
of fresh
ending, and
air.
I
What a
wouldn't know
relief.
unless I saw a meme on Twitter. The bullet just grazed his ear because he turned at the last second to look at some immigration chart. Being racist literally saved his life. There's a lesson in that. The shooter was identified as Thomas Crooks, a 20-year-old who managed to find an unoccupied...
Mention that he's a conservative. Mention that he's a conservative, because that's literally what his record shows.
An unguarded roof
Registered
not too far
Republican.
from the rally. He somehow knew that roof would be unguarded, laid down and aimed a rifle at the former president without being noticed. Oh wait, he was noticed. By everyone except the people who should have noticed.
Yeah, someone's on top of
That
the
is
roof.
true.
There he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down, see him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Trump's security detail did, like, mess up really bad. The Secret Service really messed up bad here. I do agree with that. Mention he's a Republican.
Either this was insane incompetence, or they let it happen. I'm leaning more towards the former because if you look at our bridges and airplanes, America's in shambles. People were laughing
Okay, well that's fair at least.
about how some of the cops protecting Trump were women and like, come on now, that's sexist. They were making these awful memes like this.
Okay, but that felt tongue-in-cheek. Hold on, is she be okay? I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say she's being serious there.
Were women and like, come on now, that's sexist. They were making these awful memes like this.
It's just not like it's not. It's just sexist. The joke is sexism. It's not funny. It says the wage gap. Here, I'll show stream. It says the wage gap. It's like it's not funny.
No, but like actually though, why did they have a 5'3" woman protecting a 6'3" man? The shooter.
Because she was qualified, clearly. What? She can tackle him. The whole point of the job, like, you're supposed to tackle him, and he's supposed to duck and cover anyway, which he didn't. Why don't you talk about how Trump didn't fucking duck and cover behind his detail? Like he's supposed to.
Could have had another clear shot of his head. Like, look at that. Look at that. What is that? Like, what happened? Did the Secret Service initiate some
Sorry, you can't be in the Secret Service, Sweaty. You're not tall enough.
DEI program? That would be like something out of a right-wing boomer meme.
To expand hiring, they're aiming to have...
What did she say at the end?
Like, look at that. Look at that. What is that? Like, what happened? Did the Secret Service initiate some DEI program?
See, I told you, she's just like using all the dog whistles.
That would be like something out of a right-wing boomer meme.
Or out of a shoe-on head video, apparently.
Expand hiring. They're aiming to have 30% women recruits by 2030.
Oh. Oh no. Breaking. FBI confirms that Trump's ear was...
See, it's spineless because it feels tongue-in-cheek, but she is absolutely pandering to her right-wing audience. Not once has she pandered to the leftists yet. Like anybody, like the closest she got is that she would vote for Gavin Newsom, and the joke was that she doesn't know anything about him except that he looks like a serial killer. Oh yeah, great. Yeah, cool.
Was struck by a bullet.
Very
wow, thanks,
neutral.
guys. How much do we pay you in taxes again? Also, now that the FBI said it, I'm kind of doubting it. This is like when the government confirmed there were aliens, and then I stopped believing that there were aliens. The way we were so...
And she said it's not a conspiracy, but now she's conspiracy posting.
...close to just seeing Trump's head be blown into smithereens, the worst way to be blown. It is so crazy. Like, what was the motivation behind this?
Okay,
I mean, the
joke.
shooter would have to be some crazy leftist, or maybe a crazy far-right person who didn't
Here we
like
go.
Trump,
Wait.
right?
Registered
Well,
Republican.
We don't know, because apparently...
Registered Republican! We knew that from, like, the day after. The day after he came out registered Republican. Mention that. What do you mean we don't know? That's so stupid.
This 20-year-old had no social media presence. Okay.
He was a registered
know that
Republican.
He donated to the Democrats and was a registered Republican.
Thank
the internet
you.
was really desperate to find any kind of motive, but the only thing the media seemed...
But he was a registered Republican, and also I believe it came out that he didn't actually donate to the Democrats. So, most recently, he was a Republican.
...to report on was the fact that the last thing he did was watch porn. Getting in one more goon sesh before getting shot in the head by the feds. Personally, I think it's important to know what kind of porn he was looking at. I think that will set the record straight. Was it furry porn? Leftist. Hentai? Right-wing. Feet? Centrist. Latex balloon inflation BDSM sissy hypno? Shoe-on head fan. I always thought about
That last one was absolutely right-wing.
like if
But
the
then I
MK
repeat
Ultra suddenly
myself.
kicked in and I went on like a killing spree. Good luck figuring out my politics. Trump shooter used gaming site that features presidential assassination game. So for those of you who don't
He actually did donate to the Democrats? Okay, that's interesting. Maybe that was an accident. Most recently, he was a Republican, though. He was also described by, like, people that knew him as a conservative in school. Like, he joined the... He got rejected from the gun club or something. What about furry hentai foot porn? Good question. I don't know.
don't know. They're talking about Steam. He doesn't even own the game. He didn't even play the game. This would be
Which game?
Trump shooter used gaming site that features presidential assassination game. So for those of you who don't know,
Okay, well,
they're
that's
talking
stupid.
about Steam. He doesn't even own the game. He didn't even play the game. This would be like being called a pedo because you have Netflix and Cuties is on Netflix even though you never watched Cuties. He's not trans. He's not Muslim. We can't figure out his political identity. Who do we blame?
It's most likely that he's Republican, and I feel like it's irresponsible to not say that.
gamers. Now, I'm not a believer in stochastic terrorism. I think that's a little goofy. People should be allowed to criticize people.
What?
But if you're like...
What do you mean you're not a believer in stochastic terrorism? We have demonstrable evidence that it happens. What? Wait, does she mean that she doesn't believe that it happens, or does she mean that she doesn't believe in doing it? Like, we have like, literally, Libs of TikTok sent people after a fucking hospital and they called in bomb threats. She doesn't want it? Okay, I'm gonna go with the charitable interpretation and say she doesn't want it. But she says right after...
terrorism, I think that's a little goofy. People should be allowed to criticize people, but...
People should be allowed to criticize people. That would feed into the uncharitable interpretation of she doesn't even think it happens. Because if you think that it happens... Okay, we're going to leave that on... We're going to leave that one on the table for the audience to decide, because I'm trying to be as charitable as possible here.
If you're like, he's Hitler, he's Hitler, he's Hitler, he's Hitler, eventually someone is going to try to kill Hitler. But it is crazy to think about how, like...
Yeah, so the guy did not ever... Like, he was a registered Republican at the time of the shooting. That is important to recognize.
This will be in the history books.
And also, like, the conservatives have been amping up they've been ramping up the violent rhetoric for years now. Okay? You don't see that from the liberals.
This will be in my son's history book, but it will look more like this. Now, unfortunately, someone did die. One of the bullets hit Corey Comparator as he was protecting his family.
True, his own VP Nom called him Hitler. That's pretty true. Good point.
But there were people, like, mocking hit Corey Comparator as he was protecting his family. But there were people, like, mocking this, which is insane to me. Like, it's
Corey Comparator was a horrible person. I can't speak to how well he raised his children, but you know, dying for your child does not mean that you love them or take good care of them. Like, that doesn't mean that he's a good parent. That just means that he kept a kid from dying. That's pretty, like, you know, I'm sorry, but that's like a low bar, like saving your own child from dying. Yeah, he was a horrible person.
It's one thing to make fun of a failed assassination attempt, even a successful assassination attempt on a politician. If we can't mock or criticize the people in power, there is an issue. But it's another thing to mock a innocent Trump supporter that died. The guy didn't...
The Trump supporter that died was a lunatic. He was most likely a fascist, and I mean, he was at a fucking Trump rally, man. What do you expect? Like, he probably wanted trans people to die. Like, no, I don't have to play into this bullshit. Like, he was a bad person, and I probably would not have liked him.
Didn't have any power. He wasn't a politician. He was just a dude. I don't like where stuff like this leads. And sure, you could say,
Twitter
oh,
was
if a
full of
Biden
hate.
supporter died.
Won't bring up his Twitter, of course.
You know, MAGA would be laughing about it too. And like, sure, like, can you just have some principles? Oh, speaking of, libs of...
My principle is that if I think you're a horrible person in life, I'm going to continue to say that you're a horrible person in death. By the way, is Rush Limbaugh still... Is he still dead? I'm pretty sure he's still dead.
TikTok started doxing people for making jokes about the assassination on, like, Facebook and getting people fired from their jobs, including some old lady who, like, worked at Home Depot. Like, her...
Something that the conservatives would famously never do. Here, hold on. Wait, was that what she was saying? Hold on. Yeah, okay. She's going into this. Okay, never mind. She's hitting this.
And getting people fired from their jobs, including some old lady who, like, worked at Home Depot. Like, her life is miserable enough, man. She's like 65 working at Home Depot. Libs of TikTok just completely forgetting the reason she started the account in the first place, to make fun of cringy liberal behavior, like getting people fired for jokes and political opinions online. I have been incredibly consistent over the years.
Okay.
Consistently retarded. But one of the things I've been very consistent on,
I can get on board with railing against libs of TikTok. I think that's a great thing to do.
My principles is
I can
being
recognize
against
when
getting people
I don't
fired
like do good things.
for, like, things they said online. If you don't have principles, you are no better than your...
Although that she was being way too nice to libs of TikTok because she started, like, the reason libs of TikTok did that was for hate reasons. Like, I'm starting to believe she doesn't actually believe that stochastic terrorism is a thing, because that's exactly what libs of TikTok did all the time. Stochastic terrorism.
Your enemy, and it just becomes this extremely toxic back and forth, this toxic cycle. And you all look like psychopaths while I'm here on the sidelines, principled and losing.
I think it's fine to get fired because you're making other people in your workplace uncomfortable. Like if you're being racist or being sexist or your political opinion or your religious opinion would have you do things that are uncouth toward other people, like evangelize them. Like, I think it's fine to fire people for that. It's not fine to fire people for making a joke about it. I'm sorry. I don't care if you joke about it. I don't care. You shouldn't be fired for that.
Forever. Social media, when this all was going down, was a train wreck. Oh, speaking of
speaking of, sorry, jinx. Speaking of assassination attempts, yeah, the red dot behind me, yeah.
Train wrecks, the RNC happened.
It was dog shit. Also, this is horrible quality.
Let me hear you cheer if you support Israel.
Enough was enough, and I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother.
That was the best part of the whole thing, is Hulk Hogan.
Become totally unhinged.
I hated this guy.
If Donald Trump is not elected in November.
At the RNC, Trump finally announced his VP pick, J.D. Vance, a man who, according to Snopes, did not in fact fuck a couch. Well, he lost my vote. JD is a senator from Ohio, the author of Hillbilly Elegy, and a terminally online post-liberal who follows me on Twitter.
It is the weirdest thing to me.
Shit.
Democrats say
She's
that it is
calling him
racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but...
Okay.
It's good.
Showing the weirdness.
I love you guys.
I like it.
That's my oomphy. This dude follows 1,000 people, and 2 of them are me and my husband. There is a chance that we have a vice president who has retweeted the words Hitler Bussy 420. Oh, they did it. They literally did write about Mountain Dew being racist. I hate it here. After posting on Twitter that he was dropping out, we didn't hear from Biden for a few days, and people started suspecting that he was dead.
I do think that all made J.D. Vance look very bad in general.
People genuinely thought the DNC took him out behind the shed and put him down like an old dog. The shooter missed. Quick. Plan B. Kill Biden. Phones don't even
I've heard her husband is awful.
Phones don't even look like this anymore. This man's brain was so fried he had to drop out of the race, but he's still the president?
We're right back to Biden hating, by the way.
We have a president who is too senile to run for president. So who is going to run?
No, the point is that he can complete his duties as president while not running. He's too, old to do both.
Run for president. Who is coming to save us?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Coconuts in
Just as
chat.
I predicted 5 years ago.
America might get its first female president because the president stepped down or died. Empowering!
I don't know if you guys remember, but Kamala was not popular.
Nobody was ever saying that. That's crazy.
At all. During the 2019 Democratic primaries, she dropped out before Iowa. She was less popular than Tulsi Gabbard, and people don't like to hear it.
Not now. Not anymore.
She was literally chosen because of her gender.
Sorry, everybody's in the coconut
trees
now.
When it was Bernie versus Biden, they were asked who they're gonna pick as a VP, and Bernie was like, well, it depends if they're progressive and if they're following a progressive agenda, and Biden was like, I vow to get a female VP, and the crowd went nuts. We might have President Kamala Harris because Biden tried to outwoke Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders at West Lebanon. Harris is not going to win this election, and she is going to have a very difficult time winning unless she begins to speak forcefully about the needs of the long-neglected working class of this country.
This is from July 26, 2024. Oh, Sanders said that? Oh, yeah, Bernie Sanders had kind of an L take on that, yeah. Bernie Sanders and AOC, I'm disappointed in them.
The quote tweets and the replies were just full of thousands of people calling him sexist for this. Bernie is absolutely correct, though. Kamala has been so focused on getting, the TikTok vote.
Okay, when was this uploaded? 7 days ago? No, people were on the Kamala train even 7 days ago. Sorry.
With her little, like, brat summer thing. I don't know what the brat is. I'm old, but someone has to remind Kamala Harris that she's running for president of the United States, not president of the gays and women.
White Women for Harris meeting raised millions, broke Zoom.
But when I want to have a whites-only meeting, I'm called a racist. Wow.
As white women, we need to...
But, like, the thing is, it was... The reason that you're... I know she's joking, but, like, the reason that you're having the meeting focused around white people is important, because the whole reason they're having that meeting is to elect a black president. And, like, probably talk about, like, their responsibility as white people in breaking down systemic racism in a sense. You know what I mean? If you're coming at it from a right-wing perspective, you're having an all-right meeting to be exclusive toward black people. And I'm sure if you were a person of color, you could attend that meeting if you wanted to. I'm sure that they were not discriminating and saying, well, you're not white, so you can't come to our all-white meeting. That's very silly. Bernie and AOC were pro-Biden to save their asses. One of the talking points that took down Bowman was he was anti-Biden. I'm sorry. Like, I think you have a duty to your... Like, everybody saw what happened on debate night, and you have a duty to your constituents to be honest with them. And they were not honest. They weren't. They were not honest.
To use our privilege to make positive changes. If you find yourself talking over or speaking for BIPOC individuals, or God forbid, correcting them, just take a beat. And instead, we can put our listening ears on.
Oh, no.
I agree with that for the most part. You shouldn't speak over, like, people of color, like, in general. But, like, if somebody is a person of color and saying really stupid, deranged shit, then I think it's fine to not on the basis of color. I think the point is you have to make sure that you're not speaking over people of color on the basis of the color of their skin. It's an important distinction. But I wouldn't, like, give Candace Owens the light of day, or the time of day. Sorry. You know what I mean?
Kamala Harris pull off a victory in 3 months? 3 top strategists lay out how. How do you run a 3-month campaign in an era when presidential campaigns have become years-long affairs? We gathered 3 top campaign managers to ask just that. We spoke with Patty Solis Doyle, who ran Hillary Clinton's 2008 presidential primary campaign, Robbie Mook, who ran Clinton's 2016 general election campaign.
Hi, Hillary Clinton team? Yeah, I need advice on how to win. What? Do you think Hillary's, like, seething? If there's any reason to vote for Kamala, it's just to make Hillary extremely mad. It was supposed to be me! The Democrats are voting for a cop and the
I think that's a fair reason to vote for Kamala.
Republicans are voting for a felon. And one of the candidates' VP is a shoe-on head.
The Democrats have a... Sorry.
The Democrats are voting for a cop and the Republicans are voting for a felon. And one of the candidates' VP is a shoe-on-head fan. Wild timeline we're on, folks. It's silly season. I don't know who's gonna win. All I know is that this is a race between 2 very different candidates.
It's gonna be Kamala.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm
Classic.
gonna come.
Anyway, that was my little political video. I just wanted to cover everything that happened so we can, like, look back on this during World War III and see how easy we had it. So what are your thoughts? Who do you think is going to win? Not who do you want to win, who do you think is going to win? Big thank you to everyone who donates to me on Patreon.
I think, okay, so let's check the comments real quick. I just want to see her. Here's her audience, okay? And then I'll give my thoughts. Having a baby and retiring, Shu has become a trad wife. The only reason America is in shambles is because Shu hasn't uploaded a Hell World in 2 years. Kamala, don't come. Trump, I'm going to come. America. If I ever get pregnant, you guys are just going to have to assume I'm eating good. If there's any reason to vote for Kamala, it's just to make Hillary extremely mad is probably the best campaign slogan yet. I think that was a pretty good zinger. I agree. The crazy part is not that any of this has happened, but the fact that the channels like this are violently controversial and not considered lukewarm takes and common sense. I mean, it was lukewarm, but it was like kind of lukewarm toward the right. There's a chance JD Vance is watching this right now. Yeah. Honestly, I think that like that would have made her audience look like JD Vance look cool to her audience. If you're reading it uncharitably, you could say that like she did that to make JD Vance look cooler to her audience, but she did kind of goof on him a little bit. So who's to say? Everything is a joke unless you agree with it, then I'm serious. Well, that's literally like, this right here is her mantra. Like, that is true. Okay, they all just seem like memers. I don't know. I think that Shu is just kind of a memer. I don't think she's a bad person. I just think that she doesn't think that she can, like, you know, do anything wrong. And she's just kind of feeding the algorithm of her incel audience. You know what I mean? So, like, this was it wasn't, like, extremely right-leaning the entire time, but it was enough. Like, it was, if you go centrist between the current liberal and the current conservative, then you are being right-leaning by default. Because there's just no comparison between the two right now. So I don't think it was her worst video. I don't think that, like, she's going to be, you know, I don't think she's purposefully dragging people over to vote for Trump or anything. But I do think that she's kind of, like I said, just appealing to the right-wing incels, basically. That's all she's doing. And it's worth mentioning also that her husband is, like, a mega conservative, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Not the worst person on the internet, but certainly not the best. Centrist take on Shu on Head. Balls deep in the couch. True. I didn't know she was still posting in the last few years. Yeah, she has been, yeah. The sponsor block extension? Eh. I have too many extensions already. I can just skip it. I'm 100% for being sexist towards her specifically. Okay, what else I got? Playlists. Oops. I've been kind of wanting to watch this masculinity thing for a while. I think this was a, this is from Andy Pants Gaming. I think this was a suggestion in the Discord. Sorry, I'm just looking at Discord real quick.
Without really knowing the full...
From Moon. The Paris Olympics is everything wrong with society? What? That's a little more relevant. Maybe we'll watch that. All right, good night, Mustard. Hope you sleep well. She helped get anti-drag laws passed in my state. Oh, I didn't know that. Centrists always tacitly endorse the right. Well, because they pretend that wanting healthcare for everybody to be free at the point of receiving it is equivalent to, like, wanting to kill Jews. And it's not. Like, you can call those two extreme positions, but one of them is extremely good and the other is extremely bad. What's wrong with the Paris Olympics? I'm referring to the video that I have pulled up here from Moon. I've only gone over one Moon video before. I remember I watched Charlie from Moist Critical Charlie go over a Moon video, and, like, it was about who was the Reddit guy? Aaron Schwartz. It was about Aaron Schwartz, and he basically desecrated Aaron Schwartz, his memory, by insinuating that Aaron Schwartz was all about, like, free speech, you know, free speech, like that type of free speech, when really Aaron Schwartz is about liberation of information. His whole deal was that, like, he wanted to liberate like scientific studies and make them free to the public. Very like left-leaning person, and he disagreed with all the other Redditors, especially like the people who were doing sussy shit on. He disagreed with the Redditors who were caught doing sussy shit. Let's just say that. So Aaron Schwartz was cool, but then he like desecrated his memory. There's nothing wrong with transgenderism. Yeah, I never said there is. I think transgender people should be allowed in the Olympics. If you can't, if a yeah, calling it an ism is silly. Yeah. If a portion of society can accommodate for cis people but not for trans people, then that portion of society needs to be changed or stop existing. It's the same way I feel about white versus black people, gay versus straight people. You know, like if you cannot accommodate one group of people as well as you can accommodate another group of people based on their demographic status like that, then it doesn't deserve to exist in the current format. I think that fairness in sports is important to the extent that it exists, because everybody's biologically different anyway. Everybody has either biological advantages or disadvantages. And with that being said, I do believe that there should be, like, the thing about sports is that it's entertainment. You know what? This is a good rant to start with, okay? I'll get into it in just a second. I got to run to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
We just have to wait for him to be born. Pull it up, 'cause you're a perfect machine. Don't have to terminate it to it for you. Shit, fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. You fucked it up objectively. Kill all human. Kill all human.
That wasn't fair because I didn't know it would be too hard.
It was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My God, they'll kill us all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects their color. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't have to terminate it to read for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger, you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there.
Didn't know it would be too hard.
Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat. If I used 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same rubber lane I use to identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby.
Okay, I'm back. All right, we'll get started with the juice. Good night, Kess. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. All right, so there's this funny fella on YouTube, little known fella named Moon. Literally, that's his name, just Moon.
Imagine if you
And this is his channel, and I just want to see how he describes himself here. Videos on what's happening in the real world. Free weekly essays written by Moon. Okay, so we don't get any info here. But Moon uploaded this video called The Paris Olympics Is Everything Wrong with Society, which was recommended to me just now in the Discord server. If you would like to recommend videos for me to watch in Discord, you can join by following the link in the YouTube description. Or if you're in chat right now, if you're on the site chat because you're cool and you show up to my live streams, you can type exclamation Discord, go there, and drop some videos for me to cover. It saves me some time, and I think you guys like it a lot. So, yeah, consider doing that. Anyway, the Paris Olympics Is Everything Wrong with Society. Now, if I had to guess, from what I know about Moon, I've only gone over one Moon video. He usually starts off with from what I've seen, he starts off with seemingly good and relevant points to make, like just logical points. And then he quickly moves into like right-wing conspiracy theories, right? A good example is what I was talking about just a second ago during the stream with his Aaron Swartz coverage, where he basically started off with what most people would consider fine and good. Aaron Swartz was a guy who was a founder of Reddit. He basically just went up through the whole biography. He tried to like liberate information, but then he pivoted into, well, it was actually about free speech. And the government came after him because of free speech concerns, free speech, like, you know, being allowed to say the N-word type shit. So that's not what Aaron Swartz was all about. The government went after him because he was trying to liberate like scientific studies from people having to pay for them and shit. So my point is, he presents information in a seemingly non-political way, but then has a very political spin to it at some point in the video. That's my experience with Moon. All that being said, I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I do try to be charitable, so we will be as charitable as possible with this, but my guess is that he's going to bring up the fact that, like, the opening of the Olympics, like, made fun of the, what was it, the Last Supper painting that, like, literally everybody parodies all the time anyway, but it also wasn't the Last Supper. Also, the transgender scare with the Algerian boxer, whose name I can't remember. But I have a little info pulled up about her, so I'm prepared. But yeah, it's just a lot of fake scare tactics that have been used by the right wing lately is what I'm anticipating. So we'll see where this goes.
The 2024 Olympic Games will go down as one of the weirdest Olympics in history. It seems like every single day there's another controversy after controversy. And when the games began with this sort of horrifying
Olympics opening ceremony sparks outrage with drag queens parodying Last Supper. See, it wasn't even the Last Supper. See, I knew we'd start with this. Imane Khalif, yeah. I knew we'd start off with this. This is not supposed to be... What was the painting supposed to be? Like, this is parodying... I don't even know if it's parodying it. It's just like... It's just impersonating it. And who cares if they're in drag? They look fine.
Opening ceremony, everyone knew it was going to be weird.
This
but
is
on the other
misinformation.
hand, it's really not that surprising.
We immediately started off with the misinformation. Great. A Dionysian feast, yeah. Is this okay for me to show on stream, or does it have Nikki's? Yeah, I'm not showing this on stream. Dionysian feast painting. I don't know which painting it's supposed to be like. Here, let's try this. Which painting was the Olympics based on? Here we go. Okay, this appears to be safe for stream. So this is the comparison here. So this was the one they were using. And just in case it's... I think it's safe for stream. I think it's fine. It's for educational purposes, even if there was somebody who was like slightly nude. Whatever. Back to the video. Maybe this one. Yeah, I think it was this one. I'm not going to pull it up because this... No, it wasn't this one. I don't know. Anyway, you guys get the idea. Hello, Abhor Nakana. Welcome.
Surprising at all, as it seems the Olympics is just a mirror reflecting the current state of the world that we live in today. It is a parody of modernity. But how did the pinnacle of sports, something that...
Why did you just show a bunch of, like, people's fat rolls?
was once considered a testament of human spirit, determination, and relentless pursuit of excellence, become as strange and corrupted as it is today, almost bringing more division to the world than unity. With memes after memes coming out about the Olympics, let's unpack it all and see what went so wrong from the beginning of the Paris Olympics.
Did he just show a SpongeBob clip?
And see what went so wrong from the beginning of the Paris Olympics. You see, the Olympics has always reflected the state of the world. It was cancelled during World War I and II because of the wars, and South Africa was even banned from participating in the Olympics between 1964 and 1988, all due to its apartheid policies. However, the Olympics are meant to bring the world together, rather than enforce any sort of separation.
I think any state that's doing apartheid does not deserve to participate in the Olympics. I think that's good. I think that Israel should have been banned.
This goes back to the Olympic origins, where an Olympic truce was established in ancient Greece. What this has meant for the Olympics for hundreds of years is a halt in hostilities in the name of granting athletes safe passage and promoting world peace. Something which sounds great in theory, but not so simple in reality. You see, all the athletes attending...
Sorry, I completely missed all of that. Tradition of the Olympic truce allows safe participation in the Olympic Games for all athletes.
Something which sounds great in theory, but not so simple in reality. You see, all the athletes attending the Olympic Games have to agree to
Tier 1 sub, Big
Rule
Room. Appreciate you.
About what they can
I don't know why the
express,
notifications
especially when
don't
it comes to political and religious statements. The International Olympic Committee, otherwise known as the IOC, has a set of rules that restricts demonstrations or political, religious, and racial propaganda at Olympic sites.
Demonstration of political, religious, or racial propaganda. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of loose. You can apply that loosely to a lot of stuff. Like, you could say that, like, trans rights is too political, right? Like, that would be too political. So, as long as they're applying the rule correctly, it's fine, but I'm skeptical.
The purpose of this is to maintain the neutrality of the games and ensure that the focus remains on the athletes' performance.
Racial propaganda, like saying that like black people are inherently inferior or some shit, yeah.
And international unity through sports. And it seems like it's the complete opposite of this. And instead it's a perfect parody of the current world we live in 2024, a period of escalating tensions globally, cultural divides, and deepening political issues.
What are the global escalating tensions about? Let's dive into that a little bit. Let's talk about it, right? Like about Israel invading Palestine and Russia invading Ukraine. Both things that the right is apparently fine with, by the way, like the conservative side.
Before the Olympics began, there were already protests regarding which countries could participate and which countries couldn't, along with which people were able to participate and which ones weren't. But the French government did their best to make sure it all went down as planned, as they wanted to show Paris, the city of love, as
He's doing such conspiracy posting right now.
The perfect place to visit, which is why as Paris accepted the 2024 Olympics, the French government accelerated the relocation of homeless individuals from the city to other regions.
France's government
that was
has
shitty.
ramped up its
I agree
efforts
that
to
was
relocate
shitty.
homeless migrants out of Paris 1 year before it hosts the Olympics. At least 1,800 homeless people have been moved from the French capital to one of 10 temporary shelters across the country since April.
They also cancelled emergency housing.
Yeah, they could have avoided that entirely by housing them.
Contracts to accommodate Olympic tourists, choosing to prioritize the country's aesthetic and commercial interests over the welfare of vulnerable populations, almost as a metaphor for how social media is used, painting
I wonder what this guy's opinion is on universal housing. What do you think, Moon? You want to give homeless people houses? Just like, there you go, no charge? I think that would be based, personally. I think that would be a good solution to the problem. I don't know if he would agree.
Picture
Maybe
of the beautiful parts of our lives and hiding everything bad from those around us. But even still, this is always normal for every Olympics Games in the recent years. But the truth started unraveling as soon as it began. In the French government's aim to make the Olympics the cheapest Olympics in history, many Olympians were confronted with a very strange...
I think that's fine. I don't want to dump a ton of fucking money into what it boils down to, like, state-sponsored entertainment, which I'm fine with state-sponsored entertainment. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, the government paying for entertainment is great. I think the Olympics is a great show of unity across the, or at least it would be if we were unified across the world. And I'm fine with governments paying for that. But making it as not expensive as possible is good. That's a good thing. They failed spectacularly to make it cheap. Oh, well, there you go.
Situation. Cardboard box beds, no air conditioning, and small rations of food were all that the Olympians were given.
That's pretty
And if that wasn't bad enough, there was a significant safety issue as dozens of Olympians were robbed, attacked, and harassed. Logan Martins, one of Australia's cycling Olympians, shared a video of his van after it had been broken into.
Oh, shit.
So,
that sucks ass.
Luckily, my bikes weren't in there, although my bike bags were in there with some things in it. Crazy start to the trip.
Personal item.
You know what would have helped prevent some of that crime is taking care of people's needs around the area, because crime usually follows poverty. So if you really want to make sure that people's cars aren't getting broken into, or you could change the entire infrastructure and make it so that it's not car centric. That's another option, but I digress.
Including his wallet and backpack was stolen, but thankfully not his bicycle, which could have actually meant he would never be able to compete or would have to fork out a bunch of money to cover the costs. And with the added stress, it probably wouldn't have been great for his race. In other cases, a fellow Australian who was the coach.
It's just funny because he points out which that is a problem, but there's no solution to it. This guy's solution to that would be they just gesture at the fact that it's crime ridden, right? It's crime ridden. Okay, what do you do about that? Let's really talk about the issue and get to the nitty gritty of what we should do about it.
Coach of the national hockey team.
How about we prevent
various unauthorized
Okay.
transactions on his bank account following the theft of his bank card. A Japanese rugby sevens player reported the loss of a significant amount of cash and valuable jewelry. All of this led to many Olympians opting to find close hotels instead of staying in their provided for accommodation.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what I meant Outpouring Arcana. I see the tactic. He's going to be pissy about a handful of universally disgusting actions by the French government to get people upset that bring up Khalif to an angry audience. Yes, that is his tactic. That is what he does. He tried doing I watched, like I said before, I think before I started recording, I watched Moist Critical react to that video about the Redditor, Aaron Schwartz. Sorry, not the Redditor, one of the Reddit creators, Aaron Schwartz. Because he started off with pretty neutral messaging, and then he dips into far-right conspiracy posting. And thankfully, Moist Critical caught on to it. And even he was like, okay, guys, this is conspiracy. This seems a little... Sorry, I did a little crunk there. He would be more like, this seems a little crazy. I don't know if I don't know if all of this is true, guys, to be honest.
Already a huge failure on the IOC's part. But while the athletes were complaining about their experience and the rampant crime that was surrounding them, nobody was preparing for the visual crime of the opening ceremony. Now, no matter what angle you take on this.
Yes, exactly equivalent to people's cars getting broken into was the opening ceremony. Good point.
Left or right, the outrageous 2024 Olympics opening was one of the weirdest,
Who cares?
most dystopian, and arguably blasphemous ceremonies.
How is it dystopian or blasphemous? Fuck off, you're such pussies.
We've ever seen. I mean, the main act on the opening night included a rendition of the Last Supper painting by Leonardo da Vinci.
This is like a circus act. It's a circus act. Well, you don't like circus? You don't like circus? You just hate art? Yes, the answer is yes, by the way. They just hate art. This is just art. Who cares?
Now, while the IOC and the choreographer of the opening ceremony
the weird thing
made
is
claims
complaining
that it was really
about it.
rendition of the Feast of Dionysus, there are clear indicators that
They've been doing this forever, by the way. It's like every single year the Super Bowl halftime gets shit on because it's too woke for them, because there's a woman there. It's inevitably because there's a woman there and she was not dressed in a burqa. That's what it comes down to. Every single fucking year at the Super Bowl they do that same shit.
to show this wasn't really the case. At the center of the table was Barbara Bush, wearing a halo-like sun image reminiscent of traditional depictions of Jesus Christ in Catholic art.
What? That's always been a religious thing. What are you this is a universally religious thing to do, is the halo around the head. One Piece does this. What the fuck are you talking about? It's so stupid. Thank you so much, Saki Tanuki, for another tier 5, sorry, I always do that. 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate you. I don't know why the alert didn't go off, but I'll try to fix that. Yeah, that's a big stretch.
Wealth, fame, power.
Well, there it goes.
image reminiscent of traditional depictions of Jesus Christ in Catholic art. She posted a story celebrating the new...
Hold on. Let's just fact check this. Halo around head in art. Not in heart, in art. So this is all Christian. The halo represents an aura of, or the glow of sanctity, which was conventionally drawn encircling the head. First appeared in the culture of Hellenistic Greece and Rome. Wow! Greece, huh? Almost like the culture that they're referencing, actually. Look, look. This is the halo. This is the same halo. It's like there's no there's no rays coming off of this one.
She posted a story celebrating the... wasn't really the case. At the center of the table...
It's literally the same halo. First result on Wikipedia. Dipshit.
Was Barbara Butch, wearing a halo-like sun image reminiscent of traditional depictions of Jesus Christ in
Catholic Greece.
She posted a story celebrating the new gay testament, only to delete it later as the controversy over the situation rose. Now, no matter what you think, this definitely seems at least to be a mockery of the faith that 2.6 billion on Earth follow.
No, it's not! It's literally not even referencing your stupid fucking religion. Okay? Here, I got something to reference your religion. Here's something you can bitch and moan about. Piss Jesus. There you go. You want to bitch and moan about something? There's a mockery of your religion right there. Piss Jesus. I think it's art. But if you want something to bitch about, there you go. I've given it to you. Now you can stop bitching about fucking depictions of Greek mythology and saying it's your religion.
And something that clearly goes against the IOC's own expectations according to Rule 50.
Yeah, I think we went over that it was, here, Feast of the Gods, Jan Harmon's. Yeah, this is the painting that they were... Yeah, I already showed this.
But even if you were to agree with the objection, that it was just a representation of anything Christian, the IOC still used this moment for something most of the world doesn't agree with. People dancing promiscuously on the center stage in one of the most viewed live sporting events in history.
Dude, they can't even, like, handle dancing anymore. You can't even handle dancing anymore. This is weirdo shit. This is weirdo behavior. Stop.
An opening ceremony that has nothing to do with the Olympics, one where there's
if you're personally turned on by it, that's your problem.
Random woman was in the center stage instead of somebody with the physique of an athlete. In fact, this entire thing had nothing to do with athletics and was deeply controversial for many.
Fuck you, it's entertainment. It's literally entertainment.
People around the world. Already, people were turning off the TV, not watching this, just because of the...
Also, I got more news for you. Here. Powerlifter physique. Be careful here. Where's a good one? There are some big powerlifters. They're chunky, okay? Like this guy. Powerlifter. Okay? Like, this is what he looks like after a bulk. Or this guy. Like, they're chunky, okay? You can be an athletic person and still be chunky. It's possible.
This opening ceremony. But then the IOC would take even more weird stances. They would force servers to duct tape crosses showing on their boards and prevented athletes from wearing hijabs, crosses, or anything that shows their religious beliefs. This marked with other
I don't care that much.
Failures such as calling South Korea by North Korea's formal name, littering the SINA.
It was at 3:30 this morning.
I can't bring myself to care. Yeah, get rid of the cross.
Data showed risky levels of E. coli bacteria again, and it's no surprise the Seine is dirty. For a century, swimming was banned.
Oh, I bet next he's going to advocate for clean water policies. Good. I like environmental policies that will improve the standard, like actually crack down on corporations to not contaminate water, and make sure that the government is keeping their water clean. I'm glad that we can agree on that. Very good.
Until the Olympics.
I thought that would be too left-wing for him,
plans
but
to
here we
promote
are.
Paris have turned to embarrassment. The men's triathlon postponed hours before it was due to start here.
The Olympic flag was raised upside down at the opening show, along with a bunch of horrific viewing experiences to those who paid nearly €2,000.
Wait, Olympic flags were raised upside down because the people knew. Wasn't that because people knew that like the government was dicking them for the sake of the Olympics? Like that's valid. That's valid protest. Unless he's like feeding into that, like, yeah, it's valid protest.
Down at the opening show, along with a bunch of horrific viewing experiences to those who paid nearly €2,000 to watch the ceremony live. It all seemed like a giant failure that spread across social media. It was only once the world roared back with outrage.
Honestly, if you pay hello. Hi, baby. What you doing? Honestly, if you pay $2,000 to watch the opening show live, I don't give a fuck.
Over the scenario that the
I don't care. If you had a bad experience, sorry.
Did things seem to change? But little did people know what they had in store for the 2024 Olympics. What would happen if you dropped your vape from 40,000 feet in the air? Well, you might want to find out once you've tried Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air.
Oh god, I thought he said vape, but I wasn't sure.
The QR code on screen to get your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack today. The 2024 Olympics has probably been the most—
Did it just suddenly get louder?
Covered Olympics in history, as each athlete has shared their experiences on social media, and as viewers watched together and shared their opinions on every moment in every sport. It's had a lot of good, bad, and really ugly. Good in the sense that it's allowed athletes to make a personal connection like never before. Take the surfing in the 2024 Olympics. This is the only sport that is 10,000 miles away from France, taking place in the French Polynesian island, Tahiti. This has also meant that the sport doesn't have a live audience, but the athletes have had their opportunity to share their unique experience with the rest.
For the new people, that was Winry, my cat. She's a good girl, except when she's not.
The world.
But right now,
from having their own cruise ship as their version of the Olympic Village to an inside look as surfers prepared for the Olympics. Ground coverage not provided by the IOC. Additionally, there was a life-changing moment.
Did he pull up Khalif? Sorry.
Miles away from
I wasn't
France,
paying
taking
attention.
place in the French Polynesian island, Tahiti. This has also meant that the
Did I miss it?
Bad and really ugly.
Oh yeah, no,
good in the sense that
good
it's
point.
allowed
Yeah.
athletes to make a personal connection like
I
never
completely missed
before.
that.
Take the surfing in.
I knew that he'd go after that.
I guarantee he won't go into the Olympic pole vault to getting d***ed when his dick hit the bar and then getting an offer from porn producers to star because of it.
That's pretty funny. Thank you very much for another 5 tier 1 gifted sub, Saki Tanuki. I appreciate you very much. I did see that, and that was very funny. You could not make that up if you wanted to. Hilarious. And yeah, probably not.
In the 2024 Olympics. This is the only sport that is 10,000 miles away from France, taking place in the French Polynesian island, Tahiti. This has also meant that the sport doesn't have a live audience, but the athletes have had their opportunity to share their unique experience with the rest of the world. From having their own cruise ship as their version of the Olympic Village, to an inside look as surfers prepared for the Olympics. Ground coverage not provided by the IOC. Additionally, there was a life-changing moment as one Brazilian surfer, Gabriel Medina, scored a near-perfect 9.90. The photographer capturing the moment went from 2,000 Instagram followers to 200,000 in just a couple of days.
I can do better.
The memes surrounding moments of the Olympics have burst out in every way.
Put me
one
in,
man
coach.
in particular has stolen the show of the Olympics.
Oh yeah, I remember
receiving more than
this
5 minutes
guy.
of fame. He became an internet sensation, a meme, and the parody you'd expect to gain popularity during
Fucking
the Olympics.
anime character.
Silver medal Turkish shooter Youssef stood out from all of his competitors,
Oh, he's got a
who would
cat.
usually wear special glasses used to focus
Beautiful.
on targets and cover their other eye from all vision. But this absolute legend just showed up, one hand in pocket, and took a moment to take his shot, and receiving a silver medal for doing so. Social media ate
amazing.
this up, and if you haven't seen the meme about Youssef, you're hiding under a rock. It's amazing how his fame spread in moments, and he became the most popular person on earth for just one day. but it also
Ben
perfectly
Beckton,
encapsulates our digital
scary.
era. His moment of fame is a clear snapshot of how social media can amplify a single unique moment into a global phenomenon. Yet it wouldn't be surprising
Definitely
if almost
military?
everybody
Yeah,
forgets
maybe.
about this moment in just a week. Here today, gone tomorrow. The contemporary world's attention span is just so short, which is what's so funny about these Olympic moments.
Well, yeah,
because as
that's-
social media brings us closer to events and people we would never otherwise encounter, it also ushers us swiftly from one fascination to the next, often without a backward glance. But this also comes with a very disturbing side, as we'd see.
Why are you censoring that? He's covered. He's fully covered. Like his junk is covered, right? He's censoring this for shock value. Or no, he didn't. Sorry, he didn't censor it. Although he did grab a video of it that is censored. This is for shock value. He's completely covered.
See on August 1st. On August 1st, about a week into the Olympics, Algerian Emayne Khalif would compete in a boxing match against Italy's
Odds of Moon misgendering Emayne Khalif. What are the odds? Or half credit if he doesn't refer to Emayne Khalif as anything but Emayne Khalif. Like exclusively uses her name. Half credit for that. What are the odds? Good 80%. I'm gonna say it's pussy shit if he decides not to gender her at all. That's pussy shit. You gotta own it. It's still shitty to do, misgender like anybody, but like a cis person, really? Like, she's literally cis. We'll see though. Before I get outraged, we'll see what he does. Maybe he'll properly gender her. We'll see.
Angela Carini in the welterweight division. The fight only lasted 46 seconds, as Angela would take 2 deep blows to the face. Instead of completing the match, she chose to forfeit, crying this is unjust, and refusing to shake her opponent's hands. She instead fell to her knees crying as she...
Which is bullshit, by the way. She then later came back and she groveled and apologized, okay? She came crawling back.
Realized her Olympic dreams had been shattered during her first fight. The media quickly picked this up, and it went completely viral, reporting how the Algerian boxer had previously been banned from competing in the World Championships because she failed testosterone and gender eligibility.
Whoa! Properly gendered! Pog, let's go. You know what? The bar was subterranean, but he cleared it.
Tests. Famous people like J.K. Rowling, Elon Musk, and even Logan Paul all shared their opinions over the situation. Even Donald Trump came to the party, using this as a political moment to say, I will keep men out of...
Wait, is he going to report on this correctly? Ooh, if he that'd be a plot twist. If he reports on this correctly, it'll be a plot twist.
Women's sports, posting a picture of...
My guess, here's my guess. He'll say that yes, she's a woman, but also she has XY chromosomes and therefore shouldn't be allowed to compete. That's my guess for how bad it'll be. Like, that'll be like the worst it gets.
The Algerian as they punch Angela in the face. But the moment quickly spiraled. The whole situation was seen as a male-born boxer fighting against a biological female, obviously giving the Algerian a huge advantage from having so much testosterone and a general male physique, with people pointing to the fact that she was disqualified from the Women's World Championships in New Delhi for failing a gender eligibility test. However, this wasn't for the reason that most of the media seemed to point out. You see, Algeria is a country that criminalizes same-sex sexual activity between men and between women, and their laws prohibit the possibility to change legal gender. So the assumption that they would send somebody who was trans to the Olympics did seem kind of crazy to begin with. The truth came out that she actually had a disorder of sex development, a rare condition where a baby's reproductive organs don't develop the typical way before birth, leading to an ambiguous genital appearance. These conditions might not be apparent until puberty, but can lead to incorrect sex assignment at birth, especially where medical resources are scarce, meaning the Algerian...
It'll be really interesting to see where he... I thought that he would just shovel misinformation. I apologize. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hey, I was wrong.
Was assigned as a woman at birth and grew up as such, but this wasn't the information that was shared rapidly, and instead even more outrage poured over the Olympics, something that would only happen in 2024. The echo chambers we confine ourselves to allowed the world to make a strong belief about something without...
Yeah, the whole male physique thing was like kind of bullshit.
Really knowing the full context here, just sparking more cultural divide that's already spreading across the world today.
Yeah, I agree.
While there might still be reason to be upset over the situation, you can't really blame the boxers. And another lightweight woman boxer, Ling Ting, who has the exact same condition for competing in the Olympics.
Wait, LOL, what? No? What happened? What did I miss? I clearly missed something. Where should I go back to? Is this far enough? I don't know what you missed either. Person, Merson, and UN Owen was hollow. What did I miss? He said the boxers are not to blame? Oh, okay. I'll just let it play. I'll pay extra attention this time.
The echo chambers we confine ourselves to allow the world to make a strong belief about something without really knowing the full context here, just sparking more cultural divide that's already spreading across the world today. And while there might still be reason to be upset over the situation, you can't really blame
reason to be upset over the situation? I disagree. She was cis from birth until now. Like, and even if she wasn't, I just don't care. But even I've said before that people are generally coming from a good place when they say when they have concerns about trans people competing in the Olympics because they want fairness and whatever. I get it. But like, at the same time, she was never trans. People just like made that shit up and then falsely reported it. And they should all be sued to hell and back for that. That can literally get her in like trouble in her home country.
Blame the boxers. And another lightweight woman, boxer Ling Yo Ting, who has the exact same condition for competing.
He said this would only happen in 2024 in reference to the spread of misinformation and people taking sides immediately. I mean, it has gotten worse lately. It has gotten worse lately, like, especially with the dawn of the internet. Like, it's worse now probably than it's ever been, so... You know, I don't feel like going after him for that line.
The Olympics. Rather, it seemed to be the IOC's failure once again to actually you can't really blame the boxers. And another lightweight woman, boxer Ling Yo Ting, who has the exact same condition for competing in the Olympics. Rather, it seemed to be the IOC's failure once again to actually clarify what makes fair fights in the Olympic boxing ring. The International Boxing Association, which previously banned Khalif from competing in its competitions, took a stand after Angela Carini forfeited her Olympic match, and as a result, Angela will now receive $50,000. In a statement, the IBA president tore into the IOC's Thomas Bach, calling him evil for what he was doing to women's sports, as the IOC failed to give proper guidelines about the entire situation, and other reason that athletes like Lin Yuting and Khalif were able to join in on the sports in the first place. The reality is, this probably isn't about political beliefs, more so about fairness, and even more so that
I think that a lot of people see it as fairness, but the problem is that the people who are political about it are going to take advantage of people's gauge for fairness. You know what I mean? Like their what's the word I'm looking for? Proclivity for fairness. Like the desire for things to be fair is like a big American value, like generally speaking. You know, that's how they've kind of maintained this veneer of fairness under capitalism, where it's like, you know, it's, what is it called? Sorry, my brain. I can't think of the word. Merit-based, meritocracy. It's a meritocracy, right? Which it's not. But you're led to believe that as an American. So they believe in meritocracy, so they think like if you're not given a fair shake at something, then it's bad. Which, you know, I can get behind that. That's why I'm like not as harsh on people for thinking that trans people shouldn't be allowed in the Olympics or whatever. I usually think that's a red flag for other concerning beliefs they have. But that one in general, I try not to get too pissy about it. But I do stand by what I said when I said trans people should be allowed to compete in sports, and a place that can't accommodate trans people should not exist in its current form. I do stand by that. So while I can understand that knee-jerk reaction, I disagree with it completely. But people take advantage of that. This is the correct take, but I said it before. Us normies do not have the domain-specific knowledge to litigate this. Yeah, I don't know. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on this one. There are a lot of people who view it as being fair for sports.
That women athletes are in danger and could face some serious physical consequences as a result. So the IOC has addressed this officially, explaining that, quote, national boxing federations must reach a consensus around a new international federation in order for boxing to be included on the sports program of the Olympic Games in 2028. Genderless. But while there's been a lot of noise over these two contestants, a really another controversial contestant to join the 2024 Olympics was Steven van der Velde, a Dutch volleyball player and a convicted child ara. Back in 2014.
Okay, yeah, that one's disgusting. I agree. Absolutely. Why would you send that person? No.
Van der Wilde friended a 12-year-old girl on Facebook, flew from his hometown in the Netherlands to England, specifically to meet with the girl, gave her alcohol.
It sucks that there was way more outrage about like a person that people thought was trans that literally wasn't, versus a convicted rapist. That's crazy, man. Shows you where the conservative, you know, I mean, it's blatant. That's blatant to me. How much coverage have you seen on that other dude? Huh? Like none.
And allegedly doing very bad things to her multiple times. He eventually got convicted of R-ing an individual under the age of 13 in 2016 and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. This happened just when his athletic career was taking off. And the judge who gave him his sentence went on record to say, quote, "Your hopes of representing your country as an Olympic athlete now lie as a shattered dream."
It should have
and
remained
almost
that way.
everybody believed this was the end of his career, as it should be. But just 13 months later, he was suddenly released from prison and still put on the Olympic team for the 2024 Olympics. That's right, the IOC, knowing of this particular circumstance, have even given Van der Wilde special privileges that other Olympians don't have. He was given accommodation outside of the Olympic Village. He doesn't take any interviews or talk to the press during the Olympics, and has protection in case of any circumstances.
Butterducker, you probably got gifted by Saki Tanuki. Congratulations, you now have access to early content.
Which is really
if you join
crazy
the Discord,
that
of
after
course.
being convicted of such an awful crime, he's been protected more than any other Olympian. All the
Yeah,
while,
the
it's easy to
pedophile,
argue
yeah.
that allowing a criminal to compete contradicts the core values of the Olympics. And while the IOC has done what it
I
can to
agree.
bring a truce to its athletes, both Israel and Palestine joining the Olympic Games has caused even more tensions. It seems like the infamous Rule 50 isn't being followed. With the current war between Hamas and Israel, it's a political issue that has left the world divided. And so every time a
Well, I mean, the people who are in favor of Israel are blatantly wrong.
Palestinian or Israeli has competed in the Olympics, it's been met with some sort of controversy. Leading up to
Israel should not have been allowed at the Olympics.
the game, a French MP said that Israeli athletes are not welcome at the Paris Olympics, and the backlash to this was huge.
Based. French lawmakers slam for based. Who is that? Foreign Minister Sejourn? Oh, sorry. No, it's MP Thomas Ports. Thomas Ports. Beautiful.
He said that Israeli athletes are not welcome at the Paris Olympics, and the backlash to this was huge. And then the Palestinian Olympic chief made a point
I
that
think
he and
it's-
the team
it's
would
based
not
that he
shake
said
any
that, or she
Israelis'
said
hands
that.
during the Olympics, despite the agreed upon truce that
Who said that one? Palestine Olympic chief. No handshakes with Israelis unless they recognize state. True. And honestly, like, the fact that the Israelis are even allowed there, piss off. Piss the fuck off. The Olympics are supposed to be about unity among the world. And Israel has done nothing but destroyed that between them and Palestine. It's disgusting.
the point that he and the team would not shake any Israelis' hands during the Olympics.
So even this
despite
is
the agreed
more
upon
than they
truce that
deserve.
comes with competing in the Olympics. This has come with multiple protesters, Israelis and
No, this isn't even a political issue. This is just Israel being wrong. I mean, it is a political issue. Everything is. But, like, this is just Israel being in the wrong. Okay? This would be like saying it's a political issue that guy raped a 13-year-old and he's allowed at the Olympics. Technically, you could make that argument. Okay? But you would never say that with the same amount of, with the same level of seriousness as you're saying it with this. You know?
entering the country and competing, which is why the French police are now having to take extra precautions around Israeli athletes. And then others claim that Palestine should never have been allowed in the first place either, with division spreading all across social media about the situation.
Yeah, and one side is worse than the other, but we're going to split the middle.
All of this is why the 2024 Paris Olympics is really much more than just a series of athletic contests. It has become a profound reflection of the world's current state, which makes idiocracy feel like less and less of a distant future and more just our coming reality, which is why there is no
which makes idiocracy
feel like less and less of a distant future and more just our coming reality, which is why there is no doubt the Olympics will come to be known as the parody of 2024. Thanks to Fume for sponsoring.
I guess that wasn't the worst video that it could have been. Definitely could have been worse. So, I wasn't like horrifically outraged. I really did think that he was going to like, you know, feed into the trans thing with Elaine Khalif. So, still dumb. I mean, it was still like bitchy and moany for sure. But like, yeah, I mean, especially about like the open. I think the worst part was like his bitching and moaning about the opening ceremony. Like that was literally just he was just lying at that point. Like you could have easily found that it was based off of a Greek painting. So that was just a lie. And also like pearl clutching about like the dancing, calling it provocative. Like, come on, man. It's stupid. But yeah, like I said, not nearly as bad as I thought. So kudos for that, I guess. The bar was low, but you cleared it. She wasn't the only woman accused of being trans, Ilona Mayer. Yeah, I believe that. Me spreading misinformation. True. The swimmer one was really funny. Really? Cold Fusion wannabe? Oh, Fume? I don't know. If that's what you're referring to. Unless you're referring to Moon. Were you referring to like the thing that he was advertising, or were you referring to Moon? Because Moon is like a very big YouTuber. I don't know why I thought you would refer to the vape. Fume is just a wannabe version of a different vape. Yeah, okay. In other pics, she looks like any Nazi dream trad wife. Well, yeah, that's how like being athletic works. Like, whether you're male or female, most athletes who do the same sport are going to converge into the same body type. That's why, like, transvestigating athletes is stupid. Become a member. Thank you, Roman Omen, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Welcome to Tier 1. I really got to fix that, that alert. But thank you. Appreciate it. I don't think it's cool to sell vapes. Still ruins lives. I think if you're 18 and older, it's fine. Fume is a stop vaping thing? Oh, okay, cool. Or stop smoking? Okay. Alcohol ruins lives. That is also true. See, this is what I meant earlier when I was like, I've been on such a roll with streaming. I've already done 4 segments today, and I kind of want to do another one. I haven't been, like, severely outraged yet. I haven't done this. I want to do this Who Killed Masculinity in video games, and then I think I'll wrap up. Let me go to the bathroom again because I have small bladder syndrome, and I will be right back.
Takes a recorder, join the resistance.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I'm not back yet. Once. Okay, now I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna do one more video, and then I'm gonna let Katie take over, because Katie made a wonderful PowerPoint presentation about Hades 2, I believe, and she wanted to share it with the class. So if you like Hades 2 or you like Greek mythology, stick around for that. All right. And you'll, if you don't know Katie, you'll love her. Okay. One sec. Ooh. Hold on, I just found a better one.
All right, look.
Yeah, I definitely found a better one. I was looking at his channel. I was going to go over who killed masculinity in video games, but I found a better one. Okay. Why are video games so gay? That's the question everybody's asking, including Andy Pants Gaming here. I've never seen Andy Pants Gaming before today. I was actually originally going to go over a different video of his, but then I found this was uploaded quite recently, from 7 days ago. So, let's see how he describes himself. He just has his Discord community in his email. Okay, so we can probably assume that this is going to not be the best content. So I thought it would be fun to go over. We'll see what happens.
All right, look, if you're a mod on Reddit,
we're off to a great start. An AI image of a very woke individual who's, you know, doing something on this very real keyboard here that has all of the correct keys on it. Let's see. Fingers actually look okay. Not the worst AI image I've seen. I would love to know what some of the shit in the background is. This looks like Link, maybe. I don't know what this fuzzball would be. These bears, I don't know what they would be from. Like, it's mostly just random shit. Oh my god, the keyboard fucked up really bad right here. Look at that. Is that an AI image? That is absolutely an AI image, yes. Here, let me just get a shot of it for the editor. There we go. Anyway.
You're not going to be able to handle this video. I've gotten banned from Reddit like 10 times because I showed up and asked you homos a simple question and y'all can't answer it, so you banned me. So if
why do we need a gay Star Wars? Because why does Star Wars need to be straight, I ask you.
And asked you homos.
So he's just homophobic. He's just like outwardly, openly homophobic. Cool.
A simple question and y'all can't answer it, so you ban me.
It's a gay Star Wars when you have like one gay character in it. That's what they consider a gay Star Wars. But you can have as many straight characters as you want. That's why you're considered a fucking homophobe, dude. Shut up.
So if you spend a lot of time on Reddit, we
have another one. Okay. Fingies look okay. It's always got like this weird sheen to it. That's how you can tell that it's like AI generated. We got some Pikachus with one has 3 cheeks on it. The other looks like it's trying to be a Pikachu but failed miserably. Let's see. We got some cans. Mevi, maybe? We have a bowl here of something. Who's to say what all's in the background here? We have like lots of books, maybe some DVD cases, some dolls. Who knows what they are? I'm not. If there's like what I'll. If there's like wait. The monitor is backwards. The fucking monitor is backwards. Good job, dude.
We already know you wear women.
I don't know how many of these I can actually go over. We'll see.
Women's clothes. We know your wife has a boyfriend, and we know you drive a Prius. So just click off. You're not gonna like this video.
God damn it, he called me out. Fuck.
Now for the rest of you, straight dudes, giga chads, can we talk? Why are video games gay now?
Why are
If you look
gay?
at the front page of Xbox Game Pass right now, you will see what I mean. Magical delicacy. Explore an unfamiliar town and
How about you just don't buy it? Like you're clearly put off by the cover here. Just don't buy it.
what I mean. Magical delicacy. Explore
And yeah,
an
they were always
unfamiliar
gay.
town and deliver tasty treats to the townsfolk. Learn new ways to traverse, discover secrets, and experience a unique witchy.
Yeah, let's nitpick and get the bad games that we consider woke because they have a couple of gay characters in them. I got news for you. Gay shit is popping off lately. Okay, just look at Arcane. That was gay as shit. From the League of Legends company, Riot. What else? Into the Spider-Verse, right? That had some trans stuff in it. What about video games? Have there been any, like... I actually haven't been keeping up too much with video games. Oh, Hades is incredibly gay. Hades is, like, super gay, and that's, like, one of the... That's actually the video that Katie is going to be doing a presentation on here in a second. Overwatch, mega gay. Yep. Always has been. Like, they just pick out the duds and then say, well, look, it's because it's gay.
World. The LGBTQ crowd are satanic devil worshippers, so of course they have witches in their game. No Giga
Don't sell the
Chad
game
would
too hard.
actually play this slop.
Should I play that slop? Maybe I should.
We would say, get behind me, Satan, while we leave to go play Kingdom Come Deliverance and old school Rainbow Six games. So did anybody actually play this satanic dog shit
He's
game?
so based in Giga
No,
Chad.
of course not. It's a complete failure. What about...
Dog, you sound like you're in fucking high school. Go do your homework.
Flintlock, Siege of Dawn. Girl Boss, check. Black Lesbian Woman, check.
This looks sick. What? Who gives a shit? Also, Black Lesbian Woman. Nice.
Reviewer said this.
Got to throw some racism in.
A44 plays
Just
with
a little
the history
racism
of
as
humanity and
a
mythology
seasoning.
to shape its particular world. Let me translate that last sentence for you. It probably has a bunch of men who like to dress up in women's clothes in it.
Why do you give a shit, man? Why do you care? Do you get personally offended when you see dudes wearing feminine clothing? Like, does that do something? You know what it is? I think that you're jealous. I think you're because I've tried on dresses before. I've tried on feminine clothing before, but you feel like you can't. Okay? I've tried it on before, so I know it's not for me, because otherwise I would wear it. But I don't, because I don't particularly like how I look in it. I just don't, it's not for me. I've tried makeup on before too, and that's not for me. Maybe you should try these things. Okay? Don't knock it till you try it. You ever heard of that? I'm just saying. Thou doth
the word
protest
to look
too
out
much.
for when you see this stuff is inclusive. Inclusive is a synonym
God
for
forbid.
satanic as far as I'm concerned now. Because they're not actually inclusive. Are they including fundamentalist Islamic people who
Satan sounds pretty cool. Hail Satan.
who think homosexuality is wrong?
Or is it
No.
like that?
Are they
Yeah,
including
sorry.
Russians and Polish people who think being gay is wrong? No. Are they including Asian women with diabetes who live in Akron, Ohio? No. So it's never
cares?
actually been about inclusion. Because
Wait. No. You're just getting mad at the race thing. You're just getting mad at the black woman because she's a black woman. Like, if you keep saying, well, what about the... If they did put an Asian lady with diabetes from Ohio, you'd get pissed about it. Okay, then you'd be, well, what about... Then you'd be like, well, what about the Indian native... The Indian person from middle of South Dakota? And then they put an Indian person from the middle of South Dakota and you get mad about that. It's like, there's no end. There's no argument here.
Because
they don't include people who disagree with them. This is the parody, not the parody, the what is it called? I can't remember the word. But like, we don't include people who are exclusive. You can't do that. It's a contradiction. You can't do that.
aren't inclusive of people who
You have to
disagree
exclude
with
exclusion.
them. They're pushing the inclusion of a very specific group of people. People who have been outed for child loving. People in the LGBTQ movements, etc.
Okay, I'm a very straight presenting person. I consider myself bisexual, but I'm a very straight presenting person and a very cis person, okay? And I'm white. So I got to tell you, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. As a leftist content creator, I think that benefits me. I really do. Because from what I've seen, it seems to be straight cishet, it's like cishet white guys who pop off in the leftist community for some reason, right? It's really kind of weird. So like, I don't know exactly why. I think that there's more prominence with other races and sexes and orientations in the leftist space than there is on the right, obviously. But from what I've seen, cishet white guys tend to be the bread and butter of the leftist space, okay? You got Vosh, Destiny, Hassan, all at least cishet presenting white guys, right? Vosh is actually kind of gay if you get to know him in person, but I digress. Point is, they're all very cishet presenting, and they're white. So this idea that, like, you know, the left doesn't include people who look like me, that's bullshit. The only difference is that I actually accept other people for who they are without judging them based on their skin tone or whether they're gay or trans, okay? You can be just as accepted in this community, regardless of your skin color or anything like that, as long as you accept other people for who the fuck they are. It's not that hard.
Etc. Oh, and of course, fat liberal white women. But back to
Beautiful.
the Xbox stuff.
Fat phobia,
by the
gotta
way,
get that one. Get your bingo cards out. So we got racism, homophobia, I would argue transphobia, and fat shaming so far. Cool.
Historically have been an Xbox guy.
R-slur, anybody?
It is an
R-slur?
absolute tragedy where Xbox is headed.
That was AOC. That was AOC. AOC is not even like marginally fat.
It's fat liberal white women. But back
or white for that. Wait, what? AOC's not white either.
Few movements, etc. Oh, and of course, fat liberal white women.
What? Yeah, okay.
But back to the Xbox.
Literally like the first Google search result.
Xbox stuff.
And he's like,
by the
don't
way,
know who this is.
I historically have been an Xbox guy, but it is an absolute tragedy where Xbox is headed, and I'm just going to be real with y'all about this. This is not some kind of thing where I'm dunking on Xbox, because PlayStation is just as bad in this regard. Last of Us 2 was a woke abortion that killed off the only thing that made the game worth playing.
Why? Hold on. Rating 3.0. Okay, that's not that great. I don't know what was so bad about it. Let's see what people thought. I can't explain other than this game is absolute trash. The first game was such a great game until Neil Druckmann had to ruin it completely. The game is okay. There's a lot here. A slap to the face to everyone that loved the first game. The gameplay is very average in today's modern gaming generation. Okay? Then you should have given it a 3. They destroyed all your favorite characters. They dumbed down Joel's character on purpose to make him weak and stupid. In the first game, he was very smart and had a ton of experience. They have a trans female / male. Okay, there we go. Cool. So we got the transphobia. Hey, we got it. We got it, folks. We got it. We got the transphobia. Okay, so transphobic review here. What's this one? Copied from another review. Okay, yeah, so he just... Okay, we got another one. Hey, 1 star for transphobia. Wait, they're just copy-pasting. They spammed this with... they just copy-pasted a fuck ton of 1-star reviews. Oh my god, they actually spammed this with 1-star reviews with the same fucking shit. It's a copy pasta. It's all the way... Oh my god, it's all the way down. It's all the way down. Except for this one. Here we go. This one's different. That's hilarious. The graphics are great, but not the gameplay. There are some issues with the gameplay mechanics and AI, and part of it has to do with the storytelling and how the developers are trying to sway your pit. Here we go. To avoid spoilers, I'll be cryptic here. You play as more than one character, and there's a significant difference between how easy they are to control, which seems to be another lame attempt to make you like that character more. Trying to play with Ellie makes it seem like she's physically R-slurred. Great. Got an R-slur. It's like they turned the difficulty down a couple notches with the other character. Also, what's physically... I'm just going to say it. Physically retarded. Like that... I mean, I guess that makes sense, but like, that word is, okay, never mind. It does technically make sense, but like, you're still invoking that word, which is kind of weird, right? Concerning the AI, humans are infected. Story disappointed over and over. The drama about Who Kissed Who makes it seem like you were watching Pretty Little Liars. Starts as a revenge story, and obviously wanted to say that the revenge is futile. The events that happened made the character seem unbelievably immature considering the world the gameplay takes place in. Okay, this seems like at least a partly legit review.
Fame, power.
I remember when bad games could just be bad, not for some stupid presumed agenda. I have some guilty pleasures like DK64 that are considered bad.
That's what I'm saying, Saki Tanuki. Like, just say the game's bad. And thank you very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Appreciate you a lot. But yeah, they always hide behind this veneer of like it's woke, right? Let's just say what you mean. Just say that you don't like gay people. So anyway, they review bombed the shit out of this. It looks like a bunch of other people rated it 5 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. So they review bombed the shit out of it, and that's why it has 3.0 stars. So there you go.
Joel. Aloy is the definition of a fat girl boss who needs to put down the cookies and go for a run.
What the fuck are you talking about? I saw that game. She's got like a round physique on her face. That's it. You just don't like the fact that she doesn't look like a Barbie doll because you're a pussy bitch. You're a beta male bitch, dude. You can only fuck pristine looking Barbie dolls. The fuck's wrong with you? You won't fuck a woman with a little hair on her, a little chub on her? What? Like, shut the fuck up.
Oh wait, but what about Concord, the new premier live service game for the PS5 that looks like a...
So many fat lesbians. What's it called?
Oh wait, but what about Concord?
Concord. We're learning so much today. Concord game characters. All Concord characters. Doesn't look like a fat lesbian. Doesn't look like a fat... Well, that might be a fat lesbian. We don't know because she's a robot. Or they're a robot. Probably a lesbian, not very fat. Actually, I'm getting bisexual from this. Which is still a lesbian if you want to be. She looks like she could be straight, maybe. I can't tell this person's gender and I don't really care. But yeah, I would say this is fat, but who cares? Lesbian, but not fat. I can't tell if this person's fat because of the armor. And also, like, she's a juggernaut, so who gives a shit? Not fat. 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 Chonky. Not fat. Like, there was, like, what? 2, maybe 3 fat characters? 2, maybe 3 fat characters. Extremely cherry-picked.
The new premier live service game for the PS5 that looks like a training seminar on diversity. To say the game bombed would be an
There was like red and
understatement.
blue characters,
Concord
man. Who
had
cares?
a peak of 2,388 players at launch. Even Starfield on Xbox had a peak of...
I'll be honest, it looked like shit. Yeah, the game looked like shit, but it's not because there was a bunch of like people of color in there or like fat lesbians. It's not because of the fat lesbians. It's because it looks like an Overwatch knockoff, and Overwatch is already kind of shit. So yeah, it's probably like the shit of the shit.
380,000 on Steam. And this is like your premier game on PS5 right now.
He will never talk about
Insane.
Overwatch because it's like
But
insanely
jumping back
popular
to Xbox
still.
for a second, it's absolutely wild to consider the
Exactly what does a lesbian look like? I'm just going for the vibe, that's all.
state that Xbox is in right
They're
now
just a
compared
little
to where it
joke.
was 20 years ago. One of the things I always loved about Xbox is how masculine and bro-y Xbox used to be. And Xbox knows this about itself. They had games like Halo, Gears of War, the America's Army games, all the military games. Xbox even had The Rock come out when.
Wow, it's Pog and Soy, dude, over my war games. Oh, my war games, I get to shoot brown people. Oh.
Their console launched in November 2001. Microsoft knows exactly who their target market is. Straight dudes.
Want to know how to trigger them?
Microsoft.
Make this one a girl. Instantly triggered. Instantly. Suddenly, it's the worst game on the planet. Suddenly, for some reason, it's the worst game on the fucking planet. Make this one a girl.
Microsoft knows exactly who their target market is. Straight dudes. I would also argue that Xbox still knows who their target market is today.
Triggered.
They're just ignoring it. Because of ESG and BlackRock and the shadowy fuckers, the satanic strings behind all this stuff.
Oh, we're
I'll
just
get
doing
to that
like
later.
That's just like the Jewish question, right? We're just doing the Jewish question, right? Yeah, cool.
So Xbox is definitely aware that it's straight, heterosexual men mostly playing their games. Do you know how we know that? Just look at
this guy does love men. He loves straight heterosexual men. Probably a little bit too much if I had to guess.
The games they play. These are the top 10 most played games on Xbox right now. So we can remove Minecraft and Roblox because it's definitely kids playing those. And we can remove Apex because it's mostly homosexual men playing that game.
It's also mostly kids playing Fortnite probably, right? Hetero man. Wait, why would you remove Apex Legends? Mostly homosexual men. What? No. That's stupid. What? No, you removed it because it flops your narrative. And also, Fortnite has a very wide diversity of characters. That's cheating too. And Grand Theft Auto 5 is like a parody of reality, and it's, if I recall correctly, it's pretty left-leaning in its structure.
What you have left is 7 games that are definitely mostly being played by straight, normal.
Also, Elden Ring has a fuck ton of women in it that all have like lead roles. Maybe they're lesbians, you don't know.
Normal dudes. So why? Why is Xbox forcing LGBTQ slop on us when it's so obvious
that he just arbitrarily assigned these labels?
That gamers are still overwhelmingly angry.
Sorry, my face is blocking it, but Fortnite is up here in the top left, which he also said is hetero men for some reason.
Straight edgelord males. Well, now we're getting down to it.
Angry straight edgelord males, and you seem to be proud of that. That's weird, man. That's really weird. That's psycho shit to me. You're kind of a psycho, dude. Stop, like, being this way. Stop doing the thing that you're doing. It's really weird, and that's why you don't have a girlfriend.
And the reasons are this. Number 1, BlackRock and the satanic forces that are trying to shape our society right now. BlackRock is a multi-trillion-dollar company that owns all of...
Vosh mentioned? Did he mention Vosh? Oh, sorry. Angry straight. Gotcha.
These companies that isn't interested in making money anymore. They're interested in social progress, what they call evolution. See, if they can change your buying habits to buy what they want to sell, then they will have consumers for life. In between visits...
Brainwash me into what? What are they trying to brainwash me to do? This sounds like Jewish question posting. You're just like conspiracy baiting. Like, that's all you're doing. Like, what are they trying to let's talk about it. Like, what are they brainwashing me to do? He probably doesn't like Apex. About 1/3 of the characters are LGBTQ. Yes, that's why he doesn't like it, and he excluded it because it destroys his narrative. Because he's a dipshit. HRT? Yeah, they're trying to... He's afraid of getting transed, right? I'm not afraid of getting transed. Okay? I am probably the most cis person in the room right now. Because I've tried... Like, I've actually sat down and thought... about, like, I've thought through this shit about my life, what my life would be like if I were a woman. And I don't want it. I'd rather be a dude. And I think that's fine. But most of these motherfuckers haven't even stopped to consider it. Okay? I'm just saying, maybe transitioning can save her.
To Epstein's Island, BlackRock execs talk about the destruction of individual cultures and the raising up of a new global corporatism.
If anything, I'm more cis than them because I also did testosterone replacement therapy, so there's that.
See, because if they can destroy your culture,
But they'll
and
never
blend
even
you
get
in
their
with
T
everyone
levels
else like
checked.
Starbucks, then they have billions of
scared.
reliable global consumers for life. I mean, if we're being 100% real,
Yeah, your anger is at capitalism. It's always about capitalism, man. I'm telling you. You're angry at rainbow capitalism.
right now, this is the coming of the Antichrist that was spoken of in the Bible. It's the new
Yes!
LGBTQ mafia.
Oh, he's like legit insane. Good. That's amazing. I got to get this guy on for a call. I wasn't sure at first, but I've got to get this guy on. Let me reach out real quick before I forget. Actually, you know what? I'll do it later. We'll do it afterwards. No, he's like proper crazy. He's like, no, they're the Antichrist. Trust me, bro. What's this asshole's channel? This is Andy Pants Gaming. Fur baby? Possibly. Yeah, this dude has spent way too long on 4chan. I agree, Lindsay.
Revelations 13 says this.
The
He
Shoe on
required...
Universe. Listen, we went over Shoe on Head, we went over Moon, and both of them are like centrists that like, or they're conservatives that like play the centrist game, right? Like, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. Usually, more often than not, Shoe comes out on the conservative side of things, okay? And Moon for sure. But finally, we have like a legit insane person, okay? This is the juice. This is the good juice, okay? Before I was giving you guys like watered down juice. You guys should be happy about this. Okay? This is good.
Everyone,
good
great
content.
and small, rich and poor, slave and free, to be given a mark on the right hand or on the forehead.
Oh,
and no one
God.
could buy or
Yes.
sell anything without
Yes!
that mark.
The
which
juice!
was either the name of the beast or the number representing his name. Dude, I will literally die before I let them put that junk on me. Amazon...
I may need to pay him a visit in his chat. I can't stop you from going there, but I'm also not condoning you to go there.
Amazon and Whole Foods are literally...
I would recommend not engaging at all. He's not worth the engagement. The only reason that I engage is because I feel like I think I'm big enough of a YouTuber that I could probably get him on for a chat. You know what I mean? Like maybe he'd go for that. Who knows?
Literally die before I let them put that junk on me. Amazon and Whole
Wait, is he actually concerned? Yeah, he's actually worried
sell
about like getting
without
tattooed.
that mark, which was either the name of the beast or the number representing his name.
Wow.
Dude, I will literally die before I let them put that junk on me.
Okay. Then die. like, okay. I'm sorry. I value my own life too much. If they try, like, if they say, hey, put this tattoo on yourself or we will kill you. I'm sorry. I'm probably going to put the tattoo on. I value my life too much, man. I love my life.
Amazon and Whole Foods are literally already allowing you to pay with your palm. We are not this far away from that stuff. So basically,
Okay.
it makes money for all these shadowy fuckers who are into child loving. It undermines culture. It attacks Christianity.
Oh boy.
And they're using the demonic LGBTQ stuff to lead the way with this stuff.
Beautiful.
But
Beautiful.
before I completely get lost
Do
in
I even need
conspiracy
to
theory
commentate?
land, let me get back practical.
He's kind of slaying right now. I feel like I could just let him like cook. You know what I mean? He is cooking some dubious garbage. This is like watching a teenager who has like no experience in cooking whatsoever be thrown into like a master chef's kitchen and tried to put together a souffle. Like, it is beautiful. It's like beautiful in how fucked up and garbage it is. It's so nice. It's like art.
Practically to why the gay agenda is being pushed so hard in video games right now.
He's air frying
Reason
a box
number
of
2,
crayons. Yeah.
Xbox and other big companies desperately need new revenue streams. Check out this revenue chart of video games from the past 50 years. Did you know that the profit of the 3 big console makers, Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation...
So you're mad at capitalism. You're mad at capitalism, again.
PlayStation has been hovering around $30 billion since 2011. Isn't that wild? So basically...
You can't say... Okay, you cannot say at the same time that a game is garbage because it's gay, and they're making gay games because they want money. That doesn't make any sense. Do the gay games make people money or don't they? Pick one.
Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation have been fighting over the same players since 2011. So this is why they're pushing the gay stuff so hard. This is why you see Flintlock and Magical Delicacy and Dungeons of Hinterberg and all this woke slop on the front page of Xbox Game Pass.
Their profits are dead and there's zero growth in the consoles. Uh-huh.
Phil Spencer's gamble right now is that he can somehow capture a new audience and get a new audience to play video games. But I don't know if you've noticed,
Bro isn't cooking because he burned down the
women
kitchen.
are picking up Xbox controllers because there's another.
Wait, no, there's way more women playing games now than before. Hold on. Female gamer population over time. U.S. video game audiences 2006 to 2023. Only necessary. Distribution of video gamers. Male is, okay, I see. So from 2006 to 2023. So yeah, the female has increased, albeit slightly. But it's gone from 62%. No, that's not slight. 62% male versus 38% female in 2006. And then full 17 years later, it's 53% male, 46% female, and 1% other. Ooh, I see you NBs out there. I see you. 1% NBs. Excellent. So there you go. I'd say it's evened out quite a fair bit.
Another cute indie game. No
False.
kids are picking up Xbox controllers because of cute indie games. Women, when they do game, are playing on their phones.
I think that it's like, I'd be more concerned about the content of the game than the mode of playing.
Kids are mostly playing games on their phones, their iPads, and their PCs. My niece and nephew hate consoles and hate controllers. Sitting in front of a TV and playing a console is something
PC
solely
Master
men
Race.
between the ages of 25 and 50 do. And yet Xbox seems dead set on.
But like you ignored like you didn't even do your research, man. That took one Google search to figure out that like actually it's a pretty clean split these days.
Completely ignoring this. Reason number 3. Games are so gay right now because of the people working at game companies. Look at the.
Now, what he might mean, before I let him get to this point, I'm gonna let you finish. What he might mean is that all he sees when like he's not jerking off or brushing Cheeto dust out of his neck beard or like, you know, making making slop like this or like hiding in the corner from his like thinking that Satan's going to come in and forcibly tattoo him or some shit, right? When he's not doing that, what he's doing is he's watching Twitch, and on Twitch it's mostly men in the upper demographics of the gamer population, and that, my friend, is due to sexism. Okay, it can only be due to sexism. So, you know, like that's probably where you're getting your info from. But what I just saw is that it's about 53% male, 47% female. So, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Anyway, the gaming industry is full of homos. Let's go.
Games are so gay right now because of the people working
Homos
at game
derogatory.
companies. Look at the staff photos of companies like id Software and Arcane and Activision in the 90s.
He keeps calling gay people homos because he's a fucking homophobe. He's a filthy, disgusting, perverted fucking homophobe who can only somehow fuck Barbie dolls. Okay? Get some hair on your balls, man.
And then look today, and you will see what I'm talking about.
Weird.
In the 90s, these companies were full of edgelords, straight dudes. This is why we got manly-ass characters like Doom Guy
and repressed gays. Severely repressed gay people.
Duke Nukem and Call of Duty. But today...
Duke Nukem... Also, I'm sorry. Gay people go nuts for Doom Guy and Duke Nukem, I'm pretty sure. Right? Duke Nukem. Very yeah, incredibly gay. Sorry. Gay man's fantasy right here. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? If you're a gay bottom, like, no, it's done. It's sold. I'm not personally attracted to Duke Nukem and don't give a shit about him because I'm bisexual, but my taste in men tends to skew toward the feminine. So he's not my type, but clearly he's this guy's type.
Hey, think about who is going to college to study video games. It's all kids who are confused about their gender and into anime and wear tails to school. Young men who like to dress up as women and talk about needing a mental health day are the people who work at game companies now. Like, what the f***?
God forbid we care about mental health, which you clearly need some mental help, dude. Like, have you ever considered seeking therapy instead of envisioning yourself getting, like, captured by Satan and tattooed? That's pretty fucked up that you think that. Okay? You clearly need some mental health help.
Fuck. Can I have a mental health day? Man,
yes! That's the thing! You sure can! Yes! Take a mental health day, man.
Wish I didn't have to spend a 12-hour shift welding pieces of metal together on a 30-story building. Can I just be a homo and have a mental health day?
You can also be a straight person and have a mental health day. I think that it's good for anybody, but I'm a normal person and you're a freak.
So anyway, the way it has been explained to me by people who work in the industry is that all these rich...
You're so good at welding, but yet you can't take that iron rod out of your fucking asshole.
White kids who are confused about their sexuality went to places like SCAD and Full Sail and
the
other
iron
video
rod
game
welded
colleges,
into the colon.
and they got jobs at Ubisoft and Activision and Rockstar and, you know, companies that used to make cool games but make gay stuff now. And do you know how I know this? Because Activision has like 50 homo initiatives right now for people who work on their games.
Good, Pog.
Inclusion officer, diversity expert, sensitivity training officer, sensitivity reader.
Misspoke.
Like, guys, just get back to World of Warcraft.
Yeah, because of dipshits like you. If it weren't for dipshits like you, we wouldn't need sensitivity training, because that's, I hate that, okay? I hate that. Sensitivity training in the workplace is usually like a bunch of rainbow capitalist bullshit. And we wouldn't have it if it weren't for people like you. So shut the fuck up.
Warcraft. Get back to StarCraft. Just make fucking good games. The guys in the 90s, they were just making cool shit. id Software in the 90s and Infinity Ward in the 2000s was just...
You're literally mad at rainbow capitalism, literally.
Just making cool, edgy shit. And now they're having seminars on inclusion and diversity. Do we still wonder why games are dog shit now? Also, honestly, dude, I don't think any of this junk is going to change anytime soon, because think about Phil Spencer.
You straight up are just like, I want to fuck the one on the left, but not the one on the right. Shut the fuck up. She's not there for you to fuck, man. I'm sorry that you're horny 24/7 because you can't get laid. But she's not exclusively there for you to fuck. Sometimes a female character is just a fucking female character. You ever thought about that women are just people? Have you actually ever thought that women are just people that exist and sometimes they can be the main character of a goddamn action video game? Fuck, just suck my ass, dude. Suck my entire ass. You might like it.
And think about the people around him right now. He's got Sarah Bond. He's probably got a bunch of trans and gay people working for him. And he now has to look these people in the face and say, hey guys, cancel all those stupid games y'all are making and let's hire some manly people in here because that's what our audience wants. Like, he's never going to do that, dude. Xbox and PlayStation are going to keep ramming this LGBTQ slop down our...
This guy wants us to believe he's a welder and not a Walmart stock boy. I don't give a fuck if he's... I don't care what he does. I don't care. He's still a pussy bitch. Pussy bitches exist in all forms, all shapes and sizes, all disciplines of life. Okay, and he's a pussy bitch who happens to be a welder. All right? And like I said, if he's so good at welding, maybe he should get that rod unwelded from his asshole.
Our throats for a while. And guys, this kind of gets to the question of what can we do about it? We're just going to stop playing this trash. We're going to go buy old games.
Whoa. Hold on, you can't just stop playing it. All of this 10-minute screed of bullshit and whining and bitching and moaning for you to just say, well, I just won't play it. I just won't play it. Okay, don't play it. Don't play it. I don't play games I don't like either.
Buy old, edgy games and stop playing any modern video game because they're trash. If you see something modern with a homo flag in it, delete it.
He keeps having this, oh, this is the satanic temple. Hail Satan. Oh no, I just triggered you. My bad.
And uninstall it. Don't play Call of Duty.
Satan.
Don't play Overwatch. Don't play Apex. Don't play Fortnite. Support Russian and Eastern European games. Play Ready or Not. Play Tarkov.
He's still, like, it's so funny to me that he showed that list and he's like, well, Apex doesn't count. Apex doesn't count because it's only gay people who play it. Are you insinuating that, like, the gay people make up enough of the video gaming population that it can be in the top 10? Is that what you're insinuating? Because if that's the case, which it very well might be, maybe the gays deserve some representation, man. Okay? You're whining about nothing. You're whining about nothing. This is what you do. This is your content. My content is laughing at people like you, okay? I feel like I'm being a more productive member of society right now than you are because I'm cleaning up the fucking trash.
Play Stalker and Stalker 2. Look, I'm American and I love America, and I hate that I have to recommend games from the East right now, but I do. Russian, Chinese, Japanese games still have some semblance of morality and normal masculinity in them.
Those places also happen to be severely misogynistic and homophobic, so that's cool.
Meanwhile, anything made in Homo Sweden or Homo Germany or Homo England or Homo America is going to be gay and woke. Oh, and how could I forget Homo France? So guys, in closing, join the Andy Pants Gaming Discord and you will find like-minded people who agree with us and want to talk about this stuff. Also, on the side...
homophobia is not allowed on Discord. So I could literally flag your Discord server and get you nuked.
I'm thinking of starting a virtual meetup
where
we
but I
literally
could.
just study God's Word, the Bible, together and reject modernity and talk about what it looks like to be a Christ follower and reject this stuff in our culture today. So comment Bible down below.
Actually, homophobia isn't allowed on YouTube either. I could literally nuke this fucking video. Here. There we go. Okay. There you go.
If you think you might want to be involved in that. Thanks, guys. And
video's over. Okay, yeah. Well, that was fun at least. Definitely go to hit him up, see if I can get him on the stream. Very, very interesting and well-adjusted person. Wrong timestamp? Here, let me get a proper timestamp. I think that's a good one. It probably won't do anything, but hey, at least we tried. He'll bitch out for sure. We'll see. He's got a Discord. I'll join it later. All right, I gotta get Katie down here. Katie! Katie! You want to do your thing? All right, for those who missed it or were not here, Katie is going to give a presentation on Hades 2. She wanted to give you guys a little PowerPoint presentation. So if you like Greek culture or Hades the game or just gay stuff in general, stick around. Okay. As a gay Greek, my body is ready. Hey, how do you want to do this? Chat, this is Katie.
Hi, sorry. What's up?
What's that?
Thank you. It's the same. It's from the same company that I got this sweater from.
Sit in the gamer chair?
Sure.
Okay. All right, I'm handing over the reins to Katie now. She's yours. Here, let me...
Are you gonna stay next to me?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I just either need to... I'll probably pull a stool over. But in order...
Oh, my goodness.
The cats are being butts outside. Gotta feed them. Gotta feed the freeloaders outside. In order to switch between this view and this view.
Ah.
You do that. When you full screen it, it should be a little bit of your text.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. It's all yours.
I'm best.
Okay.
Okay. So hi everybody. Thank you for having me this evening. So I actually need to correct like one quick thing. There's like one spelling error I need to fix.
No, not a spelling.
Yes, a spelling error. I'm gonna do it. There we go. So anyway, while I am busy fixing this, just a little bit of history of why I even made this presentation. I don't know what Alec told you, and it's okay if he didn't tell you anything. That just means I get to talk more. So this past weekend was my bachelorette party, which was super duper fun, and it was like one of, hey Queen Laura, he's in the walls. So it was my bachelorette party this past weekend, and it was super duper fun. I got to hang out with some of my best friends in the whole wide world, and we just had a really, really great time. We went up to a lake house in Canada, and I said that was one of the things I wanted to be by the water. I wanted to watch all of the extended editions of the Lord of the Rings movies, and we did do that as well. It was incredible. I already want to watch them all again. And I also wanted to do a PowerPoint night. So, so when I, oh God. So when I started this, real quick, there we go. All right. So when I made this for the PowerPoint night that we did, is what I'm trying to say. Wow. I was so focused on doing what I was doing that when I had to come back to it, I completely did not correctly. Okay, there we go. All right, so you guys probably already saw the title of this particular presentation, but hopefully you weren't able to see too much more beyond that. If you did, it's okay though. I'm totally chill with it. Okay. So this is my presentation. I took every single character from Supergiant's Hades video game and ranked them in a tier list of who I think smokes. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay. So, so I presented this, and I'm going to do my best to kind of make it the same sort of experience that I did the first time I presented it, because it was pretty good. So let's get started. I will eventually do one of these for the second game, but only once the second game is fully 100% out, and has been released to everyone, because I know there are still some characters that are set to be introduced in the second game or are going to be finalized in the second game that have not been yet. So this is just focused on the first game. All right, so let me make sure I'm on the right. Yes. So first, the disclaimer. This is important. This is 100% my opinion.
I'm listening. I'm listening food.
Okay. This is 100% my opinion, but there are also no holes in this research. And on some level, I am correct. So you can have your own opinion about the various Hades characters and their preferences for smoking, but I am on some level correct. And there's just no holes in this research. I know all of this in my heart and soul. So you can have your opinion, but there are no holes in this research. That's one of my new favorite things to say. There are no holes in this research. Shout out to my friend Adrian, who has made that a part of my vernacular. All right. So the first category. You can't really see. You can't really see the title. Ow. Hey, hun. Hey, hun, will you come help me? I want to put the chat over here. I'm gonna put it over and the camera over there, because then it won't block so much of the top text. Okay.
There you go. Is that better?
Yes, that's better. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Sure.
We're learning. We're learning. Oh, we're learning. Okay, so this first category is called starting from the bottom. Also known as no weed for you would be bad. These two feel like no-brainers. So I do have justifications and explanations for all of these, by the way. So the first one that you can see is obviously Boldy. If you've never played the game, Boldy is the rock that you can give presents to. And it gives you like tiny little benefits, little stat boosts in the game. Really fun. So Boldy is in no weed would be bad. No weed for you would be bad because he is a boulder. He is a rock. I think that Sisyphus, who is the character that interacts with Boldy, is around Boldy the most. I think Sisyphus might put a little branch or something in his mouth and be like, haha, look, it looks like a joint. But I don't think that I don't think Boldy is capable of smoking, as Queen Laura has very helpfully pointed out. Yeah, Sisyphus is in that game. Sorry, there's going to be spoilers. I should have also put that in the disclaimer. But I feel like we can still have fun even with the spoilers. So we can do this. All right, next one. Like no weed for you would be bad is Cerberus. Cerberus is a dog. Giving weed to your pets is bad. Don't do it. And I cannot believe that Zag, Hades, or Persephone would ever do anything that would put that sweet precious angel baby right there in danger. Well, that's called catnip, and that's fine. But weed, no, well, that's bad.
Seems a little unfair.
That's very no, it's bad. It's very bad. Oh, he's so ridiculous. Yeah, Cerberus is a precious baby. Sisyphus was between a rock and a hard place. That's cannot with people food for sure. Yes, you're all correct. Cerberus is a precious baby. Sake Tanuki, that joke is very bad, but I like it. I like it very much. And then Free Tempest, Australia. Yeah, pets cannot with people food. Although my cat tries to eat cheese. All right, so that's the first category. This is the bottom tier. No weed for you would be bad. Boldy, Cerberus. Next, we have Mary Juana. I hardly know her. I think I'm funny. This category is also called has never in their life touched the devil's lettuce. The characters in this category, starting from my left, your guys' right probably, or maybe it is also your left. I don't know. I'm really bad at directions. The first is Asterius. Asterius has to keep an eye on Theseus all the time. It's really unfortunate that he doesn't even get the chance to try to indulge because he has to watch Theseus all the time. But also, Asterius always wants to be ready to fight Zagreus. So he's definitely one where he's like, I've got to be focused. I've got to be locked in at all times. The short one could be back at any moment. And so when he's not waiting to fight Zagreus, he has to keep an eye on Theseus. So it's just, he has never in his life touched the devil's lettuce. It's not something that he's done. Then we have Demeter. Demeter seems to me like a grandmother that would believe the DARE program was an effective initiative and thus would judge you if she found out that you smoked weed. So she has never in her life touched the devil's lettuce. She has not. Ooh.
What's up?
Hi. We're in the second category right now.
Okay.
Then we have cool. Then we have Athena. She has too much to be doing. She has no time. She has so many jobs. She's trying to keep her family from imploding, and it's always on the brink of imploding. But she's really cool and would not judge. She would in fact be the friend that would be like, do you want some water? Do you need some headache medicine? Are you feeling okay? Are you nauseous? I have Tums. So, she would not judge you. No judgment, only care. She's just too busy and has no time with which to relax. So she has never touched weed. And then finally, we have Tisiphone. Tisiphone is very focused on her job, and she is a punisher of people who do murder in the underworld. So I feel like some of the people that she has punished were probably in some sort of drug-induced rage when they unalived somebody.
So she's a cop.
So maybe, I guess. I mean, she's much more partial than cops because it's literally anybody who's murdered anybody ever. It's not a discriminatory thing. If you've murdered someone, especially if you murdered like a family member or a guest in your house, she's coming for you. So anyway, she's very job focused. I also fully believe that her two sisters, who we will come to later, Electo and Meg, are both very protective of her, and knowing like her struggles and stuff would be like, I don't think you should have that. It would make you worse. It would not make you feel good. I think you should stay away from it. And she'd be like, yeah, I'm just really focused on my job, so I don't really care to anyway. So she's never touched it. No one really knows her thoughts on smoking either because she can only say 3 words. Or maybe 2 words. 3 words. She can say very few words. So has never touched it. So that is marijuana. I hardly know her. Next category is called Yeah, I Did the Weed Once Back in My Day, which is also titled Tried It Once and Is Content. These are people who have tried weed one time, and it's not that it was a bad experience. It's just that they were like, okay, I've tried it once. I don't need to do it again. Very simple. The first one of these is Hermes, which should not be surprising because if this man is on anything, it's speed. He is zooming everywhere for days. When he tried weed, he was like, man, this makes time feel really slow and I gotta be fast all the time. So, she whatever. But Hermes is not a weed guy. It's like, it's anything to make him be faster. Anything for speed. The need for speed, if you will. Zoomies for days. The next of these is chaos. Chaos, as with most things, I feel like chaos is the definition of they tried it once to see what it would do, because chaos created everything in the universe of Hades. Which means that theoretically they created weed, and they already know what weed does, theoretically. But they were like, I'll try it for myself and see what it does. They were very amused by the results. And once the amusement passed, it was like, well, I never need to do that again. So they were just like, I did it once and it was fine. And that's it. That's all I need to do. Actually, next is Hades, Queen Laura. Good noticing. I have a slightly different explanation for why, but I also like yours. That definitely back in his younger years, he might have been a little bit crazier. I fully support that idea. My personal idea is that after Persephone left, he went on a huge bender, a secret bender that nobody knew about except probably Nyx. And after all of the substances from his bender had been consumed, smoked, whatever, after it was all gone, he decided, okay, sober up, get rid of my hangover, and then my drug of choice is work. My drug of choice is working myself 24/7, 365, and not giving my son the attention he needs. But, there wouldn't be a plot to the game if he didn't do that. Good night, Kenneth. Yeah. Good night, Kenneth.
Right.
So, good night. So yeah, I believe that Hades did do it once, and it was because he just had some, maybe from back in his crazy younger days, had some stuff left over, secret bender, done. So now I've connected the two dots. I've connected them. The next one is Nyx. Nyx tried weed for the one and only time she tried it with Chaos after they reunited. There's a plot point in the game where Nyx and Chaos are separated, and you get to reunite them as you play through the story. It's very awesome. But Chaos was just kind of like, I think I'll have more fun watching you do it. And Nyx tried it, and it was like, okay. She was also very like interested in the results, but you know, she's got a whole house of Hades to help run, so it's not really something that she can indulge in quite often. And then finally in this category, we have Sisyphus. Sisyphus is the guy that hangs around with Boldy, who we talked about a couple slides ago. Sisyphus was once a king, a living king. And as a king, I do believe that he indulged a few times while he was alive, as kings do. I know that seems disingenuous to the tried it once and is content, but I do think that after he died, he tried whatever underworld weed the underworld has. He just did it the once, and it was kind of like turning over a new leaf for him being dead. So I think he's done it one time now that he's died, and he's been content with that. So that is the category of, yeah, I did the weed once back in my day. Next, these are now getting into people who enjoy weed more occasionally. So we're going up in the amount of times they're smoking over a period. So like if the period is a week, these are the people who maybe smoke like every 2 weeks or so, or whenever there's some sort of occasion, because it's called Did Anyone Bring Some Zaza to This Shindig, which is also known as only with friends at like parties and stuff. So these people will, whoops, I hit the mic. Sorry about that. So these people will enjoy weed, but usually only in a group. And that group needs to be having like a relaxing night in, hanging out, a party, a celebration of some kind, but they have to be in a group setting to enjoy some weed. The first of these is Dusa, who you will notice is just a severed head. So she has no lungs, but she technically can still breathe, sort of. So it's weird. She didn't really used to smoke at all. But now she relaxes at some of the workplace parties that they have, and her two best friends, Zagreus and Megara, Zag and Meg, keep her calm because sometimes when the weed doesn't hit her quite right, she gets anxious and starts to clean everything. And it's very frantic, and it just makes her worse. So Zag and Meg just kind of help keep her calm while she's inebriated so she can have the best time possible. Next is Artemis. Now, she really likes to give wild parties as like a reward. So if she and her nymphs all have like a really good day's hunting, or it's been like a few days of hunts and they've done a really awesome job, it's kind of like, okay, ladies, get your swimsuits on, go get some snacks. I'm breaking out the good stuff tonight and we're going to have a good time. So that's the only way she's going to smoke, is if all of her nymphs and Callisto, her girlfriend, are all with her and they've had a good day of hunting and doing their stuff. That's when she will imbibe. Then we have Eurydice. She's really worried that she'll mess up her cooking if she's high. But Orpheus can convince her to take take breaks and relax every now and then, is what I'm trying to say. So hers is more of like a one-on-one sort of deal, but I still count it. It's still only very occasional, which is the point of this category. It's meant to be like at the very least once every 2 weeks. Like that's the minimum, but then it could also be like twice a month or like once a month. That would be this. Anyway, then we have Theseus. I do believe he used to smoke more often whenever he would defeat a challenger to his title of Champion of Elysium. He would, have a party with everybody, because I believe that the Shades of Elysium party hard. But ever since Zagreus defeated him, he has sworn that he will not touch anything until the day he defeats that hellspawn blackguard, as he calls him in the game. So He used to. He doesn't as much anymore because he has to defeat Zagreus. But that little guy just absolutely destroys him every time. Nothing he can do about it. Then we have Thanatos, last in this category. Thanatos was curious, much in the same way that his mother Nyx was curious, and thought he would only try it once because he has a very demanding job and it calls on him to be paying attention all the time. But ever since getting together with Zagreus and Megara, he relaxes a little bit more when he can. So that becomes some very nice smoking sessions that I'll talk about in another couple slides, actually. So that is the category only with friends at like parties and stuff. Right. Then we have I'm off the clock and can do what I want, which is also called It's Friday, time to get zooted. This is like once a week, or, you know, maybe once or twice a week, maybe 3, but that's pushing it. So, but it's I'm off the clock and can do what I want. So the first of these is Meg. Girl works hard. She deserves it. And you can't tell me that one of her favorite things isn't to shotgun either Zagreus or Thanatos. You actually can't convince me that she doesn't love to do that. So that's the first one. Then we have Achilles. Achilles only really smokes on his breaks every once in a while. So every couple days, if he goes on a break before he gets reunited with Patroclus, he'll go and smoke. And usually he'll come back looking like he's been crying a little bit, and it's because he misses his husband. So that's Achilles. Then we have Ares. Ares believes that there's nothing like a good smoke session after the end of a really good battle or the conclusion of a war, but does like to be clear-headed when fighting. So whenever he's on the clock doing his job, sober, absolutely 100% sober. The only thing he's getting drunk on are the screams of his enemies. And then afterward, if it's been a good battle, if he's had a good time with his soldiers or his minions or whoever, party it up. Absolutely. Let's go crazy. Then, last but not least, we have Persephone. Persephone grows herb herself while she spends time up on the surface during the spring and summer months. And she makes a whole big batch of it, dries it, everything, and takes it down to the underworld with her during the fall and winter and distributes it to anybody who wants some. She herself only chooses to indulge every once in a while. But, yeah, she's like the resident weed mom, if that's a thing. I don't think that's a thing, but it's a thing for her. It's her thing. So that's I'm off the clock and can do what I want. I also believe that Persephone convinces Hades to start smoking a little bit more. She can't get him to do it as often as her, but she can convince him every once in a while. That's another thing I fully believe. Truly a proletarian hero. Yes, yes, the mother of Mary Jane, absolutely. Oh yeah, she 100% is. Are you kidding me? She's so good with plants. It's probably some of the strongest, smoothest stuff that any of them have ever had. It's a blessing. All right. This next category is called It's 420 Somewhere, also known as Difficult Day at Work, Could Have a Joint About It. Okay. I love the name of that one. I'm very proud of some of these names for things, if you can't tell.
They're good names.
They are good. So first in this category, we have Orpheus. He wrote this. If you haven't listened to one of the songs from the Hades soundtrack called Hymn to Zagreus, I need you to go listen to it because I am fully convinced that Orpheus wrote that while baked out of his mind. He was so high when he wrote that song. He's a big fan of indica strains specifically, and also a big fan of sadly strumming his lyre in the corridor of the House of Hades. So that's how I know that Orpheus is in this category. Then we have Charon. This one's pretty simple. What did you think that smoke coming out of his mouth was? You know? Truly. Truly. Tell me. Tell me what you think it is. All right, no one said anything. I'm correct. So I don't need to add any more detail to that. That's it. Then we have Aphrodite. It's really hard work being that gorgeous, being that hot. And I mean, what else is she supposed to do if somebody dares to be prettier than her? What else is she going to do other than blaze it up? She's got to deal with it in some way. If someone's prettier than her, that's world ending. She's got to calm down a little bit, and then she'll let the anger build up again, and then she'll take it out on whoever it is that's prettier than her. So that's her. I'm convinced that Orpheus smokes while listening to the Kieran. You can't tell me otherwise. I would never disagree with you. You're correct. As I said, this is 100% my opinion, and that is 100% your opinion. And the fact is, there are no holes in either of our research. We're both right. Then we have Zagreus himself, the main character of this game. He is in this category because I believe that after the events of the main game, you know how in the main game you can never make Zagreus take a rest, like he'll never sit down? I believe that in the post-canon events of the game, after he gets back from a run, if it was a little bit too hard, if it stressed him out, he's going to take a moment for himself. And now that he has his two cherished partners, Than and Meg, now that he has his boyfriend and his girlfriend, they have cute little smoke sessions together whenever they can. So I don't think he was smoking a lot during the main events of the game, but I think post-canon, post-main events, yes. And I will promote the Than-Zag Meg agenda whenever I can, because it's real. It's real, and I don't see enough of it. I don't see enough of it. Anyway, next one, Zeus. I did hate myself to put him this high, but when you see the reason that I've given him, you're gonna be like, ah, okay, that makes sense. Because Zeus has acted forever like he was the one to introduce weed to the Olympians. He wasn't. We all know who was. You don't even have to think about it. It's probably the first guy you thought of. We'll get to him later. Yes. He does it to be cool. Very much in the way of like, hello, fellow kids. Are you doing the weed? So he smokes pretty often, but it's not necessarily something that he handles well. I think, personally. But he does smoke often, which is why he's in this category. And then finally in this category, difficult day at work, could have a joint about it, we have Alecto. Alecto is so sick, so fucking sick of losing to that red-blooded trash god Zagreus. So whenever he kills her at the end of Tartarus, when she has to make her way quickly back through the House of Hades because she's not allowed to stay, hiccups, I fully believe that she has like a joint in her whip holster on her side. She pulls it out, lights it up as she's like angrily walking down the hallway, and punches a pillar on her way out. And that's how she does it. So every time Zagreus beats her and she's just getting absolutely sick to death of it, she is lighting it up. She cannot take it. She's sick of losing to that little bastard. It's not. She's not a healthy individual. She's very toxic. She's gorgeous, but toxic. And then this category, our final category, is, yes, I think I'll have some food with my weed. Also known as smoke weed er day. So the first one is no surprise to anybody. It's, like I said, it's probably the first guy you thought of like, I know exactly where she's putting this one character, and that character is Dionysus, because Dionysus is the OG stoner. No notes. There are no holes in this research. I don't even need to add anything else to his. You already knew this. Next we have Patroclus, which may seem surprising, but consider this. He has a bong or a pipe or a water pipe, whatever. And he takes the water from the river Lethe, sorry, I think you can pronounce it either way, but I could be wrong. And so he fills his pipe or his bong or whatever instrument he uses to smoke with the Lethe water, and then smokes from that. He's taking like little sips of the water and then taking little hits off the pipe. Like, there's a reason why he calls Zagreus a stranger, and it's because sometimes he is so absolutely zooted that he doesn't know who the hell just walked in the door. I fully believe this. I fully believe this. He's so sad. He's so sad. But yeah. I have decided Dionysus has a weed stash compartment in his chair. You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. It's probably like, you know what? It's probably right there. Right along there somewhere. I know it looks thin. No, go back a second. I know it looks thin, but I think it's right there. Anyway, supercharged weed with the water of forgetting. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly it. Thank you. You understand. You get it. You know what's up. Okay, so the next one, you probably already saw it, but it's Skelly. No one knows how he gets high. No one knows how it happens. But when I put him in this category, my logic behind this pick was that, Dead Bones Brook from One Piece can eat food and drink tea and, so if he can do that, I can't understand why this skeleton wouldn't be able to get high. One of the people who I gave this presentation to said that when he takes a hit, all of the smoke like flutters out through his rib cage after he inhales, however the hell he does that. It would be pretty sick. He needs the weed for his aching bones after Zagreus smacks him around a little bit when you can train. He's always like, the boyo will be back any minute. I guess I better take a few of these just to help these aching bones. That's probably a terrible accent. I'm so sorry. Dionysus is the Tommy Chong of the gods. Skelly is the Cheech Marin. Oh my god. So true. Also, you will notice that Skelly's eyes are red. I don't need to say anything else. Then we have Poseidon, which is, I feel like, kind of an out-of-the-box pick, but again, he's always looking for a new sativa. He's got to keep that energy up. On the flip side of that, even when he's on a sativa, I think that every once in a while he'll just lay back in the waves and be like, oh, this shit hit different.
I don't think it's sativa.
No, sativa is the one that makes you more peppy.
No, but I think what he smokes is seaweed.
Oh my god. I hate it here. I hate it here. That was bad and you should feel bad.
Okay.
No, it was good. Yeah, I know. Next one is probably another one that doesn't need a ton of explanation, and that's Hypnos. You'd think he'd be more of like an opium person with all the poppies and everything that surround him and whatnot and the sleeping. But no, he'll actually do anything. He'll do anything. I fully believe that any like mellow kind of drug he's tried, he has some that he does more regularly than others, weed, hence the subject matter of this presentation. But yeah, he is crazy. When you walk up to him in the beginning of the game after you die in your first run and he's like, oh, I know you. It's truly genuinely a shock to him because when he was first talking to Zagreus, he had no idea who he was. Absolutely no clue. And then it finally clicked in his absolutely high as F mind. And that was when he was like, oh my god, I know who you are. Yeah. So we have Hypnos. And then finally, last but certainly not least, in this category, is Zagreus's #1 fan in Elysium. If you look down here, there is a tiny little red shade that is in the Colosseum at the end of the Elysium region in the game. And after you beat Theseus, or maybe when you start fighting Theseus, it's one or the other, I can't remember. But there's this little shade that has a banner with Zagreus's face on it. And if you beat Theseus and Asterius in the Colosseum, you can go up to that shade and you can say, hey, I got them again. And it's really cute. And the shade always smiles at you and he's perfect. Or they're perfect. Doesn't matter. But I fully believe that the Shades of Elysium are partying hard, as I mentioned previously. If you don't think that, you're lying to me, to yourself, and the powers that you believe in, if any. And if you don't believe in any powers, then you're lying to me and yourself, which is just as bad. So I fully believe that this little red bean, this absolute adorable little thing, I believe that he walked into the Colosseum and took his seat, looked down. He's already so high. He's probably like 2 or 3 joints in at this point. And he looks down, he sees this tiny little short god, and is like, I'll put 5 gold pieces on that one. And they're all like, you are so high. Why are you betting? You're going to lose all your money. And then Zagreus wins and he's like, I told you, all of you, pay up. So that is the final category, the highest tier on this ranking Hades smoking edition tier list. Thank you all very much for your time, and remember to enjoy any substance responsibly. Yay! That is the end of my presentation.
It was very good.
I'm so proud of myself. Thank you. I'm very proud of myself.
I wanted to.
Oh.
Nice.
Hello.
Go back to webcam.
Yeah, I was doing that.
I wanted to wait until after stream to tell you the loss rate earlier. So
Did we?
Yeah, I don't know how many people.
I was not watching the numbers at all. I was fully just watching the camera.
We could have more than that because of the site, maybe. I don't know exactly how that works. So, but yeah. So.
Thank you, Queen Laura. You're absolutely correct. Thank you. I'm very proud of that. It was a very fun weekend.
Very creative.
Very creative. I also got to go to the Hozier concert in Columbus last night, and that was awesome. It was so fun. Or no, not last night. Sorry, 2 nights ago. It was Wednesday night.
Yes.
The last couple days, it felt like one long day because I've been so tired. Anyway. All right. Well, I'll let you do what you do.
Sure. You want to watch One Piece?
I'm pretty tired, and I got to get up a little early tomorrow to go meet Jamie and Adrian.
Oh, you're going early?
Yeah. All right. But we'll watch One Piece on Sunday when I get back.
Okay, that's a deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's a deal.
No, baby girl, what are you doing?
Folks. Let's see. What do I want? I don't know if I'm tired yet. Weed? A little bit. Sorry, just going through tabs real quick. I mean, I'm a little tired, but not tired enough to end. But I also have no clue what I'd do if I continue. This is a conundrum. Do we do another React segment? Oh, look, she's got a little perch now. Hello, baby girl. Maybe we should do that more often. Ooh, the baby. The people can see you. Good night, Queen Laura. Thanks for being here. Good night, Grandson. Also, thanks for being here. Don't forget to join my Discord server where you get announcements and stuff if you're new. When I go live and such. Harris Walls, I like him more. Absolutely. I'm gonna switch the lights here a little bit. Adam Seggy? I guess we could do that, huh? I keep meaning to go back to gaming, but like, what gets me about gaming is that I know as soon as I do it, everybody leaves. I'd rather have a few people here. Oh, hello.
Wealth, fame, power.
Would a basic segment on Hasidic Jews be considered a React segment?
I don't know. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I appreciate you once again. Basic segment. So you just want to do like a learning about Hasidic Jews? Or is this a joke of some sort? Chemistry joke? God damn it. I got God. Oh, Hasidic basic. God. So stupid. Horrific pun. Oh yeah, I forgot to contact this Andy Pants Gaming. Let me see if I can get into contact with them. Well, you can just get right into a server, huh? Let's see what we got in memes. Here we go. Here's a good one. This is a meme from their Discord server. Posted in the meme category. Very good, very good. Anyway, let me see if I can get into contact with them. Mods. Is it the sweet tea guy? Here we go. Let's see, what should I say to him? Hi there, I'm a political... Here, I'll start with, my name is Alec Gunter, and I'm a political content creator on YouTube. I recently watched your video about gay people in gaming and was wondering if I could bring you onto my live stream sometime to discuss some of the content. Let me know about availability. And I'd love to set something up. Then I'll link my page. Oh yeah, pronoun. So Andy Pants Gaming, pronouns attack / helicopter. Very good, very good. Unreal. Here, just so I don't, just so you believe me. There it is. Beautiful. In your spare time, you should watch the Drock Show, where his mom blind reviews One Piece. She predicts an insane amount of things I've seen no One Piece reader pick up on blindly as early. Wow. That actually sounds very interesting. Maybe I will look into that. Tack seems like an idiot. I agree. I feel weird about platforming this guy. He's literally got more viewers than I do. It's called responsible platforming as well. He outnumbers my views like 10 to 1. More than that. Holy shit. Not on all his videos, mind you, but on the woke shit, like he's got 72K on what makes something woke. He's got 2 million on who killed masculinity in video games. 844,000 on why are video games so gay now. Like, it's insane. Do it while crocheting. It's perfect for that. It's really hard for me to talk to people while I crochet. So I probably will not be doing that. Also, I'm just kind of like starting to get a little bored of it, honestly. I hyperfixated for a while, and now I'm just like, I could do it today, but I don't know. Like, before I had such a drive, like, I gotta get this next doll done. You know, like, I gotta get this next plushie done. But now I'm just like, I could take it or leave it. Oh, the channel, sorry. I see what you're saying. Not during the debate. Got it. But yeah, you got to platform responsibly, and he's bigger than I am. So if anything, like, he's platforming me if he comes on. All right, let's send this bad boy. All right, now we wait. What you doing, baby girl? This is a great idea, having her right here. Hey, baby. Hi. Love you. It just sucks that, like, the microphone gets in the way. Attacks audience could also mob you. Eh, let them. They're piss babies. Would 10-foot elevator shoes be irresponsible platforming? You just have the zingers tonight, Sake Tanuki. Views are views. Okay, yeah, we can do another react, fuck it. I have so much backlogged content. I might have to do another call-in stream, or like a gaming, like a exclusively gaming stream, so my editors can catch up. Okay. We did that. Okay, do you guys want to do Adam Francisco's, what white women really think about Trump? Or we could do female altar servers are a bigger problem than you think, which I don't think we've watched yet. And I don't think we've done this one yet. So we can do what white, so we got 2 videos about women we could potentially go over. Any opinions? 1? When you say 1, do you mean you want to go over Adam Francisco? Any other opinions? Oh, I gotta switch this back, sorry. I don't understand the second title. I'll put in a Brian vote, Brian Holdsworth, okay. A poll, perhaps. I don't think we have enough people for a fair poll. I'll just, like... Well, it would be fair because you're chatting already, but, you know. We don't have enough people to warrant a poll, I mean. Like, it's just... I don't want to set it up. Okay, so we have 1 vote for Adam Francisco and 1 vote for Brian Holdsworth. Anybody want to break the tie? Next person who's not one of the 2 who voted breaks the tie. I'll vote Brian. Okay, Brian it is. Oh, my bad. I always do that. The Trump one? Sorry, I already said we're doing Brian. We'll do the Trump one next stream. Okay, so for a long time in the church, there has been a lot of sexism. Not many people know about this, mind you. Lots of sexism rampant in the church. And, you know, it's not great. It's a little cringe, in my opinion. And Brian Holdsworth here is not helping. He thinks that female altar servers are a big problem. I forget who the altar servers are, like the, yeah, Yeah, the little kids who like sit by the priest and like do the bread and wine and shit, right? 'Cause I used to be one. I was like an altar boy. Yeah. So apparently we're now dogging on children and why it's bad for child girls to take on the role of what is exclusively meant for young boys. Which, you know, in the Catholic Church is, you know, very good about their young boys. So, you know, I'm interested in seeing what his opinion on this is.
The Catholic Church is the longest...
Is he missing a button? Nope. All buttons are intact. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody. All buttons are intact. Beautiful. Good job, man.
...standing contiguous institution in all of human history, which has to raise questions like, how has it managed to do this? It must either be the most brilliantly organized institution in the world, or there must be some other extremely powerful insight helping it along, keeping it alive. And
yeah, totally, man. It's not like by force, by brute force, right? Like, I'm sure other religions, like before Christianity is relatively young, guys. It's pretty young. Wait, he said it's like...
It has to raise standing contiguous institution in all of human history, which...
Is that... Okay, is that true? Catholic Church, longest standing contiguous institution. The Catholic Church is the oldest institution in the Western world. Can trace its history back almost 2,000 years. Okay. There are other religions like Buddhism that are much older. What? Let's ask Reddit. The Roman Catholic Church or the Greek Orthodox Church? I don't know if Judaism has a similar institution or if there's any other non-religious institution that's older. Iceland's Alþingi was established in 930. It's apparently the world's oldest parliament, but not the oldest institution per se. The Armenian Church was the first state-recognized church, but there was one church in Asia Minor, now Turkey, which is said to have been founded slightly before the death of Jesus. Depends how you define it, really. That's what I thought. It seems like a very loose definition they're using. It's not the oldest company in the world, but I've always found the history of... Okay. Talking about something else. Oldest companies. I don't know. It doesn't really matter anyway.
Which has to raise questions
Bigotry.
like, how has it managed to do this? It must either be the most brilliantly organized institution in the world, or there must be some other extremely powerful insight helping it along, keeping it alive, and preserving it from the kinds of adversities that have ended far...
The sweet, tender love between a Catholic priest and his altar boy.
Far more formidable societies and organizations of the past. And in my limited exposure, but also from lessons of history...
That's what keeps it alive, baby.
What couldn't be more obvious is that the church cannot take credit for its longevity because it is a brilliantly governed organization or institution. Hilaire Belloc once famously said, "A proof of the divine origins of the Catholic Church might be found in the fact that no merely human institution conducted with such knavish imbecility would have lasted a fortnight."
What?
In fact, when the church prioritizes its institutional dimensions and seeks to govern itself like any other worldly institution, that's exactly when its institutional prosperity...
Sorry, I am getting a little bit tired. I'm starting to lose a little focus. A proof of the divine origins of the Catholic Church might be found in the fact that no merely human institution conducted with such knavish imbecility would have lasted a fortnight. I don't know. I just feel like he's pumping up the church for no reason. Like, dinosaurs lasted, like, billions of years, and they were pretty stupid. So, you know, I feel like dude is way boring and is entirely word salad. Yeah, he's been pretty boring so far.
When the church prioritizes its institutional dimensions and seeks to govern itself like any other worldly institution, that's exactly when its institutional prosperity seems to suffer the most. And this is dramatic.
That's why we have to be as against modern day ideals like gender equality as possible, right? Like, the longevity of your institution doesn't say anything about how good it is or how necessary it is. It just means it was there for a really long time. Okay, congratulations. Who gives a shit?
Dramatically apparent on the question of altar servers. Historically, only males were allowed to serve in various liturgical functions at Mass, or what we just now commonly call altar servers. This was a practice that had endured for as long as the church has had.
Okay, also I want to say, how the fuck did this help with the longevity? Like, even if we see to you that, yes, the Catholic Church is the longest standing human institution in the entire world in all of history, how does this help? Like, you're just pointing at different facts. They're completely not related.
Altar servers.
That's a Mott and Bailey, right?
Which, again, when an institution or society defies all the odds by enduring longer than any of its rivals or its peers, you'd think its long-standing practices would be treated
Female
with
altar
care,
servers are bringing the downfall of the churches.
But most recently in the church's history, in that particular segment of history we happen to be living through right now, this was a practice that had become seen as like unjust and discriminatory, not because of something within our tradition, but because of something from without, namely the spirit and practices of the modern world.
Totally, dude.
Which obviously doesn't have this same record of longevity.
It's not our fault people are falling out of love with the church for some reason. I mean, this video is entirely about, female altar servers being a huge problem. But, like, who's to say, really, why people don't like us, right?
In fact, it seems like nothing in the modern world lasts for very long. So I think it's worth taking a bit of
That's
a critical
because of capitalism. Wow, what do you know? Here we go again, folks. Ready? So nothing lasts very long, if you're speaking in the most literal sense, because of built-in obsolescence, okay? They break shit on purpose. They built it faulty on purpose so that it'll break and you'll buy more of it. Capitalism.
And so the logic behind this shift in the church. And the first place to start should be
that was very
by
literal,
asking
very
the
literal
very
interpretation,
obvious question,
but
why do we have altar servers?
Had to get it in there.
If you were thinking in merely institutional terms, you might say to perform the work on the altar, they assist the priest to perform his liturgical functions. And girls can do that just as well as boys, so any form of discrimination on that count is obviously unjust.
He's going to talk about, like, the soul and how they represent God or some shit. Like, it's going to be real bullshit.
But that is emphatically not why we have altar servers. The priest's actions and functions on the altar are not so complicated that the distinctive skills and knowledge of 12-year-old boys and girls are necessary to rescue him from these complexities. The priest is more than capable of celebrating Mass by himself, and if necessary, he does sometimes. So why bother having adolescent altar servers assisting in the sanctuary? It isn't because it's so demanding that he can't do it himself, it's because
why has it got to be adolescents too? That's kind of weird, huh? I mean, has anybody actually ever thought that maybe it's a little weird that, like, it has to be a kid? You know? Let's get an adult to do it. It is, like, literally labor. Like, let's get an adult to do that work. Because usually the altar boys are forced to do it. Like, it's not like they want to. I didn't want to do it. I fucking hated being an altar boy. It sucks. You gotta put on that stupid gown. Like, it's just cult shit. Like, it sucks being an altar boy. Nobody actually wants to do that shit.
It gives young people intimate exposure to the most profound work of priests in their vocation so that they might consider it for themselves.
Okay, so the argument is that altar boys are observing what the priests do so that they themselves can become priests. I think that women should be allowed to be priests. If women are not allowed to be priests in your church, then your church is sexist and it should be shut down. You should have to pay taxes. Any church, that, at the very least, you should have to pay taxes. Any institution that promotes sexism, at the very minimum, should be paying taxes.
Because at the end of the day, unless we're finding ways to encourage young men to consider becoming priests, there is no future for the Catholic Church. And what better way of exposing young men to this vocation and the graces that come with it than by giving them the kind of work exposure that altar serving affords?
Girl power will slay the Catholic Church. You heard it here first, folks.
To mention the rare opportunities to get a behind-the-scenes...
Intimate was a bad choice of word? Well, wait. Oh, yeah, from him, yeah.
And the graces that come with it than by giving them the kind of work exposure that altar serving affords. Not to mention the rare opportunities to get a behind-the-scenes look at the work and life of the priests that they assist. And this is just so obviously how most careers are chosen. Most people choose their careers because they had some exposure to a person in that line of work, or because they had some work experience themselves in that line of work.
Why can't girls be
And I can
priests
share
then?
both anecdotally and statistically how this principle tends to bear out. First,
Hold on 1 second. Okay.
anecdotally, my oldest son started altar serving a couple years ago, and almost immediately after he became comfortable in that role, he started saying that he wanted to become a priest when he grows up. Now, a couple years later, he's still persisting in that intention. Prior to altar serving, that wasn't really on his radars.
Sorry, I got to get this off my chest real quick. So I messaged Andy Pants Gaming, right? And his response was, Nat, you look like a Reddit mod. Also, you have a smaller following than me. I said, okay, I'll just let my audience know you weren't man enough to defend your beliefs. Have a good night.
As far as we could tell, even though we would suggest it to him whenever the conversation about his future would come up. His experience of being up there on the altar, taking part in something that matters to him, performing a task that is profound with great pride and diligence, that experience has stirred up his heart to want to serve in this way more fully, or as fully as possible, as an ordained priest. But if his place had been taken by a girl, or just as often a middle-aged or elderly woman,
God forbid,
that discernment likely wouldn't have happened. And the same is true for his peers. He serves alongside an impressive cast of boys and men who have all likely given far more space for the priesthood in their vocational discernment than they otherwise would have if the church didn't use this mechanism to expose them to their priestly or to the priestly vocation.
This is
if
so
half
boring.
or more of that cast or the positions of altar serving in our parish was composed of females, that would have, if not more, the number of young men discerning the priesthood in our community. And statistically, this is undeniable. If we're going to wring our hands about a vocational crisis in the church, then this is the test of how serious we are about fixing this problem.
Yeah, fix the problem by letting women do the job. Just let women do the job. Like, what? Let the girls in. What?
Because studies have shown that experienced altar serving directly correlates to priestly vocations. Here in Canada, where I live, the Benedict XVI Institute recently released a comprehensive study about vocations in Canada, which will yield similar results in the United States. In surveys they conducted with recently ordained priests, they asked them about ways they were involved in the parish prior to joining the seminary, and the number one thing they reported as influential in their discernment was altar serving. Most priests surveyed.
Okay, so then let the girls become priests. Boom, done. That fixes the problem. Does it not? Like, we're operating under the assumption here that you have to be male to be a priest. Why? I knew I heard Canadian. Oh, gotcha. He is Canadian. It doesn't matter.
Served as altar servers prior to becoming priests, and identify it as one of the things that influence their discernment. And we shouldn't need comprehensive research to tell us that. Some things are just self-evident unless we're too blinded by some alternative theory or ideology, which sadly does seem to be a bit of our problem. We've taken a list of goods and priorities for the church, one of which is obviously having priests, but then we allowed others to creep in from the outside, from other creeds and ideologies like equality and inclusion, or trying to be...
Oh, God forbid, right? Like, what do you mean equality and inclusion? Wasn't Jesus all about, like, come as you are and including people and shit? Like, what? What? Fuck your church, man. Your church sounds like shit.
More appealing to modern sensibilities. And we've said, you know what? Having priests is a lesser priority to these other goods. Or we just naively assumed we could shoehorn in these other doctrines and priorities and not have it affect the vitality and succession.
It's so... Okay, you're not beating the weird allegations, man. Like, this is such weirdo shit, right? It's so weird. Like, why is it so important that it's men? Why? Like, what? A girl can't do the job just as well? Fuck you then. You're sexist. You're a piece of shit.
Of the church's clergy. Well, we've been doing it for long enough now that the data is coming in, and it's It's not encouraging. It's kind of scary, actually. There aren't enough seminarians to replace the current crop of priests, which
Posting
is
your
already
Ls.
a desperately low number. But speaking of these other priorities, are they even goods worthy of sacrificing other goods that the church has relied upon for millennia? When girls have something that is exclusively their own, do we look at that and say, what an injustice? What about
like what?
Diversity? What about inclusion?
Like what? Like what? When girls have something of their own, what have you let them have? What do girls get? I'd love to know.
Do we say these female-only spaces need to be confiscated and opened up to the boys?
Oh boy. Are we going to go into a trans panic? Ooh, come on.
I hope the answer is no. Usually, if I see something that is exclusively reserved for girls, I find it easy to celebrate.
So we're comparing now having gendered restrooms to having a gendered role in the church. First of all, I don't even believe in gendered restrooms. I think just collapse them all. I don't give a fuck. And make them all single person. Like, I don't want to be pissing, like, with 1 inch of steel separating me from the person next to me who's also pissing. Like, I'd rather not do that, okay? I hate pissing in public, all right? First of all. And second of all, this is a horrific comparison. This is such a stupid comparison. Because men also have their own restroom, first of all. Well, sorry, I'm saying first of all a lot. But, like, men also have their own restroom. Okay, they're equal facilities. You do not have an equal role for men, or sorry, for women in the church. An equal role to men. I think he's talking about nuns. Is he talking? Well, I don't care. Like, men should be allowed to be nuns too. Why can't they be nuns?
Celebrate the fact that it exists.
I was being uncharitable, but he said female spaces, so I figured that he, like, usually when people say that, they're talking about girls' locker rooms and shit.
But when boys have something all their own, our first instinct as a society seems to be to take
Male
it away
nuns,
from
where
them
are you at?
and
Male
open it up to
nuns.
girls as well in the name of diversity and inclusion.
See?
We just saw
Girls can join the Boy Scouts now. Yeah, who gives a fuck? Why do you care? It's so weird.
this happen actually with the Boy Scouts. But the Girl Guides haven't come under that kind of pressure, and they are still exclusive.
No, Girl Scouts have no plans to admit boys into the organization. Oh, he's correct on this one. Research shows that a girl learns best in an all-girl, girl-led, and girl-friendly environment. Ugh, disgusting. What research are they referring to? What? Of course, no, yeah, no sources cited or anything. Maybe they'd be good at contact too, just to ask, you know, about their research. It'd be interesting. He was correct though. Apparently, Girl Scouts are not allowing boys to join. Cringe and disgusting.
Exclusively reserved for girls. This appetite for confiscating any male-only spaces while preserving female-only spaces is obviously not about justice or equality, but the actual worst forms of discrimination that these measures are supposedly fighting against. But wherever it comes from, it's
the worst forms. It's like Jim Crow, but for men, guys.
Not from within the church's
Crazy
tradition,
out here.
but pressing in from the outside. It's the conventions of the modern world that prevail in institutions like in corporations. But the church isn't an institution, and the more it acts like one, the more...
Wait, didn't he say at the beginning that it's the longest standing institution? He said that at like the very beginning. We're at 8:36.
The Catholic Church is the longest standing contiguous institution in
Okay.
or it will suffer the fate of all former human institutions, which is ultimately demise.
I mean, I thought it was... Did he say human institution?
Like in corporations. But the church isn't an institution, and the
No, see, he just said an institution. Fuck you,
The more
man.
it acts like one, the more it will suffer the fate of all former human institutions,
Longest
which is
standing
ultimately
institution.
demise.
According to you, it's
But
not an
again, the
institution.
church isn't an institution. The church is a glimpse or foreshadowing of God's kingdom here on earth. Jesus, he didn't say the institution of God or the bureaucracy of God is at hand. He said the kingdom of God.
I'm sorry. I know this seems a little bit pedantic, but that is a glaring inconsistency in his video. That is unacceptable in with how professionally he presents his shit. You can't mix up words like that, man. Longest standing institution at the very beginning. It's the first words you say, the first sentence. Dipshit.
God is at hand. And what is a kingdom? A kingdom is a hierarchy.
Prove
and
it.
a
Prove that the hand
hierarchy,
of God
bureaucracy
reaches through or
of
something.
God is at hand. He said the kingdom of God is at hand. And what is a kingdom? A kingdom is a hierarchy. And a hierarchy distinguishes and even discriminates between its members. And that's a good thing when done justly. Discrimination is such a taboo word, but all it means...
Wait, did he just say discrimination is good?
Distinguishes and even discriminates between its members. And that's a good thing.
There you go. He said discrimination is good. Clip it. He just said discrimination is a good thing.
When done...
What do we discriminate next, buddy? We discriminate men versus women. How about we discriminate white and black people? There you go. That was also justified by your sorry, it's not an institution, except it is when it's convenient for you, right? Right, buddy? So, you know, what's next on the discrimination list? I'm just wondering. I'm just curious. Just curious.
Unjustly. Discrimination is such a taboo word, but all it means is drawing distinctions between things that are different. And guess
this is why I discriminate against Christians sometimes.
What? Men and women are different. To refuse to discriminate...
Wow. Nobody ever said that they're not, dipshit.
Them in appropriate ways is to impose an unjust standard whereby we impose these...
White people and black people are also different. Should we discriminate between the two? I'd love to know.
Expectations on women and men to exhibit strengths and behaviors that don't come naturally to them. The church is much more like God's natural...
This is biological essentialism. This is like really bad.
Created order,
It's
which
really
also
bad.
discriminates against its members. There are experiences and abilities that God specifically ordained exclusively for women and for men. For example, only women can become
Disgusting.
pregnant
He's
and
even
give
worse than I
birth,
thought.
and only men can tell dad jokes.
All right, you guys, how about...
Only women can become pregnant and give birth. That's not true. There's trans men.
And give birth, and only men can tell dad jokes.
All right, you guys, how was everything?
Oh, come on. You can't... Okay. That guy's wholesome as shit. You can't just use his... Okay. This is not transformative. He could literally call copyright on this. I don't think he'd agree with this clip being used this way.
Can't you tell? I hated it.
So in
Wholesome clip.
conventional
Hate this
institutions,
guy.
we might be able to create an artificial order in which the distinctions between men and women seem irrelevant, but the church's mission isn't here to establish artificial environments that ignore God's created order. God created men and women with different strengths and weaknesses, and it's up to us, those of us who are devoted to following God,
No female altar girls. Female altar girls are going to hell.
and to discovering
to
his
hell.
plan
Go-
for our
go-
lives,
goodbye.
to honor and live within those distinctions. God's kingdom is far more like a family than it is like Walmart.
A family in which you eternally suffer if you do anything wrong, like be a girl.
And that's a
be
good
priest at the same
thing.
time.
If you
can't
can
do that.
admit that the priesthood should be reserved for men only, then admitting that the kind of work experience, training, and mentorship that altar serving affords in the service of that
I don't admit that. Women should be allowed to be priests too, you fucking
vocation
sexist.
should also be
Disgusting.
male only. That should be obvious. The only reason you'd want to diversify that practice within the church is if your loyalties lie more so with doctrines of the world, like absolute equality.
The entirety of his argument relies upon this is God's will. They're truly and well and truly insane. They're just insane pieces of shit. I don't know how else to put it.
Totalitarianism than they do with the good of the church. or you're ignoring how necessary this practice is to the benefit of priestly vocations. Neither of those reasons seem to be very good to me. The benefits of taking altar serving away from boys exclusively, as far as I can tell, are negligible, if any at all, for the church. It might help us. Very good to me. The benefits of taking altar serving away from boys exclusively, as far as I can tell, are negligible, if any at all, for the church.
Of taking altar serving away from boys exclusively? Did he mean girls? I think he meant girls, right? And the problem with it is that you're discriminating based on inborn characteristics, based on sex. That's weird, man. This is why people don't like church anymore. You are falling apart because of your own folly. Okay? This is not happening. Like, this is the reason that your churches are falling apart, man. Excuse me. It's because the world's changing and getting better, and you're falling behind. Okay? Most people these days look at shit like this and think, gee, that's pretty fucking weird, dude. That's pretty weird. Maybe I don't want to go to church. Maybe I don't want to be Christian anymore. You know, if they're just doing blatant sexism like this, it's God's will to be sexist, yeah. Like, it's gross. It's weird. So, of course, people don't want to be around you or your stupid churches.
Church. It might help us fit in with the modern world a little more.
Apart. I hope it falls apart faster.
Let's be honest here. For people who think discrimination is wrong according to these categories, throwing altar servers under the bus to appease their outrage isn't going to distract.
What is the female equivalent to an altar server or a priest? A nun? No, it's not. Nuns don't do sermons. Okay? Women go into the women's bathroom to piss. Men go into the men's bathroom to piss. Boys do altar serving to become priests. Girls do blank to become blank. If they don't serve equal purposes, you can't even claim that they're separate but equal. Not even that. You can't do that. Okay? Christianity is one of the few things worse than me. Yeah, I already read that. He still has yet to tell us why we can't have women doing altar serving. No, he told us. He said that it's because girls will become priests. Or girls can't become priests. And he just assumes that we all agree that, like, this is how deep into their own bullshit they are. Like, they already assume that the audience is on board with the message, women should not be priests. Like, he just assumes that. He's like, yeah, you're on board, right? Like, you get that. You see, we're like this, right? Where we both think that we should discriminate against women in the workplace specifically for this one role, right? No, that's stupid. There's no reason a woman can't do a priest's job. Here, let's look. Let's see the blasphemy here. Here, watch this. Ordain a lady. No, sorry. Nope. Boy, there's a lot of why the church doesn't allow it. Get past that. The women fighting to be priests.
They were not.
I really thought I'd be able to pull something up. It's insane that there's actually not that much when it comes to female priests.
Not going to let me live out what God was asking.
La iglesia como institución ha denigrado de nosotras las mujeres. Mucho.
A woman who is ordained as a priest is automatically excommunicated.
La jerarquía de la iglesia
That's insane.
nos ve como un grupo
What's so
de
wrong with
mujeres
it?
Enemigas y peligrosas.
The hierarchy of the church uses enemies, dangerous women. What she said.
Por eso nosotras no construimos
We don't have temples, we care about people.
Esto nos interesa la gente.
We walk with these women in their vocation, and they're waiting for the Vatican to open its doors and really confront its sins of sexism.
I just don't get it. Also, I don't know if I'm going to be copyrighted by the BBC, so I'm going to stop watching that now. But, like, I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense.
Them from the very conspicuous fact that we still have a male-only priesthood. Meanwhile, the cost here is significant. We're jeopardizing the availability of the sacraments by dismantling one of the best resources we had.
Why can't women perform sacraments? Just spell it out, man. Just spell it out.
For recruiting young men into the priesthood. This is abundantly, obviously at this point.
That's one of the people.
The only question is,
that's one of the people from Hades, right?
Do we now have the courage to be countercultural by adopting a practice that non-Catholics, who seemingly have no interest in becoming Catholic anyways, will denounce us for? Can I ask you to stick around?
No thanks. There you go. If female priests are allowed to be a thing, then the church will fall apart. You heard him, ladies. Get out there. Go get ordained. Do us all a favor. Like, no wonder people don't want to be around your fucking churches. Jesus Christ. I'm thinking what I want to do next. I'm probably going to end stream, but part of me... Who would stick around for, like in the Discord, for... I'm thinking about putting on a bad movie. Who would stick around for that? Sometimes I like to... Like, I did this with a couple of movies already. I put on a bad movie and I commentate over it, but, like, only in the Discord, obviously. It's like the incels who say that women are destroying civilization. Oh, yeah. No, that's great. I'm 100% wood. I'm bored and it's Saturday. I've always wanted to say hi. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if you'd like to say hi, you can. Typically it's me commentating and everybody else is muted. So it's a lot like, yeah, it would be the same as stream, except it's going to be in Discord. So you would just have to connect to the Discord, but it would be the same. It would be like set up with chat, and then you guys watch the movie while I commentate over it, except you probably, like, you won't see, unless you want to see me on camera. Still down? Cool. I do call-in sessions too. Like I did a call-in stream once, and I think I'm going to do one again next week sometime. I want to announce it beforehand so people can prepare. Already in there? Nice. I'm down for that. We got a few people. Okay, cool. So let me find somebody who's live real quick. I'll end, and then we'll talk about which movie we want. In the Discord. Is Dylan Burns still live? Why am I still subscribed to PewDiePie? Jesus Christ. Gotta fix that. Dylan Burns is in fact still alive. We're right into Dylan Burns. Okay, 1 second. Add Dylan Burns. Save. Okay, and Dylan Burns. There you are. Okay. We're moving over to Dylan Burns. You can stick around for that if you would like. You're more than welcome to watch him instead. Probably a lot more useful information. He talks a lot about Ukraine and all that. Very important that that's still going on. But if you would like to stick around in the Discord server instead, I will be streaming a movie, probably a bad movie, and you know, just like a bad Christian movie of some sort. Because I don't feel like stopping my commentary, but I kind of feel weird going longer with stream, and I don't want to give my editors way too much work to react to, or sorry, to way too many React content. Sorry, Jesus, I'm more tired than I feel like, probably. Too much React content to edit. They're already behind as it is. I can't help myself. I love doing this shit. It's great. I love it. Which channel? Join the movie night channel, and I will also make an announcement. All right. We're going over to Dylan Burns. Join the Discord if you want to join me for movie night, and I will be in just a little bit. Take care, everybody. Have a great night if you don't join us, and if you do join us, I'll see you in just a second.